Case dismissed.
We weren't going to steal his old car. We were just going for a joyride.
I'll joyride you numbskull. Now get inside.
Ow! Dad, let out!
A boy buried in the sea starts down the trail of delinquency. One of the home factors. And what can the law do for him before it's too late? What can happen to have his case dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today's story begins in the law offices of Robert Dayton. A young newspaper reporter sits opposite him.
Well, Mr. Dayton, as I explained on the phone, my paper is starting a series on juvenile delinquency. From a constructive angle, of course.
Well, thank goodness for that, Mr. DeWitt. It's had more than its share of destructive publicity, especially when it comes to exaggeration. But why have you come to me?
Well, sir, you're widely known for your good work in movements designed to cure juvenile delinquency.
I'm glad you used the word cure, Mr. DeWitt. Delinquency is really a disease of a sick society, reflecting the insecurity of the times. That's why parents with stable emotions and a mature family life seldom have problem children.
Well, Mr. Dayton, I'd like you to give me the lawyer's viewpoint on juvenile delinquency.
Well, sir, although the family lawyer can be as helpful as the family doctor, if he's summoned in time, once a delinquent act has taken place, the lawyer's role becomes of minor importance.
You mean there's not much he can do for a youngster?
No, actually, I mean that the law is much more important than the lawyer because, well, Illinois was a pioneer in thoughtful legislation for juveniles.
Thoughtful?
Yes. Prior to 1899, if a child over 10 years of age got into trouble, he could be jailed and then taken before the criminal court, where a permanent public record was made. Then the Illinois legislature pioneered in making a new application of an old doctrine of English law under which children could be treated as wards of the state and protected by the Lord Chancellor. That was the basis for the Illinois law creating the juvenile court, now called the family court.
In other words, the state had a responsibility to its youngsters until they reached adult age.
That's right. Mm-hmm. They became wards of the court if they were juveniles, meaning under 17 if a boy or under 18 if a girl.
Just what did this Illinois law do, Mr. Dayton?
Well, basically, it changed the entire attitude toward young people who get into trouble. It doesn't aim at punishment. It offers treatment of an ill, which is what delinquency is, after all.
I see.
Now, there's a big difference between an official and an unofficial delinquent. The official delinquent is one who gets caught. The unofficial delinquent is a member of a gang, what we call a natural playgroup, which indulges in delinquent acts, anything from skipping school to vandalizing homes and classrooms, and from running away from home to sexual misconduct or stealing cars. It's both an individual problem and a group problem.
Yes, I can see that now.
I'd like you to see it even more plainly. I'd like to tell you about Billy.
Billy?
Yes, we'll call him Billy Stone. His father works for an engineering concern, fancies himself quite an intellectual. Billy's mother is an affectionate woman, friendly and sincere, and an accomplished musician. The first time we meet Billy, he's 12 years old.
Lydia!
Yes, Carl?
Would it be asking too much for you to cease that infernal racket?
But, Carl, I get so little time at my piano. The evenings...
That's the way we'll keep it, Lydia. The only reason I bought this home with the extra bedroom was so that I'd have a place to go in the evenings to read my books. And what comes crashing through the walls? Your piano music.
But, Carl, I only play the piano for diversion. If you'd just come out of that room of yours once in a while, be a part of your family.
I don't want to be a part of my family. Heaven knows I have better use for my idle time than to spend it with a wife whose only topic of conversation is the latest trashy romantic novel and a son who's both a weakling and a dull student. But it's true. I set up a punching bag outfit for Bill in the basement. He takes a couple of swipes at it and forgets the whole thing. Then I try to interest him in a chemistry set. After one experiment, it's too much trouble for him. The same thing happened to the mineral collection. I take time out to help him as a father should, and he doesn't even appreciate it.
But you're so short with him, Carl. One mistake, and you're telling him how wrong he is, how dull.
Well, he is. Bill is a total loss when it comes to learning.
Carl, he can hear.
What difference? The boy will never amount to anything. He isn't interested in anything worthwhile.
But he wants to learn to play the piano.
I said worthwhile. And don't let me catch you teaching him that sissy's hobby. Do you understand, Lydia?
I understand, Carl.
And another thing, you can just tell your stupid gang of friends they needn't come over here tomorrow night. I won't waste my valuable time talking their inane small talk. I don't choose to be bored. Tell them to stay home.
But, Carl, that's not fair. They're nice people, and if you'd just come out of that cave of yours and stop being a hermit, you'd enjoy them.
Hermit, eh? Well, it's the only worthwhile existence I can find in this dull family. Are you going to tell those morons to stay home?
Carl, I can't just...
Lydia, I'm warning you. Tell them to...
Carl, please. Please don't. You're hurting my arm. Carl, please. Stop it. You're hurting my mother. Stop it.
Oh, so Mama's boy gets fresh with his father, eh? Here.
Carl, how could you? Oh, come here, Billy, dear.
That little fool. He won't cry. Why doesn't he cry?
No, Billy didn't cry, no matter how much he wanted to. But he did in the privacy of his room. And the following afternoon, he failed to return from school. His father raged, and his mother waited in stony fear for Billy to come home. Then, finally, that night...
Well?
The boy you're looking for?
Yes?
We have him here at the police station. Nabbed him just as he was boarding the bus.
Oh.
Said he wanted to leave home for good.
Oh, he did, eh? Well, you hold him there, officer. I'll be down shortly. I'll teach that brat to run away from me.
Billy's father taught the boy in no uncertain terms. His mother stood by, broken-hearted, unable to stop him. Shortly after this, she began having violent headaches and returning to her room for long periods of time, a semi-invalid. And Billy? Well, young Bill's confidence gradually disappeared. He lost all faith in himself as his father continued to heap scorn on him, regarding him as a slow-witted youngster with no future whatever.
You know, it's hard to believe there are fathers like that.
Yes, it is, Mr. DeWitt. Bill's record begins to show reports of truancy now. Well, not serious in themselves, but danger signals of an unstable young fellow.
Mm-hmm.
A year later, when Billy was 13, the Stone family moved to a new home, this time in an industrial suburb of Chicago. There, the emotionally upset boy fell in with a gang of young delinquents. Well, the influence of his new companions began to show up at home now. Vulgar language and more defiant attitude, a secretive, evasive manner. He began using every trick he knew to stay out later and later with his gang. His mother became more upset, and his father more viciously domineering than ever before. Trouble was in the air, and it wasn't long in happening.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Gardner.
Is this your boy, Stone?
Billy? Yes? What's he been up to?
Plenty. I caught him with another kid driving off with my car. The other kid got away. They were stealing the car.
What?
We weren't going to steal his old car. We were just going for a joyride.
I'll joyride you numbskull. Now you get inside.
Ow! Cut it out!
Inside there. I'll take care of you later.
As you might have expected, Carl Stone beat his son Billy unmercifully. He tried to beat the name of Billy's partner out of him, but already he'd learned the code of the underworld. The respect of the gang meant everything to him.
Mm-hmm.
His quivering lips remained sealed. The neighbor threatened to inform the police of Billy's act, and Carl, the father, did little to prevent it. But Billy's mother rallied to his cause and went to see the only person of influence she knew, a precinct captain. He advised her strongly against letting the boy associate with tough characters. Said he had talked to Mr. Gardner, that the boy might have a police record if the police heard of it. And Billy got off this time. His few remaining privileges taken away by his father, Billy's existence at home became more and more bitter. To make matters worse, the domestic discord between father and mother increased. Billy turned more and more to his gang, and he began using every ruse in the book to get out of his house and join them in the evening. Sometimes he succeeded, but often his father discovered the secret and thrashed him for it. Kept close to home, Billy found little to occupy his idle hours. To encourage his interest in music, Lydia Stone bought a phonograph for her 13-year-old son and warned him to play it in his room only when his father wasn't home. Billy did his best, but one day he slipped.
Dad, you're home early.
That disgusting music. Here, give me that.
What are you going to do with my record? Dad, don't smash it. Don't.
Where did you get this infernal machine?
It was given to me by... Somebody gave it to me.
Give it to me.
No.
I said give it to me.
Oh, all right.
I'll put this where you'll never use it again. A fine thing a child as slow-witted as you wasting time listening to a phonograph when you should be studying, trying to catch up with your class.
Don't worry, I'll get by.
What's that?
I said don't worry. I'll get by.
I'll attend to you later, young man. You stay in your room.
After this incident, Billy turned even more completely to the gang. Not only did they accept him as one of their own, they had a makeshift clubhouse where a boy could forget his own unhappy home, and in it was a phonograph. Every kid in the gang loved the latest hot records, and they'd play them over and over as soon as somebody would steal them from a record shop. And that, by the way, leads to young Billy's downfall.
Well, he was caught stealing phonograph records?
Well, yes and no, Mr. DeWitt. One evening, Billy succeeded in outwitting his parents with the excuse of having to go to the public library nearby for schoolwork. Instead, he met 3 other members of his gang, 2 boys and a girl. The objective of the night was burglary. The store was the Peerless Music Center, not far from the home neighborhood and well cased by the young delinquent. From the alley, they made their way to a side window. Like hardened criminals, they jimmied the window quickly and made their way inside the store. The cheap strongbox was easy enough to find and easy to carry, but opening it was quite another matter. While the 2 older boys struggled with the cash box, Billy and the girl inspected the music store. Billy spied a stack of new LP recordings, slipped a few choice items underneath his jacket. Something to please the gang, he thought. Something to make them proud of me. Finally, a splash of yellow light from the front window fell on the 4 of them. The night policeman making his rounds. They scrambled to their feet. The oldest boy tucked the metal box under his arm and gave the order to run and separate. They ran.
Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Billy Stone ran all the way home, then paused outside to catch his breath before entering, fearful of causing suspicion. Then he went in and headed straight for his room and his bed. His mother, ill as she was so frequently, lay asleep in her room. Billy's father, by himself with his books as always, heard the boy enter and was content with that. Billy was frightened. He lay there in the dark, half expecting to see a policeman enter his bedroom, tense for the ring of the doorbell. But it didn't happen until the following morning, a Saturday.
Are you Mr. Carl Stone?
Yes, officer.
You have a son, Billy Stone?
That's right. What's he done, officer?
I wonder if I could see him, sir.
I'll get him, officer. What's he done?
Well, there's been a burglary in the neighborhood, sir. We only know he's been seen with a bad bunch of kids. I'd like to question him, please.
Certainly. I'll go get him right away, officer.
The police officer questioned Billy at length about his friends and his activities of the night before, but he learned little. It was incredible that a 13-year-old child could be so steeped in the code of the criminal. But the officer wasn't taken in. He knew his juvenile delinquents, and so he took steps to double-check Billy's story.
Billy, I found these phonograph records in your room. Where did you get them, son?
Well, tell the officer, or I'll...
Take it easy, sir. Billy, where did you get these records?
A friend gave them to me.
I see. When did this friend give them to you?
Well, I think it was about a month ago.
Who was this friend, son?
Well, I don't know. It was Charlie. Charlie Smith.
You're lying. You don't know any Charlie Smith.
How do you know? You don't know any of my friends, Dad. You don't know anything about me.
I'm sorry, Billy, but these records aren't a month old. They have the Peerless Music Center stamp on the back of the album. You see, they were taken from the Peerless Music Center last night, weren't they, son?
Well, speak up, answer the officer.
Billy, you're going to have to come with me.
I suppose you're taking him to the police station.
No, sir. I'll take him to the juvenile detention home intake.
The juvenile detention home intake is part of the juvenile court building, and there the treatment for Billy's affliction began. Not punishment, mind you, but treatment. These are friendly, well-trained social workers who toil only for Billy's betterment in a quiet, confidential way at all times. Knowing the information won't be used against him, Billy makes a clean breast of the burglary, as well as his earlier escapades.
Well, then the precinct captain was wrong when he warned Billy's mother about the authorities giving Billy a police record. Is that right, Mr. Dayton?
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Stone made another mistake trying to enlist the precinct captain's aid again in Billy's case. The family court doesn't respect that kind of interference.
I certainly can see why.
Well, the following day, Billy was scheduled to appear before the complaint department of the juvenile court. His parents were notified and were asked to appear with him before the staff of social workers making the initial determination of the case. That was when they asked me to represent them. As you might have expected, the father preached and the mother sympathized, and never once did the two get on common ground. As the staff of social workers listened, they got the complete picture of Billy's life, and they prepared to make their initial determination of the case.
Oh, the social workers make the original decision?
Yes, Mr. DeWitt. They have 4 alternatives. One is filing a petition alleging incorrigibility and setting a court date, in which case the youngster is returned to the detention home.
I see.
A second possibility is that a complaint can be taken. That is, a record made of the offense and turned over to a probation officer who later checks with the family on the child's behavior.
Yes.
In this case, the child goes home with his parents.
Mm-hmm.
A third method is the making of a letter file in the complaint department. It's not referred to a probation officer, and the youngster, of course, is released immediately.
Yes.
The fourth possibility is rare, and that's where the case is dismissed and no further action taken.
Well, what happened in the Billy Stone case?
Well, Billy's past record was largely in his favor, but the seriousness of breaking and entering and burglary was sufficient to warrant a court appearance.
Yes.
A date was set, and Billy was returned to the detention home, but only overnight. The next day, the court referee considered his case and released Billy to his parents.
And then I suppose nothing happened until the day of the court appearance.
On the contrary, quite a great deal happened. A probation officer visited the Stone family and Billy and put together a thorough social history on each of them. She learned about their backgrounds, their personalities and attitudes, their family relationships, everything that had any bearing on Billy's habits, emotions, and tensions.
Yes.
It was obvious that the unrelenting and domineering attitude of Carl Stone was the one major factor in Billy's feeling of insecurity and inferiority.
Mm-hmm.
All this he could forget when he was with the gang, where he was an equal, as long as he kept their rules. Before the probation officer concluded her interviews with the Stones, each of them made rather revealing statements about their plans for the future.
I feel that I've let my own emotions run away with me at Billy's expense. I think if I spend less time in bed worrying about my own troubles and ailments and more time counseling Billy and offering him constructive guidance, well, I'm sure he'll have no more problems he can't bring home.
Well, I can't stand by and see Billy bring more shame on the good name of Stone. Maybe I can do something. I'll try to extend myself a little in an attempt to understand the boy. I'll give you my word on that.
I know I've done wrong, sir. And honest, it isn't fun stealing and things like that. The fun is just belonging to the gang. I think most of the kids feel the same way. After a while, you get the idea that you can't stop it. I think if they all had a chance to start over, they'd be pretty good kids.
And what about you, Billy?
You can count on me, ma'am. I've learned my lesson, and I'm going to mind my parents and behave from now on. I won't be getting into trouble again, ma'am.
The probation officer took a favorable view of the future as she prepared her report for the family court judge. Billy's father remained a psychological stumbling block, but the renewed determination of his mother, coupled with Billy's healthier attitude, promised real hope.
Well, when did the court hearing take place, Mr. Dayton?
About 4 weeks after the original appearance in the complaint department.
I see.
Before that, however, the state's attorney's office has the right to demand that a case involving a crime, as Billy's did, be turned over to the grand jury for action.
You mean he could be prosecuted as a criminal?
Yes, the courts have held that our law on juvenile delinquency does not prohibit criminal prosecution. But there are quite a few ifs in that, Mr. DeWitt. First of all, if the child is under 10 years of age, he's presumed to lack criminal capacity and can only be proceeded against as a delinquent.
I see.
If he's between 10 and 14, criminal prosecution is possible only at the state's attorney's discretion.
Mm-hmm.
And if the state's attorney can prove the child knows the difference between right and wrong.
And Billy wasn't quite 14.
That's right. And the state's attorney's office decided against criminal prosecution. So the family court proceeding took place as scheduled, again with no reporters or spectators present.
Mm-hmm.
I was there again purely as legal counsel for the Stones to help explain any technicalities that might not be completely clear to them. The police officer who had apprehended Billy read the charge to the judge of the family court.
Billy, are the facts exactly as the officer read them?
Yes, sir. That's all true.
All right. Then I think we'll ask you a few questions, Billy, and then a few questions of your parents.
Patiently and thoughtfully, the judge questioned the boy, learned his opinions and attitudes, then turned to his parents for further comments. Previously, he had studied Billy's complete file, including the case histories prepared by the social workers. The court asked for the recommendations of the probation officer. The probation officer felt that domestic discord and failure to respect and attend to the boy's emotional needs had been important factors leading toward his delinquency. She had obtained promises of a much improved home life from Billy's mother, important concessions from his father, and Billy's own word that he would leave his gang activities and seriously work at a healthy, worthwhile life. His recommendation was against commitment to a treatment agency at this time. He believed Billy belonged in his own home, if it was improved, as promised. The judge heard several others connected with the case, and finally presented his own recommendations. He recognized Billy's good reputation up until recent developments, but he sternly warned him where his present path might lead if he continued to follow it. He emphasized the need of respect for the property of others, and you could see that Billy understood.
What about Billy's father in this picture?
The judge had a message for Billy's parents, of course, and an especially harsh one for Carl Stone.
Carl Stone, it is neither the duty nor the wish of the family court to involve itself with the normal relationship of families or of one member of a family with another. But when such actions lead to antisocial developments, we must interfere and, if necessary, take action. Now, there's little doubt in my mind that your unfeeling attitude of smugness and actual hostility toward your son, your unwillingness to build and preserve a happy home life, have been prime causes for his downfall. There's nothing in his past record or in his educational tests that show the subnormal intelligence you claim. I'm going to send Billy home with you and Mrs. Stone. In 6 months, I want you to appear here in court again. Meanwhile, the probation officer will call on you once a month. If this boy of yours doesn't find the security and recognition necessary to keep a growing young fellow off the streets and away from destructive gangs, then not only will Billy answer to me, but you, Carl Stone, will answer to me in full. Is that clear to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Cases of this type are rarely dismissed completely, Mr. DeWitt. However, there were 2 other alternatives for the judge. He could have committed Billy to the newly organized Illinois Youth Commission for further study of his case and possible commitment to the Illinois Training School at St. Charles. Or he might have referred Billy to a special school or farm for a period of time with Billy's parents paying the cost.
Well, did his decision to send Billy home work out?
Yes, it did, Mr. DeWitt. Billy straightened out wonderfully, and most of the thanks goes to Mrs. Stone, who had developed his home life and training. Carl Stone's only contribution has been to halt his domineering attitude toward the boy and his mother. His company has put him on the road, and I suppose you might say his absence from the scene has been helpful in a negative sort of way.
Well, the important thing is that Billy Stone is back on the right path.
Exactly, Mr. DeWitt. And Illinois' intelligent approach to the treatment of their young wards can be thanked to a large extent. While it's true there is quite a maze of laws, courts, and institutions, the new Illinois Youth Commission has greatly improved the situation. It's good to know that in our state, the constant aim today is true justice for our juveniles.
Now here to comment on today's story is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
In addition to the immediate threat of delinquency to society, there is still another danger which most youngsters do not realize. That is his future. Many times a chance to succeed in a trade, business, or profession can explode overnight when your childhood record comes back to haunt you. That is the reason why family court proceedings in delinquency cases are not recorded. That is also the reason why it is important to hire a lawyer if your child is involved in legal trouble. He can offer good counsel that may well prevent future occupational tragedies. If you do not know a lawyer, get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association offers, as a public service, a lawyer reference service which will refer you to an attorney. In addition to this, the Chicago Bar Association has a special committee on juvenile delinquency and adolescent offenders, whose purpose is to keep an ever-watchful eye on legislation and administration of justice pertaining to juveniles. May I point out, as always, that the legal points in today's story were based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. I must remind you, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in our story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. With this afternoon's story, our Case Dismissed series comes to a close. We hope that these programs on your legal rights and how to protect them have been helpful and enjoyable to you. Until next we meet, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. Case Dismissed has been written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious, and any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Gretchen Thomas, Stanley Gordon, Jack Lester, Harry Elders, Carlton Cadell, and Jerry Garvey. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction is by Herbert Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Dan Hozak. This is Lee Bennett speaking on behalf of the Chicago Bar Association and station WMAQ, thanking you for listening to our broadcast and for your letters and comments about the series. We hope you'll join us again next fall when we hope to bring you more stories about your legal rights on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
You pay up, Olafson. Or you shut up.
Not another nickel. Not another nickel.
I'll throw you two out of here. I warn you, I'm going to throw you out of this house.
From unfriendliness to an eviction notice in less than a month. Has this tenant's legal problem grown too serious to end in Case Dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today, you meet a young man who knows plenty about electronics, but not quite enough about the law.
I suppose you might say the seeds of our trouble were planted long ago, but they took a long time in blooming. It began one Friday afternoon. I came home from the shop, my arms loaded down with a high-fidelity amplifier I'd built and a brand-new loudspeaker. I started up the stairs to our second-floor apartment when suddenly... Oh, God, it's that blasted stair.
You fell down?
No, Joe, I always do this when I come upstairs. Keeps me in trim.
Did you hurt yourself, Abe?
I don't know yet. All the precincts haven't reported.
But what happened?
You know doggone well what happened, Joe. Look at the carpeting on that stair. Any wonder I went down?
Oh, yeah, so it is. I'm sorry, Abe. I should fix that right away.
Oh, why don't you wait a while, Joe? Next time it might kill me.
Oh, now, you don't have to get nasty about it, Eb. I told you I'm sorry, and I'll attend to it.
Yeah, you'll attend to it, like you attend to everything else in this three-story rat trap of yours. The heat, the hot water. Yeah, and that crummy sink of ours upstairs. 2 years you've been promising to fix it up.
Now, look, Ev, I'm doing the best I can. I've got just so much money, and that's all. Now, when I can see my way clear...
when you can see your way clear, you'll probably buy yourself another building instead of fixing this one up.
You've been working too hard, Ev. You better go and take a cold shower.
Huh? What other kind could I get in this dump?
That's all I'm going to listen to till you cool off, Mr. Olafson.
Well, it'll be a cold day, all right, Mr. Mitchell. Walk out on me, will you? We'll see about that, Mr. Mitchell. Probably smashed all this amplifier stuff and this speaker. Yes, sir, Mr. Mitchell, if any of this valuable equipment is broken, I'm going to send you a nice big bill. No, sir, no landlord's going to go around tripping me on the stairs and get away with it. No, sir, not even Mr. Joe Mitchell.
Yeah, for goodness sake, what are you trying to do, knock the door down?
When you got both arms loaded, you got to knock with your knee.
Oh, you're ahead. What on earth were you mumbling and grumbling about out there?
I fell down the stairs, Lou.
Oh, stopped in for a couple of quick ones, huh?
Don't be funny.
Our friendly landlord, Joe Mitchell, tripped me.
Oh, come now, dear. You have been drinking.
Well, he might just as well have tripped me. He let that stair carpeting go till it's hanging loose. I stepped where the stair wasn't.
Oh, hon, I'm sorry. I thought you were kidding.
Yeah.
Where'd you hurt yourself?
In the pocketbook, I think. I dropped both this new hi-fi amplifier and the speaker that matches it.
That's a shame, Ev. Are you sure they're damaged?
Well, no, but as soon as we've had dinner, I'm going to hook them up and find out in a hurry. Well, this amplifier's ready to play, Lou. We'll see if that fall ruined it. Honey, will you hand me the Pines of Rome?
Any particular pine or the whole forest?
Very funny. That LP phonograph record there, the one with the Toscanini on the cover.
Well, I can't, Ev. Toscanini won't get up.
Oh, come on, Lou. I want to see if this thing's going to work or not.
Here, go ahead, Marconi.
This end part where Caesar's legions are marching down the Appian Way should be a good test.
If you say so, dear,
It's working great.
What did you say?
I said it's working great. There's nothing wrong with the outfit.
That's what you think.
What'd you say?
I said that's what you think. Does it have to be so loud?
That fall on the stairs didn't hurt either the amplifier or the speaker. Isn't that wonderful, hon?
I wonder how I can answer that and remain your wife and friend. Dear, can't you back it down to a dull roar?
Oh, sure. There's a loudness control on this amplifier. But right now, I want to test it for high-fidelity response, honey. That's why I need all the volume. Whoa, that speaker really can deliver it.
What did you say?
I said that... wait a minute. Oh, there is something wrong with the equipment.
What?
Something's wrong. Hear that clanking noise? Oh, gee, I knew that fall on the stairs would wreck this amplifier. Wasn't that a terrible noise?
Which one?
Listen close. I'll play it again.
You don't have to. For me.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Oh, there it goes again. You hear that clanking? It's terrible. Don't you hear that awful clanking noise?
Well, what is it? Caesar taking off his armor plate?
Oh, wait a minute, Lou. Oh, that's not coming out of my loudspeaker. That's coming out of the radiator.
Uh-huh. That's an old high-fidelity trick practiced by janitors and landlords.
And by tenants, too. Hand me that pair of pliers, Lou.
Oh, what are you going to do, Webb?
Two can play this game.
Oh, now, stop it, honey. Joe Mitchell has a right to complain. That was terribly noisy. There now. Let him have the last word. Huh. And they talk about women.
Oh, that landlord of ours is going too far lately.
Oh, come on now, Eb. Remember how nice he was when we moved in here 12 years ago? And the good times we've had with the two of them in the past?
Oh, sure, but the last year or so, honest, this lousy service he gives us all the time, it's beginning to get me.
Oh, just calm down, dear. Put your Pines of Rome back on and turn down the loudness wheel.
Loudness control.
Control, and just settle down in your easy chair for a nice, quiet evening.
Faucet. I can't sleep with this drip, drip, drip. Maybe this pan will stop the noise. Oh, fine. That sounds much better. Well, how about this glass bowl? Might as well try it. There. Yeah, just dandy. Noise like that could drive you out of your mind in 30 minutes. Oh, boy, the way the water's leaking around that pipe, the whole wall could go. In a minute! Well, maybe this bottle cork will do it. Maybe I can plug the end of this blamed faucet. There. Well. No drop. What do you know about that? Sleep at last. Oh, cut it out, honey. This is Saturday morning.
Get out of bed and get out there right now. You've plugged up the faucet and it's been leaking out the pipe. Come out there before the kitchen's flooded.
Oh, What are you doing up this early on Saturday, Ed?
Now, look, Joe, don't make me madder. That faucet kept me awake half the night. This morning, the kitchen threatened to float away from the house. Joe, you got to do something about that sink.
Eb, I told you before, I know it ought to be attended to, but I can't do it now. First things first, Eb. I got expenses, so get off my back, boy, okay?
With the waters rising? Not much.
Ah, look who's talking crazy. Who's been playing the radio last night so loud you could hear it in Waukee?
It wasn't the radio. It was my hi-fi phonograph, and I wasn't playing it. I was testing it. Now get back to the sink, Joe. You're dodging the issue.
No, I'm not. I'm just not going to do anything about it right now, and that's final.
You're a stubborn Dutchman.
Yeah? And you? You're a hot-headed Swede.
Well, late that day, I stopped in at Pete's place for a Saturday afternoon beer. I poured my problem into the sympathetic ear of that loyal friend and expert on all things, Pete himself. As usual, he was ready with an answer.
This is not the first time I am in touch with this situation, my friend. The solution is so simple it escapes the average citizen.
Oh, what's the pitch?
Simply hire a plumber, have this work done, see they do a good job, and send him with his bill to your stubborn landlord. What can he do?
At the time, Pete's proposal seemed like sheer brilliance. I didn't even bother to question it, but instead broached it to my good wife, Lou, that evening. She had a few objections.
That's a pretty fast deal to pull on Joe, honey. Don't you think you ought to give him a little more time to fix up that sink?
He's had time, Lou. Months of it. I'm sick and tired of waiting, holding our breath every time we walk past the sink for fear it'll fall on it.
I know, dear, but think of all the good times we've had with the Mitchells in the past 12 years. The picnics we used to have together, the weekly poker parties we used to hold up here and downstairs in their apartment. You know very well they don't come any nicer than Joe and Mary Mitchell. At least sleep on that decision tonight, hmm?
Okay, I'll sleep on it. If that crazy faucet drip will let me. Well, I managed to get a good night's sleep, and on Sunday after church, Lou and I took our dog Enid out for a stroll. When we got back, we turned Enid loose in the backyard, as we often do. It's all fenced in, and besides, she wouldn't run away, being a well-behaved young terrier. You can understand our big surprise when suddenly Enid began barking wildly. I wondered if she'd maybe lost her anti-rabies card, but Lou took more immediate action, running to the back porch.
Enid! What's the matter, Enid? Why, who's chasing... Joe! Joe Mitchell, what are you doing to our dog?
You darn little pup. Go on. Get up here. Get up here, baby.
Joe Mitchell, you put down that bat. Don't you dare hit Enid. Eb, come here, quick.
I'm not hitting your dog, Mrs. Olson, and I'm not going to. I just want her out of my yard.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
Yes, Mr. Mitchell, exactly what is going on. We asked you a year ago if we could let Enid run in the yard after a walk, and you've never objected before.
Well, I'm objecting now, Mrs. Olofsson. That dog's going to ruin my tulip bed, digging up tulips right and left.
Where? Show me where. Just one place.
Well, right over here.
Oh, for goodness sake, Joe, there aren't any tulips there. Those are cinders. She found a bone over there. Enid hasn't been near your precious tulips.
I'm not here to argue. I'm here to tell you. Keep that dog in the house or I'll report it as a public nuisance. That's all I got to say.
That idea you had, Ed, about having the sink fixed and sending the bill to Joe Mitchell?
Yes?
If you still feel like it, call the plumber right now.
I called in our neighborhood plumber, Richard Lincoln, for a look at the sink problem. It didn't surprise me after all this time when he told me the entire unit would have to be repaired. I told him to go ahead with it. 2 days later, I came from work and walked into Mr. Lincoln and the total bill.
It's $72, Mr. Olofsson. You can pay me either cash or check.
72, eh? All right, sir. Only I'm not the man to pay. You're supposed to take your bill to my landlord right downstairs, Mr. Lincoln. His name is Joe Mitchell. I'm sure he's home right now.
Are you, Mr. Joe Mitchell?
I am. What can I do for you?
I'm Richard Lincoln. My guys just finished your plumbing job upstairs there.
You what?
We had to repair that sink, Mr. Mitchell.
Repair? Who ordered this work, Mr. Lincoln?
Well, the fellow upstairs, Mr. Everett Olofsson. You know, he said I should bring you the bill.
Oh, he did, huh?
What's the matter? I make a mistake?
No, but Mr. Olofsson did. A big mistake. Get your money from him, Mr. Lincoln. You'll get none from me.
So it all came back in my lap.
Oh, I paid it all right. What choice did I have? You don't argue with 200 pounds of muscular plumber like Mr. Richard Lincoln. After he picked up his wrenches and went home, Lou had a few candid comments to make about our decision and about my source of advice. You'd think I'd have quit while I was behind, but no, I went back to Pete's place to see how much further behind the 8 ball I could crowd myself. Pete rose to the occasion as he mopped.
Okay, so it went wrong, my friend, but only for the moment.
I don't get it, Pete. I'm out $72, and you say it's not permanent?
Only until the first of the month, my friend. This is when you pay your rent to this landlord of yours?
Sure, when else?
Well, when you make out your check for your rent,
For $90. Now you know everything about me, Pete.
Yeah, for $90. But you do not make it for $90, my friend. You make it for $90 less $72, or...
$18.
Exactly, my friend.
Now, wait a minute, Pete. You mean I deduct what I paid for the sink job from the next rent payment, and the landlord's got no comeback?
Precisely. Many of my friends, faced with decorating bills, have resorted to this clever device. Why not try it, my friend?
I don't know exactly why I did it. Maybe because Pete was so insistent about us being friends. Incidentally, we aren't anymore. But that's getting ahead of the story. The first of the month rolled around, and I wrote the check for $18 instead of the usual $90. We found that Joe Mitchell had a pretty swift reaction time.
Eb, this rent check I got from you today, you made a mistake on the amount.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You see, you made it out for only $18.
That's no mistake, Joe.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's $90 rent, less $72 plumbing repairs I had to pay for you. That's $18 in my book.
You can't get away with this, Eb.
Why don't you admit you're beat, Joe? We've had this coming for a long, long time.
Well, that's not all you'll have coming unless you pay me my full month's rental.
No soap. Take it or leave it.
I won't take anything from you, Olafson, except your rent in full. Now, here's your check, and you owe me $90. All I've been getting is trouble for you people. Noisy parties abusing the house fixtures, radio blaring all night long.
Hold on, Mitchell. That's a pack of lies. And who's the guy who's been freezing us out all winter, sending up cold water, letting the dump go to rack and ruin rather than part with a stingy dime? Who's the guy who promised that he would...
pay up, Olafson, or you shut up.
Not another nickel. Not another nickel.
I'll throw you two out of here. I warn you, I'm going to throw you out of this house.
Personally, I don't think old Joe Mitchell knew what he could do to us, but I'll give him credit. He didn't waste any time finding out his rights. Apparently, he went to a lawyer the next morning because 3 days later, a bailiff visited Lou and served an eviction notice.
Landlord's 5-day notice to Everett Olafson. You are hereby notified that there is now due me the sum of $90, being rent for the premises, situated on, described as follows. Oh, this is terrible. I'm going to talk to Joe Mitchell as soon as he's home. We can't let this happen. Joe?
Well, Mrs. Olafson, what did you want?
Oh, Joe, we received this 5-day notice today. Surely you didn't mean it.
I sure did, Mrs. Olafson. Why shouldn't I? I want my rent in full. I won't settle for anything less.
But, Joe, you told me yourself one day, you said that sink really should be fixed.
I know I did, but I didn't say when or how or what I'd pay. I'm not going to have any tenant, no matter who he is, ordering repair work and then charging it off to me. I can't spare that money.
Well, I think we both have a little something to complain about of late, Joe, but isn't there some way we could get together?
There's just one way to get together, and that is to pay up that rent.
But this 5-day notice, Joe, did you have to send this? After all these years, how could you?
Well, I got to do it, Mrs. Lou.
Look, Joe, I'm sure we can straighten this out. Let me talk to my husband tonight. Oh, here's Ev coming in now.
Lou, what are you doing down here?
Well, I've been talking to Joe, dear. He sent us a 5-day notice today, but...
A 5-day notice? Notice to what?
Now, Ev, please...
Notice to pay up, that's what. Pay up that $90 rent. You still owe me, and you'll have no more trouble.
Oh, you think you're bluffing, mister?
I'm not bluffing anybody, Olafson. Pay up in 5 days, or I'm having you evicted.
I wouldn't pay the guy. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. It was just as simple as that. I tried to convince Lou that we had Joe Mitchell dead to rights, that even if he dragged us into court, he couldn't force us to pay for those repairs he should have made long ago. Well, I couldn't convince her. And as the 5 days slipped away, I discovered I wasn't completely believing myself. In fact, when the 7th day arrived, I'd lost most of my faith in whatever sense I ever had. It was the bailiff from the Municipal Court of Chicago. He handed me a summons. We were on our way toward eviction. Well, I'll admit we went to a lawyer not because I thought we needed one, but because it seemed unavoidable with an appearance in court facing us. A few minutes with attorney George Resch really opened my eyes.
Let me acquaint you with the position in which you now find yourselves, Mr. and Mrs. Olson. Your landlord's lawyer has filed a lawsuit against you asking for judgment for possession of the premises where you reside.
In other words, eviction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
But he really can't do it, can he, Mr. Resch? I mean, on these grounds?
He couldn't have much better grounds, Mr. Olson. Even during rent control, non-payment of rent was grounds for quick eviction.
Oh, my, this is terrible.
But doesn't the fact Joe Mitchell owes me money I paid for repairs, doesn't that condition change the situation?
No, sir. Unless otherwise agreed in advance, the obligation of a tenant to pay rent is not conditioned upon performance by the landlord of his obligations. The tenant must pay his rent in all events.
Let's have that again.
In your case, you have no right to deduct the cost of repairs from the amount you owe for rent.
Oh. Isn't there any way I can get my money back for the repair?
Mr. Olofsson, the landlord is not liable for payment of repairs unless he definitely authorizes them. But if he promised you that he would repair the sink, you may possibly have a claim against him for breach of his agreement. However, that won't stop him evicting you.
Well, hon, I guess we'd better start hunting for a new home.
It won't be easy to match this one, even with the bad service we've been getting lately.
And having the dog won't make our task any easier.
It'll be hard leaving the old neighbors. 12 years. We've enjoyed living there very much, Mr. Resch.
Sure that you have. From what you told me, Mrs. Olson, I gathered until recently you were on good terms with your landlord and his wife.
Yes. Until about a year ago when we started, you might say, bickering over little things.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll hold out no promises because you've really allowed this situation to go far past the point where a lawyer could give you much material help. However, there is one possibility which I'll get to work on right away. Until we go to court, perhaps you would be wise to look about for a new residence.
Step up, gentlemen. Your case has been called. Court will now hear the case of Joseph Mitchell, plaintiff, versus Everett Olofsson, defendant. The court recognizes Mr. Grogan, counsel for the plaintiff.
Your Honor, I think we may be able to work out an agreed order. Mr. Resch, I wish to ask the court to hold this case.
All right. Call the next case.
Will you follow me out here into the hallway, please, Mr. Mitchell?
This way, Mr. and Mrs. Olson.
All right with you, Mr. Resch.
Ev, is this what they call settling a case out of court?
Yeah, but don't count on it, hon. Depends on how far old Joe Mitchell will back down.
What about old Ev Olofsson?
Yeah, don't worry about me. I'll cooperate.
Folks, this seems like a fairly quiet corner of the hallway. All set? Now, Mr. Resch and I have reached the conclusion that there's the possibility of reaching a settlement here without going to trial.
Yes, it seems to us that both sides have expressed interest in returning to the former relationship to avoid needless expense from litigation, as well as from house hunting and house renting. Concessions will have to be made, of course. What suggestions can you make, Mr. Olofsson?
Well, I'll freely admit I pulled a stupid trick trying to force Mr. Mitchell into paying for those repairs, even though they were needed.
And I think we can also admit we haven't been quite the model tenants we used to be, especially during the last year. I'm sure we could have taken better care of some of the premises and been a little quieter at times. I don't know. I guess it just grew as the service from Mr. Mitchell fell off.
Do you have anything to add to this, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, yes, I guess I do. You know, we and the Olofssons used to get along real fine. Then we kind of drifted to new friends there for a while, and, well, after Mary took sick, it never was the same. She's been pretty ill.
Well, I hadn't realized.
At any rate, we never did get back together again. I sure know I've let the building get run down in the last year. Well, just kind of lost interest, I guess. And money's been tight, too. I honestly couldn't afford some of those repairs. I've had a lot of medical bills. Still, that's no excuse for making the Olofssons miserable.
Oh, wait a minute. Knowing a few facts now, I'll carry that repair bill myself.
Oh, no, sir. That's not right either. I just wish I could have covered it myself, but I just don't have it.
Well, as counsel for the plaintiff, let me suggest this. Suppose Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Olafson share that repair cost equally.
And in return for which we may assume plaintiff will ask court to dismiss the case?
Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. That's a square deal.
How do you feel, Mr. and Mrs. Olafson?
Fine. I'm all for it.
Oh, yes, I am, too.
Mr. Resch and I are glad you've reached this conclusion. Now let's return to court and report your decision to the judge.
The court understands that the parties have reached a mutually satisfactory compromise, and that plaintiff no longer seeks judgment for possession of his property. The court approves. Case dismissed.
Well, Mr. Resch, we're certainly grateful to you and Mr. Grogan for saving us a lot of money and trouble.
Yes, and saving our happy home, too. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure for both of us, I'm sure. We'd be delighted if more cases would end this way.
Well, I've learned my lesson. If I'm ever in doubt about my rights again, I'm sure that I'll know what... Hey, there goes Joe Mitchell. He's walking. Hey, excuse me. Hey, Joe! Hey, Joe, you want a ride?
Isn't that just like a man, Mr. Resch? One day he can't say a kind word about that guy Mitchell. Next day he's chasing after good old Joe to offer him a ride home.
Well, I won't say it's just like a man, Mrs. Olafson, but it certainly sounds a lot like an American. I remember a very good quotation that seems to fit the situation. There's only one thing we Americans take more pride in than knocking down an enemy. That's setting him up again.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
Landlord and tenant cases are among the most common types to reach our courts. Seldom do they reach as happy an ending as in today's story, but many times they do develop from small annoyances into large and bitter lawsuits. Knowing your rights as landlord or as tenant is the only way to avoid long legal snarls and needless expense. Here again, seeing a lawyer early and practicing preventive law is the secret for staying out of court. Above all, do not make the mistake of thinking legal counsel is not available to you for any reason. The services of the Legal Aid Bureau of United Charities are made available to those of limited means and for those whose income exceeds the limit for the Legal Aid Bureau but who do not know a lawyer. The Chicago Bar Association, as a public service, maintains a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. I want to remind you again that the legal points in tonight's story were based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will look into the legal problems of your rights when arrested on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. For plain answers to common questions about you and the law, remember to write for your free booklet entitled Meet Your Lawyer. Address your request to the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious, and any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Norma Ransom, Jack Lester, Kurt Kupfer, William Green, Harry Elders, and Carlton Cadell. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction by Herbert Loteau. Music effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Whittaberry. This is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at the same time when we'll bring you a story about your legal rights when arrested on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
You mean to say just because my wife and I signed a simple little memo, we've lost $2,000 and we're stuck with a $16,500 home we don't even want?
A young man and his wife have failed to use caution in the most important financial venture of a lifetime. It's too late to have their case dismissed. WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Our story begins in a law office, belatedly.
Oh, for goodness sake, Bob, stop pacing back and forth. Anybody'd think it was your office.
Well, it isn't. I don't know why I'm here in the first place. I always swore I wouldn't be caught dead in a lawyer's office.
Now stop it, Bob. We're here because we're in trouble, and the only way
You're
we're
telling
going
me we're in trouble. Compared to us, Job was a light-hearted playboy. $2,000 stolen right out of our innocent little hands without...
Bob, we just have to get it back.
Well, who was it wanted that house so bad we couldn't wait?
Robert? Who was it wouldn't think of paying a lawyer?
Well, if we'd never gone out looking for a house...
We didn't have any choice, and you never... Come on now. Just sit down. The lawyer's coming back. Let's be quiet now.
Okay.
Hello. I'm Randolph Ross. You must be Mr. and Mrs. Thomas.
Glad to know you, Mr. Ross. I'm Bob Thomas, and this is my wife, Virginia.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Ross.
Sit down, won't you, Mrs. Thomas?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
From your phone conversation, I gather you're involved in real estate difficulties.
Oh, yes.
That's putting it mildly.
Well, perhaps you'd better tell me how it all started, Mr. Thomas.
All right. Actually, it began a week ago Saturday when our landlord served notice on us that we'd have to vacate our apartment on the near north side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a commercial artist. Ginny and I have 2 children. Mike is 10 and Linda's 7.
And you know how difficult it is finding apartments with 2 youngsters, Mr. Ross.
Yes, I understand it's still very difficult. Now, what was your landlord's reason?
Son and family want our apartment.
Yeah, a phony story if I ever heard one. If we'd wanted to fight this, I bet we could have.
On what grounds, Mr. Thomas?
Well, one of the boys at the office told me the son has to be a returning veteran or he can't throw us out.
Well, for your sake, Mr. Thomas, I'm glad you didn't follow that advice.
Why not?
For quite a while now, a landlord in this city may legally ask tenants to vacate for any reason. Of course, that's where there's no lease. The government service in itself has never been a factor.
You see? Just like I said, Jenny, lawyers.
Now, Bob, just calm down. Mr. Ross should know.
I'd be interested to know what you meant by that, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, well, nothing. Only it always seems to me you lawyers are always on the side of the landlords and the big shots and like that.
Mr. Thomas, you are wrong, of course. But I wouldn't think of imposing my prejudices on you. You didn't have to come to me, you know. And I suggest that feeling as you do, it might be wise...
Oh, no, Mr. Ross. Bob's just upset. He didn't mean that. Did you, Bob?
Well, no, I didn't really, Mr. Ross. I'm sorry. I just can't get over this dirty deal they put over on us.
Well, perhaps if you'd submerge your emotions for a few moments, we could get to the crux of your situation and discover just how much they've put over on you, as you put it.
Okay. Well, knowing our time was limited in this apartment, we went over the Sunday classified ads with a fine-tooth comb.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at the apartments for rent.
And I went through the suburban homes for sale.
Hey, this one sounds good, Jenny. Modern 5-room near lake, 10 minutes from Loop, 4 blocks to schools and parks, $185 a month. Children okay?
Children okay.
Oh.
How nice. Life can go on because children are okay.
Well, you know what they mean.
Unfortunately, I do. 4 blocks to school, parks, and all the pavement to play on their little hearts could ever desire.
You're being bitter, Ginny.
Oh, Mike and Linda ought to have the chance to grow up in the country, Bob, out in the nice, clean air. And now that we're really forced to move, let's make the big jump.
Well, I don't know, honey.
Oh, come on now. What have we got to lose?
Answer, exactly $4,500 cash. Care to look at our savings book?
No. Let's look at this, Bob. Glenwood Heights, 35 minutes from the Loop. Lovely 7-room, 3-bedroom colonial residence. Attached garage, large porch, kitchen, dining room, large living room. And listen to this, dear.
Oh.
Extra room upstairs with skylights suitable for studio.
Hey, how about that?
Near fine public schools, churches, fast railroad transportation, Very large yard. Beautiful. Oh, Bob, isn't this a wonderful setting?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on now, admit it. Just look at that line of stately pine trees. Oh, and that long, unobstructed view across the meadow there.
For some reason, I've learned to love the line of stately old elevated girders and the short, unobstructed walk to the office.
Goofy. Come on, let's walk around the house. Mr. Wardman and the Odom was in Florida, so nobody will mind.
Okay, but I mind. And not being in Florida, I mean.
Gee, they've had more snow out here.
Oh, nothing a 10-ton snowplow won't clear away.
Very funny. Can't you say something optimistic?
I admit this place looks pretty nice, honey. And this is the worst season to look at it, too.
Oh, it is wonderful, isn't it, dear? Oh, and just look at this wide backyard.
Seems to go on way past the garage.
And look at all that playground equipment set up over there.
Pretty permanent looking, too, like a regular kid's playground.
Golly, won't Mike and Linda love it?
Assuming we buy it.
Well,
Okay, so I'm weakening.
Bob, do you see what I see?
Where?
Right over there.
A greenhouse. Yeah, I guess it is. A small greenhouse.
I never dreamed we'd run into anything like... Oh, Bob, just imagine being able to grow flowers all through the winter.
Myself, I'm no Luther Burbank, but I know what flowers mean to you, honey. And incidentally, I'm not at all unhappy about this view back here. It's natural for painting landscapes.
Oh, it is. It's just perfectly marvelous here. Say, Bob, there are all sorts of wonderful garden tools in this little tool shed. How much do you think this would cost you?
I don't know. I sure wish that fellow Wardman would show up and tell us. What I know about buying a house, well, just don't let Mr. Wardman know.
Oh, I don't know, dear. After all, a real estate man represents the buyer as well as the seller, doesn't he?
I suppose so. Anyway, I wish he'd get here so we can look inside and get the price. Say, wait a minute. You're supposed to be the eager beaver. Well, Mr. Wardman, we'd certainly like to have the bad news about the price of this house.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, don't deny me the pleasure of holding out my big surprise until the very last. Let me show you through the rooms first.
Well, all right, Mr. Wardman.
But that big surprise better not be too big, Mr. Wardman, if you know what I mean.
Honey, these bedrooms for the children are simply wonderful.
The master bedroom is pretty great, too.
Oh, especially compared to the tiny little bedroom we have now.
Here, a man could actually enjoy sleeping late on Saturday morning.
Yes, sir, and may I say you'll equally enjoy big crackling fires down here on Saturday nights.
Oh, Bob, what a lovely living room.
A nice-looking fireplace, all right. Yeah, seems to be a crack down there in the floor near the base of it. So.
Oh. Yeah, well, that's nothing, of course, Mr. Thomas. We'll be happy to putty it up for you.
No, leave it alone. Really, it kind of adds to the charm of the fireplace.
Bob, you're being silly.
No, I mean it. It kind of gives the house that lived-in look.
That's a fine coal furnace converted to an equally fine oil-burning unit, Mr. Thomas. Extremely efficient heating, I might add. Quite inexpensive.
Good. I'm a great guy for saving money.
Well, I somehow sensed you were, Mr. Thomas. And that's why the price here will delight you.
And you won't tell us till later, Mr. Wardman?
No, Mrs. Thomas, I won't. But I will tell you this much, so you can be prepared for the pleasant surprise. Your nearest neighbor's home is in the $30,000 bracket.
Shall we leave quietly, dear?
No, please don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Thomas. By the way, wouldn't this basement make an excellent recreation room?
I think we'll use all of it for a laundry, Mr. Wardman. If the house costs what I suspect, my wife will be taking in washing.
Well, here we are, folks. End of the tour. Right in the spacious living room I hope that you'll be going to call your own before long.
Well, you certainly time your tours very effectively, Mr. Wardman. Just look out through that picture window, Bob.
Brother, what a sunset.
Just one of those little extras I always throw in, Mrs. Thomas. Seriously, folks, I know I don't have to sell you with the sunsets and the peace and quiet and the gracious country living. Somehow I detect that you already know how to appreciate them.
Yes, we both grew up in the country, Mr. Wardman. In Wisconsin.
I still have a little farm up there, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? Wisconsin. That's interesting. Shall we drive back to my office now and discuss how soon you'll start really living here in Illinois? Now then, folks, what do you honestly think that fine house will cost you?
Why, I don't know. All I can figure is that it's beyond our price. What would you guess, honey?
Well, I don't have any idea, really. But you said the nearest house was in the $30,000 bracket, Mr. Wardman. It didn't look much better when we passed it. Would you think about $25,000, dear?
Gee, well, yes, I imagine about that. Maybe even a little more.
I suspect you folks know more about current home prices than you let on.
Really? 25,000, eh? I'm sorry, Mr. Wardman, that lets us out of the picture.
Oh, yes. We couldn't possibly finance anything like that.
Now, hold on, folks. Wait a minute. We were talking about the value, not the asking price. I said you were right, and you were. But it just so happens that we have some extenuating circumstances involved in this sale. In fact, I don't think you can afford not to buy it at $16,500.
$16,500?
Oh, now, Mr. Wardman.
I know it's unbelievable, friends, but there's a good reason for this ridiculous price. The seller, as I told you, is in Florida. Now, he's in great need of immediate cash for one of his promotions down there. Now, if this were spring, he could get the full value of this fine home, but, well, unfortunately, houses move slowly this time of the year, and he can't wait. His loss, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, is your gain. A tremendous gain.
That's pretty plain.
It seems too bad.
Yes, well, that's business for you, Mrs. Thomas.
Well, what do you think, honey?
I haven't a doubt about it, dear.
Naturally, folks.
Of course, now, there's no point in making up our minds tonight, and it's always wise to sleep on any big decision like
Excuse me, Mrs. Thomas, but I'm afraid... Well, please forget it. I certainly don't want to appear to be using undue influence on any of my clients.
You mean we have competition?
All right. I'll be very frank with you, because, well, I like you two young people. 3 other couples saw it and were very enthusiastic about it before you called. And I expect another party to go through it for a second look tonight.
Boy, this could be quite a dogfight.
Well, it wouldn't be fair to use this as pressure on you, Mr. Thomas. Not fair at all. That's not the way I operate. As a matter of fact, nothing at all may happen tonight.
But a house valued at $25,000 going for $16,500. Bob, we're both convinced about that house, aren't we?
Sure. We looked it over pretty carefully, and it fits our needs to a T. What do you think?
Why don't we call a lawyer and go ahead and sign it tonight, dear?
I'm for it, honey. Only, well, why the lawyer?
Well, I've read somewhere that you shouldn't try to buy or build a house without having the aid of a lawyer.
Well, I'd just like to save as many legal fees as possible, hon. This house will cost enough anyway. We'll have to cut some corners.
Yes, but you don't understand all that gobbledygook language in real estate contracts and so forth, do you?
No, but that all comes later on, doesn't it, Mr. Boardman?
Certainly. All you have to sign tonight is a memo. Just a little binder to protect you against others who might decide to buy it.
Any gobbledygook words in there, Mr. Boardman?
No, sir, none at all, I assure you, Mr. Thomas. Yes, it will take no lawyer to understand this simple standard form that I have here. You see? You can decide about a lawyer for the later papers as you wish. However, it may ease your minds to know that I have sold many millions of dollars worth of real estate in my time, and I've never once had a kickback of any sort.
Well, I'm ready to sign.
I guess I am too, Mr. Warden.
Good. Now, there is just one term that may be slightly strange to you at that. I mean the earnest money.
Oh, I'm not quite that out of touch, Mr. Wardman. That's the money we deposit with you, indicating our willingness to go ahead with the transaction.
That's right.
Clever boy. Maybe we don't need a lawyer after all.
You can go about arranging the mortgage with your bank as well as making your full down payment later. Tonight, all we need is your earnest money.
I'll make a check, Mr. Wardman. What's the usual amount?
Oh, 10 to 15% is all right, I'm sure. Why not write it out for, say, $2,000?
This is the Robert Thomas residence.
Mrs. Thomas?
Speaking.
Mrs. Thomas, this is Morgan at the bank.
Oh, yes.
About the requested $12,000 mortgage on your home.
Yes, is everything all right?
Mrs. Thomas, I've inspected the home and premises today, and I've assessed the total valuation at $13,500.
But there must be some mistake.
I regret to inform you, Mrs. Thomas, the very best mortgage the mayor can extend to you is $9,000. Not a cent more. dreadful. I can't understand the bank letting you down that way. What do you propose to do, Mr. Thomas?
Well, Mr. Wardman, I'm awfully sorry we caused you so much trouble, and I hope you didn't lose any other prospects, but I'm afraid we'll just have to kind of cancel out and ask you to return our earnest money.
But, my dear Mr. Thomas, that's quite impossible.
Impossible?
Yes, indeed. You see, I've already taken my commission from the earnest money. That became due to me when I successfully found a buyer for the seller I represent.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Wardman. We never spelled out all the words of this deal and signed a contract.
Young man, while it is perfectly true that we never reached the stage of spelling out all the words, the minute you signed that little memo to bind the bargain, you and your wife definitely signed a legal contract. River National Bank. Mr. Morgan speaking.
Well, Mr. Morgan, this is Bob Thomas. I'd like to find out just why that house is worth so much less than we figured. Do you have time to show me the defects?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Thomas.
Great. I'll meet you at the house in just an hour.
A hollow sound in this basement floor indicates one of two possibilities. Either the slab is thin in spots, or what's worse, the ground underneath is settled away, leaving it unsupported.
Man, that could mean a whole new floor sometime.
Yes. Now, I'll wager you didn't look inside the furnace at all.
What? No. As a matter of fact, Mr. Wardman said it was a fine coal furnace with a fine oil conversion unit.
True, to an extent. But look inside the furnace with this flashlight.
Hey, these grates look like junk.
The firebrick lining is worse. You have a new heating plant in your future. Come upstairs now.
Well, here I can say I actually saw a defect, Mr. Morgan. This crack in the floor near the fireplace, but I imagine that's pretty trivial.
It could be, but unfortunately it isn't. I checked closely, and it seems the chimney is settling. In an old house, you can repair it once and for all, but in a fairly new house like this one, it can give you constant trouble. We'll go outside now and wind up the inspection. That hollow sound indicates the siding is nailed right to the studding, without any sheathing.
Bad construction all through?
Let's say cheap construction. That's closer to it. Here, take this knife and chip at some mortar in some of those masonry joints, Mr. Thomas.
Real powdery, just crumbles away. Hey, I've had enough. I know why you put a $13,500 valuation on this property.
Just one more item, Mr. Thomas.
Huh?
You mentioned the excellent view you have from this picture window.
Yeah, that sunset is about the only good point left.
But not after April, Mr. Thomas.
How come?
Next spring, an extremely low-priced housing project goes up between you and the sunset.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Thomas, good to see you again. Are your financial troubles all straightened out now?
No, Mr. Wardman, and they won't be until you give back that $2,000 earnest money.
But I told you, Mr. Thomas, that's absolutely impossible.
But we're not going to take the house, Mr. Wardman. We can't raise the additional money. And besides, we just don't want it now.
What my wife is trying to be nice about is the fact that you deliberately misrepresented the value of that house, Mr. Wardman.
Misrepresented? Why, I'm sure you must be mistaken, young man. I never misrepresent.
You said it was valued at $25,000.
Mr. Thomas, I'm sure I never made such a statement of value.
Well, you certainly indicated it was worth it. Naturally, we assumed we could get at least a $12,000 mortgage.
I'm afraid you assumed yourself into this problem, Mr. Thomas. Please don't blame me.
Oh, why shouldn't I blame you for so neatly representing this as a first-class house when much of it is cheaply and poorly put together?
Yes, and talking about the wonderful view when you knew all the time a housing project's going up there next spring.
I knew of no such thing.
Well, I know something. I know that's the last money that'll go into this phony deal, contract or no contract.
For your sake, Mr. Thomas, I hope you won't be rash. My party not only can, but will enforce the contract you signed. It's perfectly legal and binding. Now, I hope that you won't force him into court for a judgment against you.
There's the story of our smart real estate venture, Mr. Ross. Now, where do we stand?
On very shaky legal ground, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, I was afraid of this.
So can this Wardman actually keep our $2,000?
Yes. His commission becomes due and payable the minute he succeeds in producing a buyer ready, willing, and able.
But we're not able. Not since we discovered the house won't take a $12,000 mortgage.
You should have thought of that possibility before you signed the contract, Mr. Thomas. If you expect to borrow a part of the purchase price,
proper provision should be made in the contract for return of your earnest money in the event you're unable to obtain the loan of money needed.
But it was just that simple little paper, a memo, he called it. And Wardman said the contract would come later.
Memo, bid, offer to buy, it can go by a variety of names, Mr. Thomas. And it can look as simple as an IOU. But when you sign to buy a house, that paper may become a binding contract, establishing many of your important rights and obligations in the transaction to follow. Well, this is true even if a second paper called a contract is signed later on.
Well, what other things should be in the first paper, Mr. Ross?
Several terms should be definitely established, Mrs. Thomas. For instance, the date of possession. Many buyers have the idea that ownership gives them immediate possession. Then they have to wait a long time to get in.
And we have only 60 days to vacate our apartment. What if the owner wouldn't leave this house right away?
That's right. Other terms that should be in the first paper are the type of deed involved, evidence of title, a legal description, and size of your property. Well, for instance, I'm wondering if that additional playground area you mentioned actually goes with the property or is merely being used by the present resident.
What? That never even occurred to me.
A complete list of personal property should be included in that first paper, too. I'm afraid that little memo you signed had nothing in it for your protection.
In other words, we're sunk for the earnest money.
And the remainder of the $16,500.
But we simply don't have the extra money, Mr. Ross. They can't get blood out of a turnip, as they say.
That may be, Mr. Thomas. But, a lawsuit will bring out the fact that you do have more funds available.
I'd like to know where.
Well, what about that farm of yours in Wisconsin?
The one my folks are living on? Why, we wouldn't sell that under any consideration.
I'm afraid you'd have no choice. You could not prevent its being sold to satisfy a judgment.
Then there isn't any hope of getting out of this predicament?
Yes, there is. A little hope, Mrs. Thomas. Our one hope lies in quick action. Frankly, I think there is some strength to your charge of misrepresentation, but it's far from a clear case. Since the days of the horse traders, salesmen have had considerable leeway, particularly in matters of opinion. Now, whether we keep you out of the courts depends largely on how your Mr. Wardman reacts to a challenge. Well, Mr. Wardman, the four of us have sat here for 2 hours, wrangling back and forth with charges and countercharges.
That's right. And I'd like to see this situation ironed out as much as you would. Now, you Thomases claim that I misrepresented. And I claim that you assumed entirely too much about the property. No one forced you to sign that memo, and I can prove that there were other interested parties at that time.
Well, let me sum up our attitude, Mr. Wardman. There is a good case here. That's evident. We feel that the seller has had his rights abused to a certain extent. However, you would have a hard time defending in court against our claim of misrepresentation. We would prefer not to force it to a showdown. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, let's put it this way. It's not true that I misrepresented to these people, but, well, it might be that I pushed them along a little too hard. Maybe I seemed to build this property up a trifle beyond its actual worth. You might be able to prove this, and then again, maybe not, too. But I have a clean record as a realtor, Mr. Ross, and I represent an honorable and ethical profession.
Oh, there's no doubt of that, of course.
Well, I'll do this. I'll release you folks from this contract.
Fine. And now what about the commission you've taken out of the earnest money?
Well, I'll return that, too.
Thank you, Mr. Wardman. Well, I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Thomas deeply appreciate your gesture.
Oh, we certainly do, Mr. Wardman.
Thank you very much.
That's all right. Well, now that everything seems to be settled, I wonder if you'd let me try to earn that commission back again. It just so happens that my client has another property much closer to your requirements. I'd like to show it to you.
I'd like to see it. How about you, dear?
Well, I'm in favor of it, Mr. Wardman, but I'm making no more real estate decision of any kind without counsel. How about it, Mr. Ross?
You mean you've decided lawyers aren't just for landlords and big shots, Mr. Thomas?
Completely convinced, Mr. Ross.
Now, here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
As Attorney Ross proved to the Thomases, the apparently simple act of buying a home is a potentially hazardous undertaking. There are many legal aspects of which you, as a prospective buyer, should be aware. Do you know, for example, the meaning of title, of joint tenancy, mechanic's lien, warranty deed? Do you know what happens if you miss a payment on a contract purchase? To answer some of these questions, and to point out some of the basic precautions you should take, the Chicago Bar Association offers you a free folder entitled, So You're Going to Buy a Home. To receive your copy, write to the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois. The address again, Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois. Before we leave tonight's story, I want to remind you that the legal points in the story are based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. So if you are in need of legal counsel and do not know a lawyer, get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains a lawyer reference plan, which will refer you to an attorney. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association take up some legal problems of making a will. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious, and any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Meg Horn, Arthur Peterson, Jack Lester, Stanley Gordon, and Sidney Breese. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross, direction by Herb Latour. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans, engineering by Harold Whitterberry, and this is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at the same time when we'll discover what happens when there's a will on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
What a horrible mess, Kay. To see this poor guy lying there cold and the officer saying he's dead, and then to hear them pinning it on me and know that nobody, absolutely nobody, will stand up and say I had nothing to do with it.
To be innocent, but without a witness, with no one to support your story. Today, a young man learns an important lesson, but almost too late to have his case dismissed. WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Our story begins as lawyer Robert Jason talks before his Community Civics Club.
Friends, I'm very happy your committee invited me to represent the legal profession in your series on morals in our modern society. It's a real privilege, but believe me, it's quite an assignment. I've decided to narrow our sights tonight to the subject of our responsibility to our fellow man as jurors and witnesses, which brings me to mind the prospective juryman who confided to the judge, "Your Honor, I couldn't possibly serve as a juror. One look at that fellow convinces me he's guilty." "Hear, hear," said the judge. "That's the district attorney." I'd like to talk first about your duty to serve as a witness. I'll tell you a real-life story. Only the name of my client has been changed to protect him from further embarrassment. It's just about this time a year ago. You're a young fellow named Larry Dexter, and you're on your way up with a first-class accounting firm. You've spent several days at home nursing a bad spring cold. Then you're back in good shape and all set to return to work. Unfortunately, that date has a big circle around it on your calendar. Yes, you're an avid sports fan, and this is the opening day of the baseball season. So where are you on this balmy April afternoon? At the office? Oh, no. Yes, you yield to temptation. You go to the ball game. It's a good day for the home team, and finally you leave the ballpark mighty happy about the 1954 prospects. You walk several blocks to a residential section, where you normally park your car at ball games. It's away from the crush of fans and fenders. Just before you get there, you pause for a light to change. Finally, it tells you to walk. Out of the corner of your eye, you see some daredevil pedestrian start out across the other intersection, against the light. Now, there's a fool, you tell yourself. You see him make a dash for it, and... You lend a hand, of course, as much as you can. In a matter of moments, a crowd that didn't exist before has collected from everywhere. A doctor takes over with the injured man. A badly frightened young driver is trying to be helpful. About this time, somebody shows up with a camera and starts taking pictures he thinks may sell to an insurance company. That starts you thinking. Let's stay out of any photos. Aren't you supposed to be at home, recuperating from that cold? What would the boss think? What are you doing near the ballpark, Larry? You better go along home now before you get involved. You've done all you can. You've done your duty. You tell your wife, Kay, about the foolish pedestrian crossing against the traffic light. Then you read about the accident in the next morning's newspaper. After that, it leaves your mind for several weeks until your wife reads you a notice from the Sunday Personal column.
Accident at North Deacon Street and Elderberry Boulevard on Tuesday, April 20th at 5 p.m. Please contact Attorney Charles Fabian immediately. Well, you'd better offer yourself as a witness, dear.
Are you kidding?
Why, no. Why would I be kidding about that?
Well, I guess you've forgotten I was supposed to be home in bed nursing a cold that day. A fine thing if I show up as a witness and the boss finds out I was at the ball game.
Oh, but, darling, that's not the point. Look, here's a young man probably facing a trial and being falsely accused of running down another man. You can help him prove it's unjust that it wasn't his fault.
Oh, so can a dozen others, Kay. Well, there weren't a lot of people around that corner, but there must have been plenty to prove his case. He doesn't need me.
You're not going to be a witness?
Of course not.
Well, you're not really as unfeeling as you make out, of course. You do think about the possibilities. The driver does have a few psychological strikes against him, especially his youth. And were there really enough other witnesses around to prove his case? It startled you when the headlines leaped at you from your neighborhood paper.
Sues for $25,000 damages. Wow! How about that, Kay?
That car accident?
Yeah, that crazy guy's socking the poor kid driver with a big lawsuit. And he brought it all on himself.
Oh, didn't I tell you, dear? They need you as a witness.
Well, I've been thinking about it, Kay. Maybe I was wrong about that traffic light.
Now, Larry, you know very well that you came home and told me flatly it was red against the pedestrian before he even started running across the street.
Sure. But what happens if one of those smart lawyers gets me all confused? You know how it goes.
No, I don't, Larry. Look, if you tell the truth and nothing else but and just keep a cool head, how can they hurt your testimony?
Well, look at it this way, honey. Say I could have been wrong. Wouldn't that be just as rough on the victim? And besides, he's the injured party here, and he needs the money. Kid's probably got insurance, so it won't hurt him personally, even if he loses the case.
Oh, now you're just making up silly excuses. You can't really believe what you're saying.
Well, maybe not, but I can't see myself getting involved either. He'll win that case without me. Don't worry.
Larry, that accident case is coming up in court next Monday. Aren't you going to reconsider?
Look, hon, if it's Monday, it's absolutely out of the question, even if I wanted to be a witness. The company's sending me to Omaha on Monday.
The whole week you're in Omaha, you keep wondering how the case turned out. Let's face it, you have a guilty feeling in the pit of your stomach. You try to find some details in the local newspapers, but there's nothing. Then you're back home again, and when you inquire, you try to sound casual.
Oh, by the way, honey, did you happen to hear how that accident case came out?
Yes.
Well, what happened?
Well, the boy driver won his case. The other man didn't collect a cent.
You see what I mean?
See what?
Well, what I told you all along. Look, Kay, I don't want to be an I told you so, but didn't I say he'd get off the hook without any help from me? He didn't need me as a witness. Doesn't that prove it?
Larry, I don't want to argue with you, but honestly, I don't think it proves a thing.
Well, friends, Larry Dexter's losing bout with his conscience doesn't point much of a moral yet. But there's a second chapter to the story. We've learned one thing, though. Larry may be a great sport when it comes to baseball, but he's a poor one in the game of life. A couple of months later, we pick him up as he leaves Wrigley Field after a bitter battle between the Cubs and their Milwaukee cousins, the Braves. This time, you make your way to your favorite parking spot without event. You drive a short distance, and then, because it was a long doubleheader, the pangs of hunger strike you in a rather large way. You decide to stop at a familiar little bar and grill for a hamburger and coffee. The place is practically deserted. 2 customers are sitting at the bar. The bartender is doing verbal battle with one of them.
Just the same, mister. The less I see you around here, the better it's going to be.
Look, it'll be a cold day when I take orders from an ordinary bartender.
I happen to own this place, chum. I can keep you out of here.
Yeah, well, maybe you'd like to try putting me out right now.
Forget it, Frank. Can't we talk business before I have to head back for Milwaukee?
That depends if Big Stoop here will shut up for a while.
You better shut up yourself, mister.
Step outside and let's settle this, Muscles.
Oh, be quiet. Now be quiet.
Finally, you catch the bartender's eye, and he leaves his private scrap and comes over to your table to take your order.
What seems to be the matter over there? Oh, just some smart character looking for trouble. What can I get you?
Couple of hamburgers and coffee.
Cream?
Yeah.
Okay, coming right up.
The bartender owner turns out to be the chief cook, too. He disappears into the kitchen, and you idly eavesdrop on the pair at the bar. 2 very different types.
I wish you'd have a drink, Harris.
No, thanks. I've got to get back to Milwaukee.
Anything wrong with my company?
Why, no, not at all, only, well, I just don't drink.
Well, why the grand rush back to Milwaukee?
Well, my wife and I, we've got a date with some friends. I should be back there by 8 at least. I sure wish you could give me some idea about that artwork before I leave, though.
Oh, sure, Harris. I'm sorry, but you're out of luck on this contract.
You're giving it to somebody else?
We already gave it, my friend.
Oh, but you gave me the impression...
Look, I don't care what impression you got. The deal's set. Now, we'll be glad to see your stuff for the next campaign, but that won't be till August.
Next August. Thanks a lot. Well...
Sorry you have to leave so soon, pal. Be glad to buy you a drink.
No, thanks. See you again one of these days.
Yeah, fine. Oh, and thanks for treating me to the ball game, Harris.
Forget it. Well, goodbye.
So long. So long, sucker.
You can't help but get a few private notions about this lone character at the bar. But you forget them as the combination bartender-chef brings your hamburgers and coffee. He goes back behind the bar and starts washing dishes. But the customer has other ideas.
So you're the guy who thinks you can put me out of here, huh?
Oh, why don't you be nice and quiet, mister? I'm not looking for any trouble.
What's the matter? Turning yellow? Backing down, Big Stoop?
Look, John the cop comes by almost any time now. You want me to call him in here and have you taken out?
I thought you were the guy who could bounce me. What's the matter? Lose your nerve?
Oh, now why don't you go somewhere else? You don't like it here anyway.
Sure I like it here, stupid. Get me another drink.
No more.
What?
I said no more.
Get your hands out of that dishwater and get me a drink right now.
Now, look, mister.
There, take my glass.
Hey! Oh, cut my hand, will you? I'm coming around there.
Don't you throw that dish at me.
Oh!
Nice shot, stupid. You just smashed your own front window.
Yeah, well, now I'm going to smash you, mister.
Stay back of that.
I warned you. Cut it out, you guys. Stay away from here. Get right out of here, mister. Hey, get back, you guys. Cut it out. Shut up. Break this up. Here, mister. I show this. No, you don't. Put that ashtray down. Let me have that. Break it up. Now, stop it.
Well, hope you're satisfied. Bartender's out cold.
Yeah. They really must have poked him.
You mean you're really quite a troublemaker? What's the big idea of trying to cloud him with this big ashtray? Lucky I grabbed it. You'd have split his skull.
He's kind of quiet, isn't he?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, awful quiet. I don't like this. I think his head struck the metal table leg when he went down.
What do you think we better do?
Get some water. Maybe that'll bring him around.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, not out in the kitchen. What's the matter with that guy? You'd get that water behind the bar? Holy smoke. This fellow is really out like a light.
What's going on in here? Who broke that front window?
Oh, officer, forget the window. There's a man pretty seriously hurt here, I think. Some character hit him. The guy's out in the kitchen getting some water.
I see. There's nobody out here.
Nobody. Oh, you're kidding, officer.
No, but somebody is. Let's have a look at Barney.
He sure isn't coming out of this very fast.
No. Well, mister, Barney's not going to come out of this one at all.
What do you mean?
Barney's dead.
No.
What were you doing with that ashtray?
Me? What? Why, I took it away from this other guy. He was going to clout the bartender with it.
It was off your table, wasn't it?
Sure.
What were they doing fighting over near your table?
It just happened.
Where was this other man sitting?
Right up there at the bar. He's been wrangling with the bartender for nearly half an hour.
Where's his glass on the bar?
Why, I don't know. Oh, sure. He threw it into the dishwater. That's what made the bartender blow his top.
Uh-huh. Well, where's this man now?
I told you, officer. He went out to the kitchen. He must have run right out the back door. I don't know.
Why'd you do it, mister?
I? Officer, you're making a mistake. I was just sitting here eating a hamburger and minding my own business when this row broke loose, practically on top of me.
Okay. All I know is I walk in and I see a man holding a big ashtray, bending over a dead man with a welt on his head. There's nobody else in the place.
But there was.
I don't know where you're going to get him, mister. But if I were you, I'd start collecting my witnesses.
Witnesses. How that word would haunt you through the coming days. The next 24 hours are nightmare enough. You're taken to the police station and booked for manslaughter. At this point, your wife calls me to be your counsel. You appear in municipal court where bail is set at $20,000. This your company raises for you. Your case is presented to the grand jury. You're innocent, yet you have no witnesses. The grand jury brings in an indictment for manslaughter. Next, you're arraigned before the Chief Justice of Criminal Court.
The people of the state of Illinois versus Lawrence Dexter. Lawrence Dexter?
Yes, sir?
In indictment 54-1297, you're charged with the crime of manslaughter.
Your Honor, on behalf of Lawrence Dexter, we will waive the reading of the indictment and enter a plea of not guilty to the charge.
Court sets the date of the trial of the defendant, Lawrence Dexter, for Thursday, June 18th, 10 o'clock.
What a mess. What a horrible mess, Kay. To see this poor guy lying there cold, and the officer saying he's dead, and then to hear them pinning it on me, and know that nobody, absolutely nobody, will stand up and say I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't torture yourself, darling. Oh, I know how terrible you must feel, but things have happened so fast. Oh, they can't do anything to an innocent man, dear. You'll just have to wait till the truth comes out.
But will it? Right now, I couldn't look more guilty if I'd been framed. Unless that man who struck the bartender gives himself up, I think I'm a gone goose. And you know what manslaughter means? Up to 14 years, Kay.
Oh, darling, stop it. Stop thinking that. You go home now and get some sleep. Tomorrow morning you have an appointment with our lawyer. I know Mr. Jason can clear you.
Larry Dexter's wife, Kay, had more faith in my legal talents than I did right at that moment, I'm afraid. And even after her husband and I went over the whole story that following morning.
And that brings us up to right now, Mr. Jason.
Well, I won't mislead you, Larry. We face grave difficulties with either one of our possible courses of action. Clearing you or bringing in the guilty man.
Well, that last possibility seems pretty remote, considering I never saw the man before yesterday. I don't know his name, and I have no idea where he lives.
You're sure the name didn't slip out in the argument?
No, sir. Oh, wait a minute. Not in the argument, but when he was talking with this fellow who had taken him to the ball game. Now, let's see. I think I heard the other fellow call him Frank just once.
Frank?
Yes. And I kind of gathered he was in advertising. The way they talked about buying artwork and campaigns and so forth.
An advertising man named Frank.
Not very helpful when you stop to figure how many advertising Franks there probably are among Chicago's 3.5 million.
No, that's true. Perhaps we're out of luck there. But I am impressed by the possibility of finding an artist named Harris among Milwaukee's 600,000.
Sure enough, the witness. He left before the fight, but at least he could vouch for the fact that this other man was present.
Yes, and even more important, he could identify this man and establish that he'd been quarreling with the bartender, thereby setting up a background for manslaughter.
Well, I'm sure he called this Milwaukee man Harris several times, and I gather this Harris either was an artist or represented an art production studio of some sort.
The chances are strong that our unknown Milwaukee man won't realize he's a witness in this criminal case, since he had no knowledge of the fight, and he wouldn't be likely to read about it in his newspaper. Knowing the man who fled as a business contact, he may not wish to testify and be responsible for putting the man in hot water. We could subpoena him, of course, if we find him. But lawyers subpoena reluctant witnesses only as a last resort. Out of anger, they may prove to be antagonistic and do the case more harm than good.
But in this case, he's the only witness I've got.
Exactly. So we must find him, and if necessary, take the chance of legally forcing him to testify. Of course, the fact that he lives in another state is one more problem. Getting him to testify here in Illinois can be mighty difficult.
It sounds as if we have our trouble cut out for us, even if we find him.
And that's headache enough in itself, I fear, Larry. May not be too easy tracking down this artistic Mr. Harris within the confines of our large Wisconsin neighbor. It isn't easy. I go to Milwaukee the following day. I check the classified phone book and telephone all the commercial art studios. I even find 3 or 4 Harrises. I go and talk with each of them, but none qualifies as our missing witness. I return to my telephone and start all over again. The Milwaukee Advertising Club. Any members named Harris? Artist? Oh, yes, I've already talked to him. Any others? I see. Well, thank you very much. Calls to the advertising agencies, the newspaper art departments, the artist clubs and organizations, the art schools and departments. Finally, I run out of ideas, except the big idea, the real telephone marathon. Calling all the Harrises in the Milwaukee telephone book, all the names from A to Z. And then, finally, it's all over, and our witness is still missing. Meanwhile, you and your wife are badly frightened as the date for your trial looms closer.
I just phoned the police again, honey.
Nothing new?
Nothing. They sound like I'm kidding when I ask if the man's turned himself in.
Oh, maybe you're just imagining that, dear.
I'm not imagining the day of my trial. You know, I'm beginning to believe in retribution, all right.
Retribution?
Well, somebody else could have used an extra witness not so long ago, and I let him down. Now I need just one.
Oh, don't think of it that way, darling. You didn't mean any harm.
What's that about pay him in his own coin? My coins are sure coming back to me. If I ever get another chance, I'll get it. Larry Dexter.
This is Robert Jason, Larry.
Oh, have you found him?
No, I'm sorry to say I haven't.
Oh.
The way things are going up in Milwaukee, I may have to ask for a continuance on the trial date.
Can you do that?
Oh, yes, but we can't delay forever. I received no response from either newspaper advertisement so far. But I've gotten excellent help from both newspapers. In fact, they're going to run human interest news stories telling the background of your case and the urgent need for the witness.
Say, that's terrific cooperation.
It could be the answer to our problem, if the witness is willing to appear.
If not?
Well, let's not consider that right now. What I want you to think about is whether the name you heard might be something similar to Harris, but not exactly. Now, do you recall anything different about the pronunciation?
No. I'm pretty sure he pronounced it just plain Harris. You know, like Harris Tweed.
Harris Tweed? Wait a minute. We've been overlooking something. A strong possibility.
What's that, Mr. Jason?
That Harris is his first name.
Brother. But you can't call everybody in Milwaukee with the first name of Harris.
No, but I can cover a lot of old ground with this new possibility. Just keep your fingers crossed, Larry. I'll call you tomorrow or tonight if something breaks.
Robert Jason speaking.
Mr. Jason, I'm calling from Milwaukee.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jason, I read in today's paper about that killing down in Chicago. I want to talk to you about it. I think I can shed some light on the situation.
I'll be up there on the next train. What's your name, sir?
Chandler.
Chandler?
Yes, sir. Harris Chandler.
Well, that's the whole story, Mr. Jason. The fellow I was with, the one who was quarreling with the bartender, his name is Frank Hudson. The other man who came in and sat down at the table, well, I can't say what happened after I left, but, well, up until then, this other fellow wasn't causing any trouble at all. He was just sitting there eating a hamburger.
Would you be willing to come to Chicago and appear as a witness for my client?
Gee, that would probably get me into the newspapers, wouldn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it would, Mr. Chandler.
That's too bad. How's it going to look for me? The papers won't mention what I was doing in that tavern. Actually, I was just trying to sell Mr. Hudson some commercial artwork. I don't drink myself.
Well, sir, I can't honestly say that it won't cause you some embarrassment, Mr. Chandler. But you can see our side of it. A man's freedom is at stake.
That's right. I'm sorry. I guess it's natural to think first of yourself.
No one blames you.
Of course I'll be a witness. Do you want me to come down to Chicago tonight?
And so the scales of justice return to normal balance for you. Because an honest man puts your welfare ahead of his own convenience. Inwardly, it makes you squirm, Larry Dexter. Because you've dodged your own responsibility to a fellow man with so much less personal convenience at stake. Yes, Harris Chandler's testimony brings the arrest of Frank Hudson. and his ultimate confession of his part in the bartender's death.
Court has been advised that since there has been a confession on the part of another party, the state in the case of Lawrence Dexter has moved to dismiss the indictment. Case dismissed.
Oh, you're free, Larry.
Yes, thanks to a swell guy named Harris Chandler.
And a persevering lawyer named Robert Jason.
That's for sure. How does Frank Hudson stand in this picture now, Mr. Jason?
In pretty serious circumstances, Larry. He'll soon face trial for manslaughter.
Ooh, it makes me shiver to think how easily that might have been yours truly.
Oh, don't think about it, dear. Just think how wonderful it is to be completely out of the case.
Correction, not completely out, honey. This boy's going to learn to be a witness.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
The duty to act as a witness and to serve on a jury is not a duty merely to one's government, but also to one's fellow man. In tonight's story, Larry Dexter learned that lesson the hard way. Unfortunately, there is a widespread tendency to shirk these two civic responsibilities. Those who dodge jury service or avoid appearance as a witness usually do so in the belief that they cannot spare the time and that someone else can do the job just as well. It is your duty to act as a witness, for your own sake as a citizen, for the sake of your fellow man, and for the sake of your government. There are very few civic functions that you are called upon to do in an official or seemingly official way. This is one of them. It's not only an obligation, but an interesting and educational experience. The help to your fellow man is beyond description, as Larry Dexter learned, but probably the most important aspect of your service is the strength you give to a bulwark of one of our cherished institutions, our courts. In times such as these, when much of the rest of the world offers concrete examples of the horrors perpetrated on people by mock trials, we must be vigilant to see that our system is strengthened and kept vital. The faithful discharge of our duty to act as a juror or witness to keep our courts strong and prevent injustice to anyone is a very small price to pay for the benefits of our constitutional system. As always, I must remind you that the legal points in tonight's story are based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. And this difference in the facts may change the application of the law. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will consider some of your legal rights in operating a small business on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. If you are in need of legal counsel and do not have a lawyer, you may get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains, as a public service, a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Burl Vaughn, Carlton Cadell, Marshall Kent, Jack Lester, Claire Baum, and Gil Ferguson. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction by Herbert Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Whittaberry. And this is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll bring you a story about some legal rights involved in small business problems on Case Dismissed. This is the Case Dismissed.
I have purchased
purchased this automobile after careful demonstration, and I understand that there is no warranty expressed or implied upon same. No warranty? Oh, brother, what did I sign?
A signature too quickly scrawled on an innocent-looking paper, and a tragic sequence begins that may well end in death and disaster, but seldom in a case dismissed. WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today's story begins in an office at the busy headquarters of the Legal Aid Bureau in Chicago.
Come in.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, sir. You're...
Carl Bolton, sir.
Oh, yes. Come in, won't you?
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Bolton.
Thanks very much.
Now then.
I'm in trouble, Mr. Donnelly. Pretty bad trouble.
I can see your case concerns failure to pay on a time payment contract.
Yes, sir. I guess I signed up for something I didn't know anything about. I guess you think I'm pretty stupid.
No, Mr. Bolton, I wouldn't call it stupid. It happens to be a pretty common human failing, if our legal aid figures mean anything. We get over 100 people a month with problems like yours. Unfortunately, most of these people seek our help after it's too late to save them great expense.
I've got a hunch that's my situation.
Well, Mr. Bolton, the facts in each case may change the application of the law, so I can't say about that until I hear the full story.
Well, sir, it all started just about a month ago. I'd been out of the Army about a year, and I took a job as a guard at the Valley State Bank daytime while taking a mechanics course at night school. My girl, Miss Rita McConnell, that is, we're hoping to get married as soon as possible. And the two of us have put away $350 as a kind of a nest egg. Well, one afternoon, just about closing time at the bank, I got a phone call from an old Army buddy, a fellow named Bob Willison.
Carl, I figured maybe you'd just soon earn a little extra dough. I didn't know.
Well, Bob, you've got the right boy, all right. What's the deal?
Well, I've got this magazine newspaper distribution agency, you know.
Yeah, I hear you're doing all right, too.
Sure, only I got headaches, too. Personnel problems. I got a man here who distributes the North Side on Wednesdays and Sundays. Afternoons only, see?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wants out.
I see.
You want in?
Oh, sure. You bet I do, Bob. Only, what experience do I need?
None at all, Carl. Just a strong back.
Well, I've got that.
The ability to count up to 10.
Yeah.
And a car.
Yeah.
Cheer up, boy. We pay your gas and oil, plus $35 a week. Only 2 days a week, sport, Sunday and Wednesday. Your 2 days off at the bank. And all you do is distribute magazines and newspapers to a whole gang of drugstores and newsstands. Who could ask for anything more?
Yeah.
Well, what about it, pal?
Oh, yes, sir. You bet I want it, Bob. You bet I do. Well, I couldn't say no. I needed that job bad. It could build up our nest egg fast. It could mean that Rita and I could get married a lot sooner, and we were both in favor of that idea. In fact, there was just one sour note in the whole deal. I didn't have a car. Well, we took up that problem first thing at Rita's house that evening.
Carl, this is wonderful news, the very best. But where can you get a car?
That's the $64 question, Rita. There's really one answer.
Well, what's that?
Buy one.
Oh, but Carl, we can't. You can't afford to.
Well, Rita, the way I see it, this chance to make extra dough, well, gee, how can I afford not to? I can run the car payments out to 24 months, I imagine.
Well, I imagine you could, too, dear, but there's a little thing called the down payment. You don't have another car to trade in. What would you use?
Well, there's our $64 question again, honey. Only this time it's our $350 nest egg.
Oh, Carl, not that.
Now, look, Rita, I don't like the idea any better than you do, but, well, we just don't have any other choice. Look, honey, if you don't want to risk our $350, just say so. After all, it's your money as much as
Carl,
it is.
Don't say it.
Well,
not unless you mean it.
Well, I don't, I guess. Well, of course I don't.
Carl, the only thing I worry about is, well, the way your dreams always seem to get ahead of reality. But then, that's also one of the reasons why I love you. Darling, use the money.
The next day was Sunday. Rita and I spent the whole day touring Automobile Row, the used car division, that is. And by late afternoon, it seemed as if we'd personally inspected everything Detroit had turned out since 1900.
All we had for our troubles were 3 decisions. Rita decided it should be no older than 1950, so it'd be sure to hold up. I decided it should be a station wagon because of the kind of work I'd be doing. And both of us decided it should be under $1,000 because that's all we could afford. Mr. Joe Crane at Wilson Auto Sales agreed with it.
Yes, indeed, folks. That's a mighty sensible decision. And I just wish we had a station wagon under 1,000 for you here at this time.
I'm sorry we couldn't do business, Mr. Crane.
Hold on now. Hold on. I just remembered. Next week, I'm expecting one of our old customers to trade in just exactly what you need. A Newton station wagon, 1950, as sound as a dollar.
Hey, that sounds great. Only, gee, I start this new job next Sunday.
Well, I'm sure he'll have it in our hands tomorrow sometime.
Well, what about the price, Mr. Crane?
1,000 even, ma'am.
Well, I like the Newton fine, Rita. It sounds like our answer.
Well, I'm sure of it, folks. Sure of it. Tell you what. How'd it be if I phoned you the minute Mr. Gately brings in that station?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Crane, they don't like us to take personal calls during the day there at the bank, unless it's an emergency.
I see.
Do you suppose you could maybe drop me a postcard instead? I can't get over here again until Wednesday anyway. Could you do that?
Surest thing you know, my boy. Now, suppose you give me your name and address so I can...
Sure enough, on Tuesday night when I came home from the bank, there was the postcard from Mr. Crane of the Wilson Auto Sales. And dear Mr. Bolton, just as I promised you, Mr. Gately traded in that fine 1950 Newton station wagon today. It's a beauty, in perfect running order, and I'm saving it for you as I promised. See you Wednesday, Joe Crane, Wilson Auto Sales. Well, I phoned Rita and told her the good news. I could tell she wanted to go with me when I picked up the car, but she couldn't get away from the office for even an hour.
Now, you be careful, dear. Don't let them put anything over on you. You know how much that $350 means to us.
Right, and nothing's going to happen to it. Now, you just stop worrying and get a good night's beauty sleep, because tomorrow night we'll go rolling around town in our Mary Newton station wagon. Boy, that really is a beaut, Mr. Wilson, just like Mr. Crane said it was.
I'm sorry Joe couldn't be here to handle a sale, Mr. Bolton, but like I said, he was called to our West Side branch of Wilson Auto Sales on a special deal. I doubt if he'll be back before closing.
As long as you're the owner here and you say Mr. Crane will get the commission on the sale, well, I'm ready to sign up right now.
Oh, he'll get full credit, all right. Now, here's the conditional sales contract. You've probably seen these forms before. You sign right down here.
Yes, sir.
And on the blue and red copies, too.
There. Okay now?
Yes, sir. Fine.
Oh, here's the $350 down payment, Mr. Wilson. You'd better count it to make sure.
I'm not worried, son. Now, let's see.
I guess that just about puts me into the driver's seat, doesn't it, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir. Oh, just a minute. We forgot the wage assignment paper. You have to sign that, and then everything's all set.
Wage assignment?
Just another form, Mr. Bolton. For our protection, of course. We trust you, of course, but... Well, once in a million, we're fools, so that's why the wage assignment. You weren't planning to stop paying for that car, were you?
No, not at all, Mr. Will. In fact, I'm buying it for a new job that'll much more than cover all the payments.
I was only kidding, my boy. You hardly look like the type to defraud us. Now, if you'll sign that, we'll round up both sets of keys and have you on your way.
Madam, your chariot awaits without.
I guess I'm supposed to say without what?
And I say without nothing. This little boat, ma'am, has everything.
Sounds like idle boasting to me, young man. How about some proof?
Exactly what I had in mind, fair lady. Step inside, please.
Thank you very much.
Note the firm, solid sound of the door latch, ma'am.
I'd like to hear the firm, solid sound of the motor starting, young man.
No sooner said than done. Now where to, honey?
Well, young man, how far do you think this beautiful station wagon will take us?
Rita, honey, this little wagon is going to help speed us all the way to Honeymoon Lane.
It rides very smoothly, Carl. I always thought station wagons were kind of bumpy.
Not in recent years, honey. They've ironed them out.
Carl, do you smell that? It's a sort of a burning odor. I can't quite describe it.
Oh, sure. I've noticed it, too. Nothing serious.
Oh.
Maybe they spotted the worn-out part and replaced it before they resold the car to us. You know how new electrical parts kind of smoke a little when they're first used? That's probably what this is.
Well, I hope so. Seems to be getting a lot stronger, though.
Yeah, it does at that. Well, I'll take the car back in the morning and have them checked. Oh, holy Hannah, what's gone wrong?
Be careful, there's a car coming behind us, Carl.
Yeah, I'll pull it into this driveway. Yeah, off the highway anyway. I'll take a look under the hood. Gee, I hope nothing serious is wrong.
So do I. Carl, look out!
Oh, brother! The whole engine's smoking. Rita, we're stuck. We were stuck, all right, and in more ways than we ever suspected. I finally got a tow truck to haul the car to my rooming house, and we left it in front on the street. It was cash on the line, and the mechanic gave me more gloom when he said he personally thought it was a cracked block. Well, I learned just how stuck I really was when I phoned the Wilson Auto Sales office the next day. The owner, Mr. Wilson, answered and offered a friendly suggestion.
I appreciate your calling us, Mr. Bolton, but I'm sorry to say we're not equipped to take on major repair work. Why don't you contact a regular repair garage in your neighborhood? It'll be much more convenient for you.
Just a minute, Mr. Wilson. Are you telling me I have to pay for this repair?
Why, yes, of course. I assume that's why you called.
I called because I expected you to stand behind the car you sold me yesterday.
Oh, that's out of the question, son. We sell hundreds of cars every year. Certainly we can't be expected to do free repairing for their owners.
But I've got a job that depends on this car, and you said it was in perfect running order.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I never made any such statement.
Well, your man Crane told me it was.
Mr. Bolton, I'm sure my salesman said no such thing. But even if he did... Mr. Bolton, do you have your copy of the contract you signed yesterday?
Sure I do. So what?
Well, if you'll take the time to read it carefully, you'll find a paragraph beginning... I have purchased this automobile
after careful demonstration, and I understand that there is no warranty expressed or implied upon same. No warranty. Oh, brother, what did I sign? I didn't know what to do. Here was my first day on a new job coming up and no car to operate. I had to stall for time. I couldn't afford to have the car repaired on my own hook, and I was bound there must be some way of making the Wilson Auto Sales live up to their bargain. I called Bob Willoughby, explained my tough break, and asked if he would give me a little time before I started that job.
Yeah, sure thing, Carl. I can get this man to hold on to the job another couple of weeks or so, but don't push it too long, fella.
I won't, Bob. Nobody wants to start that job any more than I do.
Look, why don't you throw the old scare into that used car outfit? Threaten not to pay him another cent till they fix up the car. I hear that brings him around sometimes.
Hey, that's an angle I hadn't thought of.
Try it, Carl. Meantime, don't let this job cool too long. I can't hold it for you forever, pal.
Oh, Carl, did you have any luck?
Luck? Hey, I'm lucky. But only because I'm in one piece. It practically threw me off the used car lot.
Oh, darling. When are you going to give up and be sensible?
Not as long as they've got our $350 and I've got a useless car. Do you know what they tried to hand me today?
No.
I told them I wouldn't pay a nickel on that car until they hauled it away and put it in first-class shape. You know what the nerve they had to say? They said it didn't make any difference to them if I didn't pay because they've already sold a contract to a finance company.
You suppose they did?
No, how could they? I signed papers with them, not a finance company. Just a dodge. They think it'll scare me.
Well, I almost wish it would.
Hmm?
I wish it would scare you into calling a lawyer and finding out exactly where we stand.
Lawyers cost money and we've spent enough already.
But it may not be the end, Carl. It may cost us a great deal more if we don't use our heads.
I've made up my mind, Rita. Nobody's going to put one over on me. I'm sticking this out. Wait till the first monthly payment doesn't show up. Who will be crying then? A month later, I learned the answer to that one, too. First, it was a letter from the Good Neighbor Finance Company.
Dear Mr. Bolton, we wish to remind you that your monthly payment of $45 due on January 15th has not been received by this office. If you have already sent your payment, please overlook this notice.
And then another letter.
Apparently an oversight on your part. We would appreciate your payment in full by return mail.
And another.
Unless payment is made immediately, we will be forced to place this matter in the hands of our...
And all along, I felt sure this was just a deal between the Wilson Auto Sales and a phony finance concern to keep the used car boys from having to repair my car. I believed that until one afternoon at the bank.
Carl Bolton. Carl, there's a phone call for you.
For me? A phone call? Holy Hannah, Miss Sterling, I thought you wouldn't take calls unless... Is it an emergency?
It certainly is, young man. It's your Good Neighbor Finance Company.
Oh, no.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Carl Bolton?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is R.V. Perkins of the Good Neighbor Finance Company. I have a complaint
Look,
here that you...
Mr. Perkins.
I wonder if you'd please explain your failure to make your January payment of $45 on your
Okay. You asked for it. My failure to pay is because of your failure to make good on that car. You fix it up, I'll start paying.
My dear sir, you are badly confused. We are under no obligation to make repairs on your car. You want a garage. We happen to be a financial institution. When can we expect payment?
When you know what freezes over, Mr. Perkins.
What's that?
Oh, whenever you stop trying to scare me and get those Wilson Auto Sales friends of yours to come over and get my car and fix it. They'll find it on the street right in front of my rooming house.
Oh, really, Mr. Bolton?
Yes, really, Mr. Perkins. No fix, no pay. That's final. You got that?
Yes, indeed I have. That's final.
Police Department, Sergeant Donovan speaking.
Sergeant, I want to report a stolen car.
Okay.
The last night, my car was right out in front of the house. This morning, I got up early to go to work. It's gone.
Now, wait a minute. Give me the name and address.
Carl Bolton, 2022 Dayton Street.
Hold it. Oh, yeah. Mr. Bolton, your car wasn't stolen.
Not stolen?
No, sir. We received a report on that last night.
Report? What kind of a report?
Your car's been repossessed, Mr. Bolton. You better talk to your finance company.
R.V. Perkins speaking.
Mr. Perkins, this is Carl Bolton. What's the big idea of hauling away my car last night?
The big idea? Why, after what you said to me yesterday, the big idea is to protect our financial interest in this property.
But you had no right to take it.
Quite the contrary, sir. If you will reread your contract, you'll discover it's plainly stated that failure to pay any installment gives us the right to repossess your car.
Okay, if that's the way you do it, how about returning my down payment? We'll just call the whole deal off.
I'm sorry, but that is a matter strictly between you and the company from which you bought the automobile. And I think I should remind you that the whole deal is not off, as you say. You still owe us the balance due on the car of $950. That's a $650 balance on the purchase price, plus $300 for insurance and finance charge. Of course, if we resell the car, you'll only have to pay the difference.
Look, Mr. Perkins, I don't know where you boys are getting all your facts, but I know something's wrong here. Somebody's abusing my rights, that I'm sure. And I'll tell you this much, until I get that car back in running order, I can't earn any extra money. And until I do earn extra money, you've got a fat chance of collecting anything from me. I went to my job at the bank still shaking. All morning long I tried to figure out what had happened and how I could get out of this terrible situation. At noon, I slipped out and called Bob Willardly. I asked him to give me just a couple more weeks' extension on that job, but he told me the other fellow absolutely refused to work another day. So that was it. And I was at the bottom of everything now. Nothing left of the bright dreams we had a month before. I figured nothing more could hurt me now, but I was wrong.
Carl Bolton.
You wanted me, Miss Sterling?
Mr. Fielding wants to speak to you right away, Carl.
Mr. Fielding? Okay. Mr. Fielding?
Yes, come in, Bolton, come in.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, I did, Bolton. Matter of extreme importance. I've been notified that you are in arrears with some finance company. Is that true?
Yes, sir, but that's not all.
No matter. Very embarrassing position for an employee of a bank. Now, this wage assignment...
Wage assignment?
Yes, you signed it, you know. Takes 25% of your wages every payday.
25%? Why, I can't...
Yes, I know. Nasty thing, wage assignment. Calls for letting several previous employees go.
Well, does this mean I'm fired, sir?
No, not yet. Willing to give you some time to clean up this mess.
You will?
Yes.
How much time, Mr. Fielding?
2 weeks.
Rita, honey, after this mess I've got us into, you really ought to just forget it. You ought to meet some guy with some sense in his head.
Silly talk like that's going to get you nowhere, Carl Bolton.
But I've been such a fool, Rita. What can I say? What can I do?
You don't have to say anything. But you can do something. You can talk to a lawyer now. It's better late than never.
I'm broke. Where can I find a lawyer who'll work for me for nothing?
Well, I've done some investigating, dear. The place for you right now is the Legal Aid Bureau.
Ever hear of as stupid a guy as I've been?
Well, Mr. Bolton, you're deeply involved. There's no doubt of that. But as I said before, there are many thousands more like you who sign papers too quickly. The tragic thing about it is that lawyers can do little for you after you've written that signature.
In other words, after all my foolishness, I'm really sunk.
Well, let's clear up a few errors first. Now, you'd better stop thinking that finance company is operating illegally. According to Illinois law and the contract you signed, they are acting entirely within their rights. One missed payment and they can take back your car, or furniture, or refrigerator, or whatever it might be. The conditional sales contract you signed permits them to resell the article and force you to pay the difference between that and the original price.
But can a used car company just turn around and sell their contract to any old finance company they want to?
Yes, Mr. Bolton. And the finance company then is not at all responsible for any defects or discrepancies that you may find in the article you buy.
It sure doesn't seem fair. Well, I guess it's my fault for ever signing a contract like that.
Yes, it is, Mr. Bolton. You had every right to fully inspect the car, too, even with the aid of an expert, which is usually a good idea if you aren't confident yourself. Furthermore, you had a right to ask for a written warranty on the car, stipulating the manner and extent of possible repair service and the way in which the cost would be borne. Now, without this, you have no legal recourse.
Can't I even prove this first salesman, Joe Crane, was lying when he told me that Newton was in first-class running order?
Well, Mr. Bolton, you agreed in the contract you signed that there was no warranty expressed or implied. Under such circumstances, the rosy statements of the salesman make no difference. Unless they amount to fraud. Let me tell you, fraud is mighty hard to prove.
In other words, I'm beyond help.
Not entirely, if we're fortunate. Now, you happen to possess a bit of evidence not usually found in these cases. I mean, the postcard this Joe Crane mailed to you.
Yes, sir. I have it right here in my pocket, Mr. Donnelly.
Had you thought to show it to the owner of the used car company, this Mr. Wilson?
No, I never thought of it. Besides, he got so mad he wouldn't even listen to me.
I suggest we beard the lion in his den, Mr. Bolton. If the Wilson Auto Sales is a racket operation, this postcard may not be strong enough to do the trick. But on the other hand, if they play square, well, let's pay a visit to Mr. Wilson right now.
Donnelly, I've had enough trouble with this sorehead, Bolton. He signed legal contracts, took his car, got into trouble with it, and that's it. I can't help it.
But he claims your salesman, Mr. Crane, previously claimed this car would be in perfect running order.
That's what the young fellow says, but frankly, I don't believe it. No warranty was expressed or implied, and Bolton signed to that effect, and you know we're in the right, Donnelly.
Normally, yes, Mr. Wilson. But I have here a photostat of a postcard that your salesman wrote to Mr. Bolton and signed. Now, here, read it.
Dear Mr. Bolton, just as I had promised you, Mr. Gately traded in fine 1950 Newton station wagon. Beauty, perfect running order. Saving it for you, Joe Crane, Wilson Auto Sales. Oh.
Well, Mr. Wilson, what do you think of that?
What do I think of it? Well, sir, I think it's a heck of a stupid salesman who'd put a thing like that on paper, not knowing whether it's true or not. Glad he's not with us anymore.
What about my client's claim?
Well, frankly, I think you'd have a pretty tough time proving that postcard amounts to a warranty, Mr. Donnelly. On the other hand, old Jim Wilson here stands behind his salesmen even when they make fool claims. All right, I'll take care of the boy on those repairs, but he'll have to cover all the towing charges.
Is that agreeable to you, Mr. Bolton?
Oh, it sure is, Mr. Donnelly. I'll dig up the money somewhere. And I sure do appreciate this, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Of course, Mr. Bolton, you are still in default with the finance company. But if the car hasn't been resold, I think with a little cash we can straighten things out with them.
Just listen to our Newton fur reader. Some car, honey.
Now, you be careful, Carl. The last time we were flattering this
Wow, don't even mention it. That was the start of Madman Bolton's downfall. Never again. I've learned my lesson.
It was pretty nice of Bob Willoughby to advance you the money to square things with a finance company.
Yeah, it sure was, honey. But you know, getting real serious about that mess, I came away with something a good deal more important than money.
What was that, dear?
A good lesson in common sense. And what better time to learn it than just before marriage?
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
As today's story showed, much of the woe in this weary old world comes from installment buying. There are many legal papers involved in such a transaction, and 9 out of 10 people neglect to read them thoroughly. Before signing, you would do well to remember that the laws of Illinois lean heavily in favor of the seller or the finance company taking the risk of extending credit to the buyer. For example, did you know that there is no law in Illinois fixing the maximum finance charge for installment purchases? How do you protect yourself against the danger of exorbitant finance charges? These and many other helpful legal facts to be considered when you make an installment purchase may be found in the Chicago Bar Association's free folder entitled What Can Happen When You Buy on Time. You may have your copy by writing the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago. Always, I want to remind you that the legal points in the story are based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. So if you are in need of legal counsel and do not know a lawyer, and if your income exceeds the limit for the Legal Aid Bureau, get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains, as a public service, a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will look behind the scenes of adoption on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good Lord.
Case dismissed. Write to the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois, for your free booklet, What Can Happen When You Buy on Time. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters are fictitious. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Sandra Gare, Jack Bivens, Harry Elders, Stanley Gordon, Arthur Peterson, and Charles Flynn. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross, direction by Herbert Leteau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans, engineering by Harold Whitterberry. This is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll bring you a story about your legal rights in adoption on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case Dismissed.
When could we let Billy appear in public again? Could we ever, without fear? What kind of a life are we trying to buy for him? For us.
A frantic woman, torn by the conflicting emotions of love and fear. Where can she turn for the truth? Is there a chance she cannot have her case dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they might be lost. Today, our story begins in a Chicago concert hall as proud parents hear the finale of a remarkable performance.
Quite a fun we have there, Marion.
Oh, wasn't it really wonderful, dear? Honestly, Phil, I've never heard him play so well, but here he comes out for his bow.
Let's go backstage before the crowd starts leaving.
All right, dear. Come on this way. I know a shortcut.
Sounds like school days.
Well, now that you mention it, I do feel like a schoolgirl.
And you look like one, too, dear.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, I feel wonderful. And so proud of our little boy.
No regrets, then?
About letting Billy play his violin in public? Oh, no, dear. Not anymore.
Good. I've been hoping you'd say that one of these days.
You've been awfully understanding, Phil. I guess I was pretty silly trying to keep Billy's marvelous talent a secret. Afraid to let him be seen by the public.
Nonsense, honey. I was just as apprehensive myself. I don't know. I guess it's because we've always heard about heartbreaking cases of adoption where a parent comes back later on.
Oh, don't, Phil. Don't even talk about it. Don't spoil this marvelous evening.
Okay. But you must convince yourself sometime, Marion, that those tragedies used to happen.
But not anymore. Now we have laws to protect our homes.
I know, dear. And nothing has happened, even though Billy's been in the public eye for more than a year now.
You're telling me he's been in the public eye. You should see the size of that trust fund we set up from his earnings. Quite a nest egg for him after he finishes college and launches his career.
That sounds so funny. Finishing college, and he's just out of 5th grade.
Don't let him hear you speak so lightly of his years, madam.
I won't. Here's the dressing room, Phil.
Who is it, please?
Mr. and Mrs. Philip Wentworth Weaver.
Dad, Mom.
Oh, Billy, you were simply wonderful, dear.
Billy, your mother and I are very proud of you.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
That's true, dear. Well, I told your father I'd never heard you play quite as well as you did this evening.
Good boy.
Gee, I felt good. Especially after my stroke of Sally's pep talk just before the concert. It didn't even make me nervous when that funny lady came in here to see me, just before the performance started.
Funny lady?
Sure. Didn't she go and see you? I told her right where you were sitting.
Billy, we didn't meet anyone tonight. This lady, why do you say she was funny?
I don't know, Dad. Just kind of, mysterious. Asked a lot of questions about
Billy,
me.
what kind of questions?
Oh, like how I got started playing the violin. How long I've been playing. If my folks were a musician. Where I was going to play next. How often I'd...
Sounds like a newspaper woman to me, Marion.
Yes, I suppose.
You know, and then some kind of personal stuff. Like what my folks are like and what you did for a living, Dad.
Pretty nosy.
Yeah, and how I like my father and mother. And if you ever had to spank me. And how far back I can remember.
Phil, does that sound like a reporter?
Son, what gave you the idea she knew us?
She did. The way she talked. You know what she reminded me of?
No, dear. What did she remind you of?
Of somebody who'd come back to see you. Somebody who hadn't seen you for years and years and years.
Out of the mouths of babes. And if I'd only known the truth then, but I only dimly suspected. Phil was sure the woman was a curious newspaper columnist, perhaps trying to dig up a sensational behind-the-scenes story. The next afternoon after school was out, Billy banged into the house.
Hi, Mom.
Well, what happened in school today, dear?
Oh, you know, the usual. Where's the peanut butter?
I'll make you a sandwich, honey.
Swell.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No, just peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, you silly Billy. I meant at school today.
Oh, well, no, Mom. Oh, yeah, there was, too. At recess, we were out sliding on the ice in the playground.
Uh-huh.
Well, when all of a sudden somebody called me from the sidewalk. It was this lady.
Billy?
Sure, this lady at the concert last night.
Billy, what did she say to you?
Oh, nothing much. Just that she'd see me again at the concert tonight.
I tried not to tremble. I didn't want to betray my fears to Billy. We'd never kept the truth of his adoption from him. When he became old enough to understand, Phil and I had explained that he was something special. That other parents had to accept the child they got, but that we had chosen him out of many. He was proud of that. And out of it had grown a warm, secure, and genuine love to match our own for him. But now, here was something shadowy that might be out of his past. Something to shield Billy from until it could be run to earth. And I intended to run it to earth that very night, as I sat in the dressing room with Billy.
Gee, it's fun having you back here in the dressing room with me tonight, Mom. Only I wish Dad could be here, too.
Oh, I do, too, Billy. If only his plane hadn't been delayed.
He still might get home tonight, though.
Mm-hmm. I hope so. I'm going to phone the airport after this intermission's over.
Gee, I keep wondering if that funny woman's going to come here again. The way she said.
The newspaper woman?
Uh-huh. You know what?
No, what, Billy?
I wish she wouldn't come at all. I don't want to be written up in a newspaper. I don't like her at all.
Well, you don't have to talk to her, dear, if you don't want to.
Who is it, please?
Hello, Billy. I kept my promise.
Oh, Mom, it's that lady I've been telling you. Mom, where are you going?
Stay there, Billy. Don't leave the room. It's all right. I'll be right back.
Well, okay, Mom.
Louise Daniels. You're Billy's mother.
Yes, I am.
I'd have known you anywhere. Those pictures your husband Dan had. Maybe 10 years ago. But I'd never forget them.
I haven't changed very much.
We looked everywhere for you. Even advertised. We thought you were...
Dead?
Yes.
I was, nearly.
Why are you here?
Well, I'm living here right now.
I don't mean that. I mean here.
I don't know.
To cause trouble?
No, Mrs. Weaver, not that.
Then why?
Why? Well, I couldn't help it, Mrs. Weaver. I didn't know anything about Willie's whereabouts, nothing at all those years. Then last January, I read about him. I was in San Francisco. I read in the Chronicle about him making his first appearance in a big concert. I was so proud. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
And I don't mean to let you.
I didn't have anything bad in mind at all, Mrs. Weaver. I only wanted to see him and talk to him a little.
I want you to stay out of our lives, Louise Daniels. I don't want you talking to Billy again. Ever. When are you going back to San Francisco?
Oh, as soon as I can afford it, Mrs. Weaver. I started a job here yesterday. I'll be leaving soon.
I'll write you a check for $75. Will that take you to San Francisco?
Why, yes.
All right. Leave tomorrow. I gave Louise Daniels the check and watched her disappear. I hoped forever. Chilled with fear, I took Billy home after the concert, put him to bed, and waited for Phil to arrive from the airport. I told him the whole story, and he was terribly worried, too. But he did his best to calm me by explaining how well protected we were. We went back 10 years to the days when Phil's newspaperman friend, Ben Daniels, learned that he had but a few months to live. His wife, Louise, had left him, abandoned their infant son, Billy. He had begged Phil and me to adopt the child, and we were just as eager. And so, after many steps and technicalities, the court approved, and Billy became our son. Not a legal stone left unturned, Phil was telling me now. And I remembered the steady, careful methods of our lawyer, John Dwight, who had since passed away. All these memories brought me more confidence, but still I felt the need for an emergency measure. Phil, we're going to take Billy off the concert stage until we're positive that Louise is gone. At least 6 months, perhaps a year. If necessary, for good.
I don't think we're protecting Billy by hiding him away, dear.
Well, there's another reason, Phil. I don't want Billy earning money.
You think she's after that sort of thing?
I don't know. She might be. I couldn't tell. We'll simply have to wait and see. We waited. A week passed. Nothing happened. Billy, of course, was curious about why we were turning down appearances for him. We explained that we thought he needed a rest, and that seemed to satisfy him for the moment. Another week passed. I began to feel that Louise Daniels had kept her promise, had left Chicago and returned to San Francisco for good. And then on Friday afternoon, Billy raced into the house shouting,
Mom, guess what? That funny woman. I just saw her across the street.
By the time I reached the front window, she was just a vanishing figure. But I knew beyond a doubt it was Louise Daniels, returned to prey upon us. I knew it was only the beginning, so I waited. The next day was Saturday, and in the late afternoon...
I'll get it, Mom.
No, Billy, don't.
Hello?
Hello there. Is this Billy?
Yes, ma'am. Who is this, please?
This is an old friend of yours, Billy.
What's your name, ma'am?
Let me take the phone.
Yeah, okay, Mom. Yeah, but I don't know who...
Hello? Who is this speaking, please? Hello? Who is this? Hello? The next week was a nightmare. First, there were the phone calls, every evening at the same time. Hello? Hello? Who's there? Hello? Who... It was hard to shield him. Our newspaper woman's story was wearing thin, especially when he came home from school and said,
Mom, that lady we don't like. She tried to talk to me at the playground today, but I ran away.
Phil began driving Billy to and from school, and I tried to be near the playground at recess time just in case. It was horrible. My head ached constantly. Phil neglected his business. We didn't know what to do because we didn't know what she wanted. All we could do was wait. Finally, it happened. Hello? Who is this? Please, who is this? Is this you, Louise Daniels?
Yes, Mrs. Weaver. I'd like to talk to you and your husband. I'll come to your home tonight at 8.
Phil and I managed to get Louise to spend the night with a friend without causing too much suspicion. And then at 8 o'clock she arrived. And after some cool formalities, we began to understand her mission. I'll go and bother you and Billy. Once I'd seen my boy that night, I couldn't help it.
You're a very strange woman, Mrs. Daniels.
I'm a desperate woman. I haven't a penny to my name. I can't seem to work steady either. I'm not well.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Daniels. But I don't see where we fit into the picture. Surely you can't expect us to tolerate...
You two have everything you could possibly want. Money, health, a beautiful home. And you have my son. Please, must you drag Billy into this? I don't like you, Mrs. Weaver. But I can't stop thinking how Ben kept him from me. How he allowed the adoption without notifying me. Did it without my approval. Without your approval? But you'd left him a year before. Abandoned your baby. You must have hidden out. Well, that would be hard to prove, Mrs. Weaver. We searched everywhere. We advertised for you. How can you say things might have been a lot different from me now? Billy has great talent. He earns a lot of money and he doesn't have to work hard. It would have been so nice for the two of us. I wouldn't have to be almost begging. Well, how can you talk like that? His own mother.
Mrs. Daniels, I think the sooner we end this conversation, the better. What did you have in mind?
In mind?
You didn't come here for nothing.
Well, I thought you might be able to help me a little.
In what way?
I thought I might go down to Florida. I have a sister in Miami. I could make a fresh start, get my health back. But, of course, that all takes money.
I see. Well, how much, Mrs. Daniels?
Well, I hadn't thought too much about that. I think... Well, I believe $1,000 would take care of me. $1,000.
Mrs. Daniels, my wife and I will consider helping you out. Are we to assume that this would assure us you'll leave this area and never molest Billy or annoy our family again?
It's not easy, Mr. Weaver. Swearing I'll never see the child that was taken away from me without my consent.
Oh, how can you say that?
But I'll do it. You have my promise.
Very well, Mrs. Daniels. My wife and I will make our decision tonight and contact you tomorrow.
Phil and I talked far into the night. I was so nervous I could hardly speak at first, and I know Phil was wretched, too. We felt almost as if we were bargaining for Billy. Yet what were the alternatives? Call the police?
But can we prove it's blackmail?
Go to another part of the country for a few months.
Couldn't she follow us? And even if not, when we returned, wouldn't we always live like the hunted?
Send Billy to a hideaway boys' school?
And tear our family apart, Marion?
We explored every possibility, except the obvious one, which seems so utterly out of the question, at least to me.
Marion, we adopted Billy in a completely legal way. Why are we frightened by this woman?
But do we know for sure, Phil? It was 10 years ago. Louise Daniels was assumed missing, possibly dead. And our lawyer, John Dwight, dead for nearly 8 years now. How can we be sure this woman has no claim?
Dear, if there's any doubt, all we have to do is hire another lawyer to check our court records and make sure we're safe.
Still, that'll arouse interest, make our problem public. Do you want to run the risk of losing Billy? Do you?
You know the answer to that, dear.
Phil, I know it's not the decent, honest thing to do. But, well, before we lose our own minds, perhaps our child, let's take the chance that Louise Daniels will stay in Florida and never come back again.
You mean give her the money?
Yes, Phil. Let's give her the $1,000. The decision was made. But sleep came no easier. Soon it was morning, and at breakfast, Phil told me he'd go to the bank and withdraw the $1,000 in cash. Then he'd call Louise Daniels and arrange a meeting for that night. I wanted to stop him, tell him I'd changed my mind, but I couldn't find the words. And then Billy came home from his friend's house, and our decision seemed all right again.
Hi, Mom. Can I have a donut?
Of course you may. Help yourself, dear.
Okay. I'm going upstairs and practice for a while. Robbie's mother wanted to know when I was going to play my violin at another concert, but I told her I didn't know for sure. Mom.
Yes, dear?
When do you think I can play in another concert?
Well, But, dear, I don't know. I simply don't know. Just as quickly, our decision had turned sour again. When could we let Billy appear in public again? Could we ever, without fear? What kind of a life were we trying to buy for him? For us. And then I knew we were wrong. That we had to find out the truth and face up to Louise Daniels to drive away this overhanging cloud. We had to do it with moral courage, not money. I started toward the phone to call Phil and stop him from withdrawing the money from the bank when... Hello?
Marion, this is Phil. I've been to the bank.
Oh, Phil, I was about to call you and tell you not...
I've discovered something you ought to consider, dear. When
When I was going through our safety deposit box, I came across our adoption papers.
Phil, did you find something wrong?
No, quite the opposite, dear. I found our lawyer's letterhead. I'd completely forgotten. It was Dwight and Dwight, attorneys at law. You see, dear, John Dwight had a partner, his son. And I've checked, and he's still practicing here in Chicago. Honey, we can't go through with that money offer.
I know that, Phil. I know it now.
If you're frightened about reopening the case, we have our answer now. Surely John Dwight's lawyer's son can go into the court record and tell us exactly where we stand without tipping our hand.
Yes, and exactly where Louise Daniels stands.
Meet me at the office as soon as you can, dear. We're going to see John Dwight's son immediately.
I do remember you, of course. I was just a greenhorn fresh out of law school when Dad handled your adoption case.
I wish my memory had been sharper, Mr. Dwight. I'd have remembered your connection with your father's firm and contacted you long before this.
Yes, we'd have saved ourselves many sleepless nights, Mr. Dwight.
Well, that reminds me. I'd like to clear up a misapprehension for both of us. While I'm very happy you called on me to investigate your adoption, you could have consulted any other lawyer without fear of publicizing your situation. Keeping a client's confidence is a lawyer's first concern at all times.
We let our emotions get the better of us, Mr. Dwight.
Yes, I understand, of course. And I think we'd better go about rebuilding your confidence immediately. A trip to the county courthouse should help a lot. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Weaver, I've investigated every procedure in your adoption case. The original petitions made by you and by Billy's natural father, Mr. Daniels, are on file in the court, and are in perfect order. Notice of adoption was published in newspapers for the missing parent for the proper amount of time. You and your home were carefully investigated by the welfare department during the first 6 months Billy was in your custody. Then, since the court was thoroughly satisfied with the arrangement, the adoption decree, which we have right here, was made final.
And that means...
Your fears are absolutely groundless, Mrs. Weaver. No one can take Billy from you.
Oh, dear, this is such a relief. Oh, Mr. Dwight, you can't possibly know it. I'm sorry.
There, Marion. It's going to be all right now, dear.
Yes, it is, Mrs. Weaver. But we're not quite through. For your own peace of mind, you don't want to go on being subjected to further annoyance from Mrs. Daniels.
But how can we stop her, Mr. Dwight?
There are several recourses open, but I recommend the direct approach. Can we arrange a conference with Louise Daniels?
I think we'd find it difficult getting her to come here to your office, Mr. Dwight.
But, dear, she'll come to our home tonight if we call her, as we told her we would. Could you be there, too, Mr. Dwight?
Yes, I certainly can, Mrs. Weaver. The sooner the better.
I stayed in my room all day waiting to hear from you, Mr. Weaver. When it got late, I began to wonder if you were going to call me at all. And then you did. Well, I'm real glad you... What? Well, you didn't tell me there'd be anybody else here tonight.
Mrs. Daniels, this is our lawyer, Mr. Dwight.
How do you do?
Lawyer? Say, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Mrs. Daniels, we're not trying to force you to stay. But I strongly urge you to stay a moment for your own good. You'll want to know where you stand.
Well, all right, I'll stay for a minute.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Daniels?
No, thank you. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Well, first a question, Mrs. Daniels. Why have you persisted in seeing and talking to Billy Weaver this past month?
Well, there's no law says a mother can't see her own son now and then, is there?
Mrs. Daniels, do you have any idea you could ever recover custody of Billy?
I think I've got a good case. I never gave my consent to this adoption, you know. Someday I might try.
Your privilege, of course. But to save you needless expense, take my word for it. Don't try. I assure you that proof of your original abandonment of the child is complete and unimpeachable. Furthermore, at the time of the adoption, notification was published in newspapers, and all other steps were made to locate and notify you. Later facts verified that, actually, you were in hiding at the time. Because you abandoned Billy, your consent to his adoption was not required. Are you beginning to see where you stand, Mrs. Daniels?
Yes, on your say-so.
You're welcome to check it with any lawyer you wish. You'll find I'm speaking the truth, Mrs. Daniels.
Yeah? Okay. You can't blame me for trying.
And I think you should be advised of something else, too. These good people, the Weavers, have been harassed and molested by you long enough, Mrs. Daniels. The law provides relief from this sort of persecution, and rather severe penalties if it persists. What do you plan to do now?
Well, I've been in touch with my sister in Florida. She has work for me there. She could advance me the money to get there. I think that's what I'll do.
Mrs. Daniels, I think you're being wise.
Certainly, it's better to leave this scene completely and start fresh than to stay here and make everybody miserable.
Well, if there's nothing more,
That's all, isn't it, Mr. Dwight?
Yes, Mr. Weaver.
then I think I'd better leave now.
I'll show you to the door.
No, don't bother. I can find my way alone.
Well, Mr. Dwight, your hunch was right. The true legal facts convinced her.
There's no doubt in my mind that we've seen the last of Louise Daniels.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. However, now that she's gone, I can tell you that there were several other ways of stopping her had she persisted. The most direct and effective might have been to go to the Superior or Circuit Court of Cook County, where we'd have obtained a restraining order against Mrs. Daniels. If she'd defied an injunction, she'd have found herself in contempt of court, and very likely in jail.
Well, I'm glad she was sensible.
Oh, one comment, Mrs. Weaver. Looking back, it was a mistake to give her that $75 for training. You didn't have to. It accomplished nothing. And actually, it may have served to start Louise Daniels' whole course of action.
Yes, I can see how wrong I was now, but what was that? Did you hear something, Phil?
Yes. And I see something, too, at the head of the stairs.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. I thought I heard somebody slam the door down there.
All right, old Mr. Curiosity. You climb right back into bed and go to sleep.
Okay, Mom. Only, well, I just heard that noise, and I wanted to make sure everything was all right in the house.
Oh, yes, Billy. Everything is all right in our house.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
In matters involving adoption, where emotions are strong factors on both sides of the case, one finds a particularly vital area for practicing what we call preventive law. Unless every step of the adoption is based on firm legal grounds, the future for natural and adoptive parents becomes hazardous, painful, and sometimes tragic. There is no shortcut to adoption. Had Marion and Phil in today's story failed to follow in good faith any of the well-established steps towards a sound and final decree of adoption, it is conceivable that they might have lost their son Billy to his natural mother. At best, it would have been a long and trying court battle. Recent Illinois legislation has added even more protection for adoptive parents. Only your lawyer can interpret these laws for you. Again, I remind you that the legal points in this story are based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. If you are in need of legal counsel and do not know a lawyer, and if your income exceeds the limit for the Legal Aid Bureau, get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains, as a public service, a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will take you behind the scenes in a matter involving landlord and tenant on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. For plain answers to some common questions about you and the law, write to the Chicago Bar Association for your free booklet entitled Know Your Lawyer. Address your request to Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters are fictitious. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Fern Persons, Helen Malone, Everett Clark, Bruce Lindgren, and Charles Flynn. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction is by Herbert Latow. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Woodbury. This is Lee Bennett speaking and inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll bring you a story about the legal rights of landlord and tenant on Case dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
This can't be happening to Bill and Marge Gray, the people who slaved to build a future for their family. Now our children, strangers all around them, parents, money, education, all gone too. What have I done?
One man leaves no will at all. Another leaves a simple form will. Both lead along the road to trouble, expense, and courtroom litigation. What can be done to ensure a case dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today's story takes us to the outer drive in the evening rush.
Have a big day in the loop, Marge?
Wonderful, dear. I'll tell you all about it when we get home.
Tell me about it now.
I thought you didn't like to talk when the drive's crowded like this.
I could drive this stretch blindfolded.
You'd better knock on wood. Well, I found everything I needed, and I even had time to buy something for each of the children. A train, electric stove, fire engine.
What a lucky bunch of kids.
Yeah.
I can remember when I was that age. If my mother went downtown, she brought home a sack of peppermints, or maybe a little 10-cent racing car or something like that. And that was all.
They're all we have, Bill.
I know. I'm just as bad as you are. Only sometimes I think we overdo it these days, trying to give them everything.
Well, just remember, dear, if we weren't here, there'd be no one to give them anything.
Sure. I realize that, Marge. Just you and me and the kids. That's why today was a good day for me, too.
How do you mean, dear?
I made my will.
Oh, Bill.
No, will. Last will and testament and all that sort of thing.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not, Marge. I've let it go long enough. We got to talking at lunch today about what happens to our families if we die and all that.
Well, what pleasant luncheon conversations you boys have.
Well, you have to face it sooner or later, honey. Besides, making your will when you're fairly young is kind of like taking along a big umbrella on a picnic. Even if it doesn't keep the rain away, it'll protect your family. Keep them... Say, what's the matter, Mark?
Nothing's the matter.
You look sort of, well, strange.
Well, you know, dear, making a will, it's not something you do every day. I'm just a little surprised. That's all, dear.
I'd have told you about it, honey, except it just hit me today, and I said to myself, take care of it right now, Bill Gray, and you'll never have to worry about it again.
Well, I'm glad you did, dear. Did the will cost very much?
Very much. Oh, yeah. It was pretty steep, all right. Came to a total of 25 cents.
Now I know you're teasing me.
No, I'm not. That's all my will cost me, 2 bits.
Now, Bill, what kind of a lawyer would make out your will for 25 cents?
Who said a lawyer?
Well, where else would you get a will?
I got mine at a stationery store.
Stationery store? Bill, maybe I should be driving, dear.
No, I'm a strictly sober man, Mrs. Gray. Also an economical one. This noon, one of the boys happened to mention you can buy a simple, standard will form at almost any stationery store. So I did.
But is it legal, dear?
Perfectly legal. Sure, it doesn't have a lot of extra fancy language. It probably wouldn't serve if you had a whole gang of people you want to leave your money and property to. But it was good enough for me.
I gather you've left your worldly goods to just one person.
To the girl that I married and nobody else.
Thank you very much. And I hope I never have to inherit it.
Likewise, I'm sure. Oh, seriously, Marge, why should I go to the extra expense of having a lawyer draw up a will when all I want to do is protect you and the kids? This simple standard will form leaves everything to you.
Personal property, insurance, house, everything. So I see.
So, with everything legally in your hands, naturally, I can assume Jeff and Jean and Gil will be adequately taken care of, too. I simply filled in the proper blanks, had 2 of our secretaries witness it, and then I took the will down to our box in the bank.
Well, Bill, if you're convinced it's absolutely legal, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. So let's forget the subject and talk about something pleasant, huh?
Now, there's a woman for you. No appreciation of her brilliant and thrifty husband. Obviously, you deserve to be cut off without a cent. Come to think of it, the topic is pretty morbid. How about a little radio music?
All right.
I'll be glad to get home tonight.
I will too, dear. I hate leaving the children this long.
At least it's good to know we have a dependable babysitter.
Dependable. That's the understatement of the week. After the screening you gave her, Betty could join the FBI.
If they hired women.
Oh, don't they?
Why, anybody knows they... Well...
Phil, that car coming at us.
Blow out. And I can't budge out of this lane.
He's out of control. He's heading straight...
Get down!
Mark!
Can I give you a hand, my friend?
No, thanks. I seem to be all right.
My name is Bill Gray.
I'm Pete Parker. Glad to know you.
Same here. Boy, some wreck.
That lousy left front tire of mine. I knew it was thin, but I didn't think she'd go like that.
Well, it sure did. I guess you know where we are.
Yeah. Doesn't look much like I imagined it would.
No. And we don't have our hearts yet. Still, it's quiet and peaceful, Pete.
Sure lucky I was alone in that wreck.
Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, my wife, Marge, was with me.
She's trapped in there?
No. I looked. She's all right.
Oh.
Marge isn't here at all. She got through safely. She escaped.
Well, that's a lucky break for you, pal. Especially if you got kids back there.
I have, Pete. 3 of the best. Marge will take good care of them.
You pretty well fixed, huh?
Oh, not loaded, Pete, but they won't have to worry. You know, this sounds fantastic, but I just made my will today.
Oh, brother, you must have been psychic.
Oh, I don't believe in that stuff. Nothing involved. I just left the whole thing to Marge. She'll take it from there.
Well, myself, I didn't worry about any of that stuff.
You didn't believe a will?
Oh, why should I? No youngsters at all, just Alma. Who's going to get a guy's dough beside his wife? Why worry about papers and stuff?
I suppose you're right. You pretty well fixed?
No cash to speak of, no insurance. Practically everything tied up in real estate. One office building. But Alma can get by off the rentals, or sell it outright if she needs the cash.
Are you sure she can do that? I mean, without a will saying she can?
Well, I don't know why not. Do you?
No. Only there always seems to be some crazy law bobbing up and queering things if you don't have everything written down in black and white.
Oh, you're the worrying kind. I can see that, Bill.
No, just cautious.
Well, stop worrying me then. Tell you what.
What?
Why don't we go down there and have a look?
You mean, and see how your wife is doing?
Sure. I want to prove to you once and for all, you don't have to make a will if there's only your wife.
Don't get me wrong, Pete. I hope you're right.
You know what? After listening to you, so do I.
Hello? May I speak to Dr. Smith? Mrs. Alma Parker. Yes. Dr. Smith, this is Alma Parker. You told me to call back this afternoon for the final results. Did the x-rays show... They did? Oh. Well, somehow I knew it would be this way. And I'm not terribly worried about that. What concerns me is the cost of... Yes, I know that, but you said it should be done as soon as possible. And how long before I could be back on my feet, Doctor? Oh, really? That long? Oh, well, I certainly wouldn't want to relax. No. Well, Dr. Smith, I can't even set a date until I've made some financial arrangements. Yes. Yes, I'll phone you just as soon as I know. No, I won't delay it a minute more than I have to, Doctor. Yes, I'll call you. Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye. Will help me to decide what to do. Mr. Walters suggested I come here to the bank and see about a mortgage on my husband's office building. He is the real estate man who always handled the office rentals.
I see.
He advised me against selling the building now. Prices are down and property isn't going very fast, he said.
So I understand, Mrs. Parker.
Naturally, I don't want to sell the property at all, Mr. Carter. But I was afraid I'd have to. With all the cost of my operation, not to mention the expenses of a long recuperation, well, I'm really in urgent need of funds.
Well, I'm sure you've done the wise thing in coming to your bank instead of disposing of the building at a sacrificed price. Not to mention losing your future rental income.
Oh, yes.
Now, about the mortgage, Mrs. Parker. I believe you told me the deed was all clear?
Well, yes, I had it right here in my purse, Mr. Carter. It was in my husband's desk at home. Here it is.
Good. Thank you.
Is it all clear, Mr. Carter?
Hmm.
I mean, it is clear, isn't it?
The title? Yes, it appears to be clear, all right. For Mr. Parker.
Why, what do you mean by that?
This deed to the office building is made out solely in Mr. Parker's name.
Why, certainly. There isn't anything wrong with that, is there?
Well...
There isn't any reason why a widow isn't entitled to all of her husband's possessions. Mr. Carter, is there?
No, please, Mrs. Parker, please don't be upset. I'm sure there's nothing wrong here.
Wrong? What do you mean, nothing wrong? What could be wrong?
Mrs. Parker, didn't you have your husband's will probated in court?
Will? Probated? Mr. Carter, my husband left no will.
Holy smoke, Bill. You don't suppose I've got my wife into trouble by leaving no will?
I don't know, Pete, but I wouldn't take any bets on it.
Oh, man, this is the last thing on earth I wanted to have happen.
Well, you should have filled out a simple will form the way I did, Pete. Then your wife would be well taken care of. But cheer up, boy. Maybe Alma isn't in trouble after all.
Oh, I sure hope not. Anyway, I see she's going to see a lawyer, and that's good. Let's find out what happens, Bill.
Right with you, Pete.
So you see, Mr. Dewey, I don't really know where I stand. Mr. Carter, the banker, seems very worried that I might not be able to mortgage my husband's property for quite some time.
Well, Mrs. Parker, I don't like to raise false fears, but I believe your position may be even more serious than you suspect.
More serious?
Yes. Now, you're absolutely certain your husband made no will of any kind or description?
Absolutely, Mr. Dewey. Oh, we've talked about it several times. Peter, that's my husband, he naturally assumed that it wasn't necessary to make a will, since he wanted everything to go to me. We have no children, no one else close to us, so it seemed the obvious thing to do.
Obvious, perhaps, but not the wisest course, I'm sorry to say.
But I don't understand, Mr. Dewey. What could be wiser than simply leaving everything to me?
Well, it's not that, Mrs. Parker. The point is, by leaving no will, your husband may have accomplished just the opposite of what he intended. In short, he may have divided your inheritance with others.
Divided? Oh, no, you must be wrong.
Well, in your case, I wish I were wrong, Mrs. Parker. The Illinois law says otherwise.
But divide? Who on earth must I divide with?
Well, the law stipulates that if you make no will and leave a wife and no child, the wife would receive all your personal property. That means cash, savings, insurance, and so forth. But only 1/2 of your real estate, providing.
Providing?
Well, Mrs. Parker, is your husband survived by a parent, a brother, sister, nephew, or niece?
Yes. He has a brother.
Then, lacking a will to provide otherwise, your husband's office building belongs half to you and half to his brother.
Oh, no, not Martin. Of all people, not his brother.
Oh, no, not my brother. Not Martin.
What's the matter, Pete? Your brother wouldn't make it rough for your widow.
Oh, Bill, you don't know my brother. Martin owns half the money in the world, and he's devoting his life to getting the other half.
Hey, that's a fine way to talk about your brother, Pete. Particularly when we're up here where you forget about all your earthly troubles.
Look, Martin went his way and I went mine. He didn't want any part of the poor relation, see? Alma and I haven't seen or spoken to him for at least 10 years.
Well, maybe he's changed, Pete. Sometimes greedy guys do, you know. I can't believe he deliberately take his half of your real estate.
I wish I could believe that, Bill. Better yet, I wish I could go back and make out a bona fide will, leaving everything specifically to Alma. What a dope I was.
I'm sure glad now that I made out that paper for my wife, Marge.
Yeah, you were a bright boy, all right. Gee, I wonder if that lawyer can do anything for Alma at this late stage in the game.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Martin Parker.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Parker? I'm Leland Dewey. Won't you sit down, please?
Thank you.
I represent your sister-in-law, Mrs. Peter Parker.
So you said on the telephone. I haven't seen Mrs. Parker for many years. My wife and I were in Europe when my brother passed away. Dreadfully tragic.
Yes, it certainly was. Mr. Parker, it will interest you to know that you are a beneficiary of your brother Peter.
Beneficiary? Forgive me, Mr. Dewey. To tell you the truth, I couldn't imagine him leaving anyone more than a pittance, let alone leaving any of it to me. We weren't, well, let's say we were not on the best of terms, you know.
Well, so I've gathered. Well, friends or not, it appears he has left you one half of his only major possession, the 5-story office building.
He left me 1/2 interest in an office building? Incredible.
Yes, I dare say, and to all appearances, unintentional.
Unintentional? How so?
Well, Mr. Parker, your brother was not a careful businessman in some respects.
I would say that is the understatement of the year, Mr. Dewey. Money knew no home with my brother.
Well, what you say may be true, Mr. Parker. However, his thoughts were only of his wife when he failed to make a will. He believed that since he had no children or others near and dear to him, all he possessed would automatically go to his widow. His only mistake was in not seeking legal counsel, which would have told him that only a will can prevent his real estate from being divided equally between his widow and his nearest living blood relation.
So that's how I became my brother's heir.
Exactly.
Mr. Dewey, do you have any idea as to the valuation of my brother's property?
No, sir, not as yet, Mr. Parker. That's where you may be able to help us. Your brother's wife has told me you're quite wealthy, own a great many units of business property yourself, and are quite an expert on real property.
Oh, really? She told you that? Well, yes, that's true. Substantially true. But how can I help you?
Well, first, you might wish to appraise the building. Then, with your approval, of course, Mrs. Parker would like to sell the building in order to obtain her half of the inheritance in cash.
Sell the building? But why? So she can go on spending as freely as they used to?
No, Mr. Parker. Your sister-in-law is in urgent need of a serious operation.
Oh.
The cost of it and the long period of recuperation that must follow are only 2 reasons she needs cash. There's going to be a substantial inheritance tax to pay and other expenses. Actually, she hates the idea of parting with her late husband's building.
Well, this puts quite another light on the situation. But why doesn't she borrow money on the building?
Since she owns only 1/2 interest in it, she felt sure you would object to such an arrangement and would block it.
Oh, she did? Well, that hardly paints a very attractive picture of me, does it?
Well, naturally, if you do feel so disposed, my client would much prefer to arrange a mortgage. Of course, we would have to go to court to get her appointed administrator of the estate before we could do that.
I see. Well, then, Mr. Dewey, I wish you would transmit this message to my sister-in-law. I wish you would tell her that I am so disposed.
Well, I'm sure Mrs. Parker will be deeply grateful.
You might also mention, Mr. Dewey, that after much thought, several seconds at least, I've decided I have no interest in my half share of my brother's property. I'll promptly quit claim it to her.
Well, Mr. Parker, this meeting has borne rather surprising fruit, if you don't mind my saying so.
That's all right. I just don't happen to be quite so black as I'm painted. A few years ago, perhaps I might not have, Yes, well, no matter. Let's merely say that the acquisition of money has become less important to me in recent years.
I see. Well, under any circumstances, it's very generous.
Not at all, sir. Now, I can see that it's going to take time to straighten out the situation, so I want you to tell Alma that I will gladly advance her funds to carry her through this critical period.
Well, Mr. Parker, I can tell you that your unselfish gesture is going to mean a great deal to your brother's widow. I wish she were here this afternoon to personally
No. I think it's much better this way.
Well, I know she'd want to talk to you personally and to tell you.
I certainly wanted to tell you, Martin, that I deeply appreciate what you've done for me.
It's not at all necessary, Alma. It's only what Pete intended. Well, you can't imagine how I wish we'd been here when he... Well, I hope you understand, Alma.
I do, Martin, and thank you.
It's been a long time, Alma.
Yes, it has.
Perhaps now... Well, there's no recapturing lost years, Alma, but perhaps you'd have dinner with Phyllis and me this Sunday.
Why, yes, Martin, yes. Nothing would please me more.
Well, there's a happy ending I never imagined, Bill.
Now that Alma's out of financial hot water, you can rest easy up here, Pete.
Boy, I sure came close to ruining her life. I wonder if I'm the only guy up here in the cloud country who left his wife in a terrible mess by not making a will.
Personally, I'd bet there are millions, Pete. In fact, only a timely luncheon conversation started me thinking about the subject.
And you say you didn't even consult a lawyer?
No, there was nothing to it, really. I just bought this simple little ready-made will form at the stationery store for 25 cents. Leaves everything to my wife, Marge. But that's all I wanted to do anyway. There's plenty to take care of the whole family and give the kids a good education.
Pretty sharp lad. Making out that will on the very day an accident gets you. Bill, you must have been psychical.
I wouldn't say that.
Bill Gray! Oh, Bill!
Somebody's calling you, pal. You got friends up here?
That sounded like Marge. But it can't be.
Bill! Oh, Bill!
It is Marge. Good Lord.
Bill!
Marge. Oh. Marge, honey, what happened? What happened?
I had to follow you up here, Bill.
Why? I thought you were all right. I thought the accident only brought me up here.
No, Bill, I didn't escape. I came up here 3 days after you did.
Oh, Marge. Marge.
And, Bill, I've been back. I've been down there, and things are going all wrong. So wrong.
The children. What's happening to Jeff and Jean and little Gil?
Oh, Bill. Why do men always think they'll be the first to go, and that they'll go alone? That form will you made, it has no provisions for the children.
I know, but I thought you... Marge, what's happening down there? What's happening to the children?
I just can't bear it. Well, there's no guardian. You know we have no close relatives.
But I'd have wanted Sam Collins, wouldn't you, honey?
Yes, oh yes, Bill. But we can't appoint a guardian now. It's too late. I saw the court appointing a guardian. A man the children never even saw before, Bill. A stranger.
Oh, no. You mean he'll take care of them?
No, Bill. The children are being placed in a foster home.
Foster home? Marge, that's impossible.
It's true, Bill. They seem like very nice people, only... Oh, Bill, the children won't be able to have the education we always planned for them.
Why not, Marge? They still have the money I left.
But you didn't leave it to them, Bill. That's just it. You left the money to me. That self-made will form you use does nothing at all for the children. Until Jean's 18 and the boys are 21, the use of every cent of that money is going to be subject to the approval of the court.
Oh, no.
And how is the court going to know what we want of them to have?
Marge, this can't be true.
Oh, it is true, Bill. Terribly.
No, it can't be. It has to be a nightmare. This can't be happening to Bill and Marge Gray, the people who slaved to build a future for their family. Now our children, strangers all around them. Parents gone, money, education all gone, too. What have I done? What can I do?
If we could only go back.
That's it. We have to go back, Marge. I must have the chance to do it the right way. I'll see a lawyer, and we'll appoint Sam Collins guardian. And we'll set up a trust fund, too, and we'll... Marge, we have to go back for just a little while. Just long enough. Marge, take my hand there. Marge, where are you? Marge, we're going back there. Marge, where are you? Marge! Marge. Marge, where are you? Honey, take my hand.
I'm right here, darling. Right beside your bed.
Bed? Marge, this is real. You're all right.
Oh, Bill. Bill. And now you're going to be all right.
But, hey, what is this? Will somebody tell me
Darling, you've been unconscious for 3 whole days. Don't you even remember the accident?
Sure. Honey, this is like coming back from a dream. Did Pete pull through, too?
Pete?
Sure, Pete Parker. The fellow in the other car.
Oh, darling, you must have been dreaming. His name isn't Pete Parker. It's Ben Chalmers. He was in a coma, too, but he came out of it yesterday. He's going to be all right. Both of you were unconscious.
You can say that again. Out of our minds is more like it.
But, Bill, what do you mean by that?
Well, if Pete pulled as stupid a stunt with his estate as he told me he did in his dream, well, believe me, the 2 of us idiots have a date today with a professional man.
A professional man?
Yes, honey. And I don't mean a doctor.
And here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
Today our little play was sheer fantasy. but the facts were very real. Most important, of course, is the fact that there are so many different ways in which a person can go wrong in trying to handle the distribution of his property without expert advice. Many people think that only the wealthy need wills, but because they think only the wealthy leave estates. This is not true. A will is as important to people in modest circumstances as it is to those with vast holdings. It provides the means through which you can make the best future arrangements for those you love. To give you some plain answers to questions about your property and your heirs, the Chicago Bar Association has issued a folder, free for the asking, entitled, What About Your Will? You may have your copy simply by writing the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago. Before we leave tonight's story, I must remind you that the legal points in the adventure are based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I also point out that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story, and this difference in the facts may change the application of the law. So if you are in need of legal counsel and do not know a lawyer, get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association take up some legal problems involved in domestic relations on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. Write to the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle, Chicago 3, Illinois, for your free booklet, What About Your Will? Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Alma Platts, Rita Ascott, Arthur Peterson, Russ Reed, Paul Barnes, and Charles Flynn. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction by Herbert Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Whittaberry. And this is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at the same time when we'll bring to light some of your legal rights involved in domestic relations on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
What a nightmare I've got myself into. And it's really happening. I'm losing my job and my home and $25,000 to people I've never seen. Brother, how stupid can a man get?
There is time, though. If this man wakes up to his rights and duties, it may still be another case dismissed. WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. And now, meet a man who almost learned the truth too late.
My name is George Beaumont. I'm a service representative for World Wisdom Encyclopedia. Sure, a book salesman. Only at World Wisdom, salesman is a vulgar word. Don't mention it around the boss. Old J.L. Stevenson's a great guy, really, but a little fanatical on the subject of respectability. At least I thought so that afternoon when all my trouble began. The boss was handing us our advanced 1954 sales pep talk, and frankly, he had us a little worried.
A cut in our sales force is a distinct possibility, gentlemen. The future is up to you. Your sales records and your reputations are the keys to future employment with World Wisdom Encyclopedia. Please remember, gentlemen, the World Wisdom man is always a model of good taste and respectability in his community. By the way, Johnson, you could use a shoe shine. I'd like to conclude with an appropriate quotation by Fuller, found in Volume 5 of World Wisdom, I might add. Take away my good name, and take away my life. Meeting adjourned.
Despite the old man's message of impending doom, I felt pretty confident as I wandered back to my desk. My sales were better than average. And when it came to reputation, well, in our community of Glen Park, we Beaumonts rate just below the clergy. But then my phone rang. George Beaumont.
George,
Oh, hi, honey. What's up?
are you coming right home tonight?
Sure, no calls to make. Something wrong?
Well, no, it's, well, just come home right away.
One of the kids sick?
No, it's not that, dear. It's probably just a mistake. I'm probably just being silly about nothing at all.
Now, wait a minute, Ruth. What on earth are you...
George, while I was out shopping, the sheriff came to the house.
The sheriff? Oh, you're kidding.
No, George, I'm not. Mary Jane talked to him.
But, honey, the sheriff. What would the sheriff...
George, he left a summons.
I wasn't too concerned, to tell you the truth. I had it figured as a gag, or at worst, maybe a stupid mistake on somebody's part. But just the same, at 5 on the nose, I got my car out of the office parking lot and headed straight home. I had kind of a sick feeling around the neighborhood of my stomach. And by the time I hit the outer drive, I was thinking about all the movies where the innocent fella gets framed and is pardoned from prison years later, broken in mind and body. Then, when I wheeled into our garage, the old man's words were ringing in my ears.
The World Wisdom Encyclopedia man must always be the model of good taste and respectability in his community.
Ruth looked so tense and wrought up, I decided to keep my nerves to myself. I casually hung up my coat and hat, gave her a hello peck, and said, "Okay, let's see the official papers. When do they hang me?"
George, it may be serious.
Sure it is. But they'll never take me alive. Do you hear me? Never. Now, let's see the summons, then. In the name of the people of the state of Illinois, in the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois, Harry Morgan, Roberta Morgan, and Mary Morgan, a minor, plaintiffs. I don't know any Morgans. Do you, Ruth?
Only back home in Montana. And I haven't seen them for years. Besides, those aren't their names.
Ah, this must be a gag. Let's see now. Versus George Beaumont and Ruth Beaumont, defendants. You're in on this, too.
That's what it says.
Oh, this is crazy. You are hereby summoned to answer the complaints in the above entitled cause. For what cause?
I don't know, George.
Take notice that you must file your answer or otherwise make your appearance in said court in the courthouse in the city of Chicago, Illinois, on or before Monday, January 18th, 1954, provided this writ shall be served upon you less than 20 days before said date, and so forth, so forth.
And his next line, dear. If you do not appear according to the command on this writ, plaintiff may take judgment against you by default.
But judgment against us for what, honey?
I haven't any idea.
Look, you haven't run over anybody with your cart in the supermarket lately.
George, be serious.
How can I be? This thing is absolutely crazy. We haven't done anything to anybody.
Well, could it be some other George Beaumont?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking on the way out. But with your name on it, too, that's too much of a coincidence.
If it's somebody's idea of a practical joke.
Well, I've considered that, too. But the only one I know with a sense of humor like this is Al. And I don't even think he'd pull something like this.
Well, how about this? This lawyer who signed his name at the bottom of the summons. See, James D. Parkinson, plaintiff's attorney.
Sure, what about him?
Well, why don't you call him and settle the question once and for all?
Oh, but, honey, I can't afford to start any rumors, even if there's nothing to them. Things are rough at the office. The old economy acts could swing any day. And you know what a fanatic the old man is about World Wisdom Encyclopedia's good name.
But, George, we haven't done anything. What do we have to worry about?
That's a good question, honey. But I'm still afraid of bad publicity.
Well, if it isn't a joke and it isn't a mistake, what is it?
Search me.
You haven't had any arguments with customers, have you?
Oh, you know me better than that.
Oh, I know. I was hoping it might remind you of something.
I'll try again.
Well, could it be the car? Have you had a small accident, scraped a fender, or something trivial?
Nope. Oh, by the way, have you?
No.
Why, I haven't even had a near miss in a couple of years, honey. That car hasn't been anywhere near... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
George, you didn't...
No, I didn't, but Chet did.
Chet Baker?
Sure. Remember that Saturday morning we loaned Chet our car?
Yeah.
Well, when Chet brought it back, he mentioned some minor accident. Some kind of a two-car accident that had already happened. Chet didn't cause any damage or injure anybody, so I didn't pay much attention to the details.
Chet's a nice boy, dear. He wouldn't get us in trouble.
I know that, honey, but we're in trouble. And after dinner, I think we'd better get Chet over here and listen to that story all over again. Chet Baker came over in a hurry. He's our neighbor's boy, just out of high school. As nice a kid as you'll ever meet. When I showed him our summons, he was really upset.
Gee, Mr. Beaumont, you think I've got you in trouble?
It remains to be seen, Chet. I'm sure it can be straightened out, though.
We have to hear what happened before we can decide what to do about it, Chet. You understand?
Oh, sure, Mrs. Beaumont.
Let's see now, Chet. Your car froze up, and you had to see some man downtown about a job, right?
Yes, sir. You saved the day when you offered me your car. I picked up Dottie in front of our house.
Oh, your sister was with you?
Yes, ma'am. Dottie wanted to do some Christmas shopping in the Loop. Come to think of it, we were singing carols all the way along the outer drive. There wasn't any traffic to speak of that Saturday morning. The halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. Sing the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. Oh, no more singing now, Dottie. We'll be turning off the drive in a minute. The city streets are slippery in spots.
Thank goodness you concentrate on your driving better than you do on your singing.
Insults. All I get is insults.
You were singing flat several times, old boy.
Well, at least I'm sharp at the steering wheel, old girl.
Oh, gee, wasn't it nice of Mr. Beaumont to loan you his car?
Oh, you aren't kidding. He's a real swell guy.
Golly, when your old car wouldn't start, I could just see you arriving late and missing this job.
Me too. As it is, I'll make the appointment right on the nose. Gee, won't it be an extra great Christmas if I land that job, sis?
Oh, you will, Chet. Once Mr. Hawkins sees you and talks to you, Chet, up ahead, those two cars.
Hey, they're going to crash. Holy smoke, they're blocking the street. I got to use the emergency.
Chet, we're skidding.
Hold tight. I can't pull her out. Oh, jeepers. That could have been bad. You all right, sis?
Uh-huh. Did we have the car ahead there?
Just nudged him, I think. Have to see.
Oh, gee, I hope we didn't hurt Mr. Beaumont's car.
Yeah, slide out. Careful of traffic. Look, got a scratch on Mr. Beaumont's car.
Oh, golly, that's lucky. And only a tiny little dent in the center of this other car, Chet.
I don't even think we did that, sis. Looks kind of rusty to me.
My, those two cars must have met head on. Oh, I hope nobody's hurt.
We better check and see.
Guess you kind of slid right into the middle of an accident, Sonny.
Yeah, first time I ever collided with anybody. And would it be on the morning I'm hurrying to get a new job?
Don't see how you could have avoided it, Sonny.
Man, those two cars really smacked each other.
Was anybody hurt?
No, appears not, young lady. Two drivers been jawing back and forth, that's all. All the other passengers sitting in there big as life. Guess they're waiting for the police to get here.
Holy cow, there goes my job. Only 10 minutes to make that appointment.
Oh, Chet, that's right. I suppose we'll have to wait here.
I don't see any reason why you should. Plenty of help around here in case any's needed.
Sure, only... Well, I kind of feel responsible, too. After all, I did slide into this car.
But you only ticked him, Sonny. Struck an icy stretch and skidded. I seen it happen. Didn't cause no damage, and nobody's hurt anyhow. You can see that for yourself.
Well, sure, only...
Well, what's the point in hanging around?
Well, what do you think, sis?
Golly, I don't know what to say, Chet. He's right, though. You didn't cause any damage or hurt anybody.
I don't know what you're fretting about, Sonny. No point getting messed up with the law when you ain't broke any laws.
Well, it's not that. It's just that... I hate to miss that job.
Oh, let's take his advice, Chet.
Sure thing. No point in hanging around, kids.
Well, okay. Come on, sis. Let's get going. Oh, thanks for the advice, mister.
Oh, forget it, Sonny. Just common sense, that's all. Just good common sense.
Mr. Beaumont. Except, well, I got the job and we drove back here that afternoon. Holy cow, Mr. Beaumont. Do you think I'm to blame for this summons?
Well, let's not go around blaming anybody, Chet. But it's the only possible explanation I can think of. You see, the summons is made out to both Mrs. Beaumont and myself. That's the way the car's registered, too. It fits together.
Gee. You think somebody in one of those wrecked cars wrote down my license number? I mean, your license number?
Oh, it's more than likely.
But, gee, I barely touched him, honest. That's all.
We believe you, Chet. Now, don't be upset.
That's right. Lacking the facts, Chet, we've got to imagine what happened.
But why imagine, George? The obvious thing to do is to wait until morning, call the plaintiff's lawyer, and find out the facts.
Look, honey, I told you how the boss feels about things like this, and if there's any way I can keep this out... Oh, well, tell me, Chet, are you sure no one was injured in either car?
I don't see how, Mr. Beaumont. They were all sitting around, or standing around talking. That man told us they were all okay.
You got his name and address?
Well, no. Gee, I didn't get anybody's name and address, Mr. Beaumont. I guess that wasn't very bright.
Oh, that can happen, Chet. What about license numbers?
No, sir. I didn't think to get those either.
Mm-hmm. But you're positive our car didn't cause any real damage?
No, sir. That was all up in front where the other car hit him.
How much damage would you say?
I'm no mechanic, Mr. Beaumont, but I'd say at least $150.
$150. Mm-hmm. Well, let's figure it this way. Car A is badly damaged by car B. Then along comes car C, that's our car, and skids lightly into car A. Now, car A owner finds out car B's driver is a deadbeat, or maybe he has no insurance. Okay, so he turns around and slaps another damage suit on car C, meaning us.
But that wouldn't be fair. We didn't hurt car A at all.
Well, that would be for us to prove, I suppose. Only I'd rather not have it reach court stage for personal reasons.
But you can't simply ignore the summons, dear.
Well, I have something in mind.
Gee, I feel awful about this. If there's anything at all I can do...
If we need you, we'll call on you, Chet.
That's right. Cheer up, boy. These things happen. Now, go on home and don't worry about it.
Well, okay, Mr. Beaumont.
Good night, Chet.
Good night, Mrs. Beaumont. And, Mr. Beaumont, if there's anything at all I
Forget it, Chet. I'll have this all ironed out tomorrow morning. Now, take my advice and go home and get a good night's sleep.
Okay, Mr. Beaumont. Good night.
And who's going to get a good night's sleep in this household?
Well, there's always a kid.
I'm really worried, dear.
Oh, so am I. But not for long.
Who are you phoning?
About time we found out where we stand legally.
I was hoping you'd call a lawyer.
Well, he's the next best thing, hon. I'm calling Ted Nelson.
But Ted Nelson's no lawyer.
I know, but he took 2 years of law in college, and I've never yet heard him stumped on any question, legal or otherwise.
But, George, Ted didn't even go to school around here.
What's the difference, honey? The law's the same no matter where you study it. Now, stop worrying. Good old Ted may not be a full-fledged lawyer, but you can sure bet he'll fix up our case. So that's the whole story, Ted. Are we in trouble?
Sure glad you buzzed me about this, pal. Always happy to give expert counsel to a friend.
Well, I'm not much up on the law, you know, Ted.
No reason why the average layman should be, chum. Those 2 years I spent in the law school taught me more than the average guy learns in a lifetime.
Well, that's exactly why I came to you, Ted. I figured there's no point in seeing a lawyer. Now, about our situation.
Yes, sir, George. Lucky for you, I'm around to interpret Blackstone for you, eh, boy?
You bet, Ted. But to get back to our case, now, what's your...
My opinion? Glad to give it to you, pal.
Okay.
You've got nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
No fooling. Nothing at all?
You dig me, chum.
Well, I'd appreciate knowing just how...
How I arrived at my decision? That's easy, my boy. Look, item 1. You're not driving your car.
Well, sure, but Chet was driving.
Item 2. The second accident occurs before your car's involved. Item 3. The kid that's driving your car skids trying to avoid the accident, right?
Right.
Okay. Item 4. Your car only touches this car. Item 5. No damage and no injury caused, so the kid that's driving your car doesn't have to leave his name and address or license number. Doesn't have to wait till the cops arrive and doesn't have to file a report on the accident. Not if your car didn't cause it. Item 6. Now get this one, chum. That summons you got isn't even legal.
It isn't?
Who's it made out to again?
To my wife and myself.
Okay. So who did the sheriff leave the summons with?
My daughter.
Okay, pal. You get it?
No kidding. You mean a summons has to be served on the people it's made out to, huh?
Now you're celebrating, pal. And besides, how old is your daughter?
Mary Jane's 17.
There you are again, boy. She's a minor.
How about that? The summons is illegal, huh?
Correct. And they can't touch you. Now, let's see. Said you wanted to keep this little situation as quiet as possible, right?
That's right, Ted. The boss is deaf on any of us getting involved in any kind of trouble. You know the type. Fanatic on community reputation and all that.
Yeah, well, I know if I got that summons, I'd just file it and forget it. File it in the wastebasket.
Throw it away, really?
Look, pal, I'm drawing on my expert knowledge to tell you the summons isn't legal. And they've got no case against you anyway. Just forget it.
Uh-huh. Well, I suppose if they do want to talk to me about it, they'll get in touch with me, and I can explain their mistake.
They won't, chum. Believe me, they won't.
All right. I'm going to forget it completely, Ted. Let's say, I don't know how to thank you.
You'll think of a way, pal. You'll think of a way.
No, I mean it, really. You've done plenty for Ruth and me.
Dismiss it from your mind, chum. It's nothing. Nothing at all.
It was nothing at all. But if I'd been smart, I wouldn't have taken Ted literally. Ruth fretted about it a while. But like a lot of fellas, I'm a wishful thinker, and that confident air of Ted's really cinched it for me. I suppose I should have had my head examined, but instead I put it on my pillow and got a good night's sleep. Well, 2 weeks passed, and we'd practically forgotten there ever was a summons. We'd even begun talking about a winter vacation. Everything was quiet and serene around the Beaumont homestead. And that set the stage for our second Black Friday. George Beaumont.
George,
Oh, hon.
George, the sheriff was just here again.
What?
This time he brought an execution.
Good Lord, what's an execution?
It says we've been found guilty in default and the judgment's been rendered against us for the amount of...
Honey, the amount... What amount?
It says, George, it says $25,000.
$25,000. $25,000. Yes, J.L.
Beaumont, have you seen the afternoon paper?
No, sir, I haven't.
I'd suggest you read page 10 carefully. There's a rather surprising item there from the circuit court record.
Yes, sir.
After you've carefully considered how and when you're going to lay your hands on $25,000, Beaumont, I'd appreciate your stepping into my office. It's time you and I had a little talk.
What a nightmare I've got myself into. And it's really happening. I'm losing my job and my home and $25,000 to people I've never seen. Brother, how stupid can a man get? And that's the whole sad story, J.L., every last unbelievable detail.
It's a very foolish story, Beaumont. Frankly, I'm surprised to hear it from one of my best employees.
Don't you mean one of your ex-employees?
That's largely up to you, Beaumont. If they garnish your wages and slap a levy on your car and take away your home just because you're afraid to stand up for your legal rights, well, there's nothing I can do about that. But if you feel like fighting back, you'll find me in your corner.
You'll back me after this?
I see no reason why I shouldn't.
I guess I've had you figured all wrong, J.L.
That seems highly possible.
Only, well, in a mess like I'm in, where do I start fighting back? What are my legal rights? What do I do, J.L.?
Don't ask me for advice. You're drunk from enough fountains of misinformation. But tell me, Beaumont, you ever actually read from the worthy encyclopedia you and I represent?
Well, yes, of course, J.L.
Then will you please be kind enough to read a portion from this volume? Aloud, please.
Sure. Lawyer, one whose principal occupation is related to the making or administration of the law, and who has received an education sufficiently wide in scope to distinguish him from minor administrative officials.
Yes, and to distinguish him from would-be lawyers with free advice. Proceed.
Many vexatious disputes and pointless litigation may be avoided by timely consultation with a lawyer. Excuse me, J.L., but I'm leaving. My consultation won't be timely, but it might still be in time. I headed for the law offices of attorney Robert Piran. In approximately 60 seconds, I discovered how little my friend Ted Nelson knew about law and how lame-brained I had been for consulting him.
Mr. Beaumont, your summons was perfectly legal. You say it was left with your daughter and that she is a minor, 17 years old.
That's right, sir.
Well, you see, by law, summons may be served on any member of the household as long as he or she is over 10 years of age.
I see.
However, a copy of the summons should have been sent by mail to both you and your wife.
Yes, well, we didn't receive it. But, brother, how long could I get?
I'm very glad you brought Chet Baker with you, Mr. Beaumont. Our first move is to go to the state's attorney's office and purge both of you of any criminal aspects.
Criminal aspects?
Yes, of course. You, Mr. Beaumont, are obviously in the clear of any criminal aspects since you were not even in your car at the time.
Holy cow. Did I do something criminal, Mr. Parent?
I'm afraid you made some pretty wrong guesses, Chet. First, you left the scene of the accident. Now, although you didn't cause the original accident, you became a party to it and shouldn't have left. That's a criminal violation, punishable by a fine of up to $1,000 or 1 year in jail, or both.
Oh, honestly, Mr. Parent, man, I didn't have any idea.
I'm sure you didn't, Chet. Ignorance of the law, of course, is no excuse, but I believe the circumstances will be in your favor. There is another point, too. One or the other of you should have reported this accident to the State of Illinois Division of Highways within 10 days after it happened.
Holy cow. You mean even if you don't cause the accident yourself?
That's right, Mr. Beaumont. Again, it's a case of any vehicle involved in any manner in an accident resulting in death, bodily injury, or property damage over $100. Failure to report can mean revocation of your driver's license.
Move over, Chet. Make room for another ignoramus.
I believe we can clear both of you with the state's attorney's office, but let's not delay it any longer.
Well, thanks to you, Mr. Piran, I still have my driver's license. But with $25,000 in damages to pay, I won't own a car to drive.
Now, our next step is to call in your automobile insurance company, Mr. Beaumont. And yours, too, Chet. If you'd gone on without notifying them for a longer time than your policy allows, the company wouldn't have shouldered your burden. I'll phone them right now. Well, now that we have both of your insurance companies working with us, it's time to go to court.
Court? But I thought they'd already had me in court. You know, when I defaulted by failing to show up after the summer.
Well, luckily for you, it's less than 30 days since the judgment was entered. Otherwise, it would be almost hopeless. We'll have to show sufficient reason for your failure to appear, and that's going to be an uphill job.
Yes, I know what you mean.
However, if we succeed in vacating that original judgment, it ought to be easy to show you're not liable for any damages or injuries that may have occurred.
Uh-huh.
We'll not only have to show you weren't in the car, but also that Chet was solely on his own business and not doing anything for you on that trip.
I see.
If you're ready, Mr. Beaumont, we'll go to court. The court finds that neither of the defendants, George Beaumont or his wife, Ruth Beaumont, were drivers or occupants of the vehicle, and that Chester Baker was not acting as their agent. Case dismissed.
Well, honey, how does it feel to be out from under a $25,000 debt?
Oh, it's a wonderful relief, dear. Thanks to Mr. Piram.
Yes. And no thanks to me.
Well, I'm glad you're taking care of Chet's legal fees, George.
Mr. Piram told me he's confident Chet will win a dismissal, too.
Is that your considered opinion, too, dear?
Madam, on encyclopedia matters, I am at your service. But on legal matters, honey, see my lawyer.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean of the Loyola University Law School, John C. Fitzgerald.
We have seen that in our complex world, it sometimes becomes difficult to know where one man's rights leave off and another's begin. The Chicago Bar Association hopes to remedy this problem by spreading the gospel of preventive law. We can avoid legal ills before they happen by seeking early counsel from our lawyers. In tonight's case, George Beaumont showed how really sick the patient can get before he sees his legal doctor and begins receiving the aid of preventive law. Seeking advice from uninformed or partly informed sources may only lead to deeper water. But you may have no one to recommend a lawyer to you. Help is available. The Chicago Bar Association renders to you a direct service through its lawyer reference plan. And legal services are not restricted only to those who can pay for them. Because across the nation, legal aid societies make it possible for anyone to receive the equal protection of the law and not to be denied simply because he or she is poor. In Chicago, the services of the Legal Aid Bureau are available in civil cases to any person of low income. In connection with this broadcast, Case Dismissed, the Chicago Bar Association is making available informative free folders on some of the subjects covered. One is entitled Meet Your Lawyer. To receive your free copies, simply write the Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. I'll repeat that address, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will explore with you some of the legal hazards of buying a home. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. We remind our listeners in other areas that legal points mentioned in tonight's script are based on Illinois laws and may not apply in your state. That's why you should always consult your own attorney. All characters were fictitious. Any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Fern Persons, Patricia Crane, Philip Lord, Harry Elders, Jack Lester, and John Galvero. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction by Herb Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Whitterberry. And this is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll follow the trials and tribulations of buying a home on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Case dismissed.
It's no joke, Betty. All I can hope is it's a mistake. Sure, there was some silly notice I got just before I entered the service, but this. According to this paper, I owe more than $8,000 to a woman I actually haven't seen for 13 years.
Today, the dim past catches up with a young family man, places him in a frightening financial position. What can be done now to have his case dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today's story begins with a carefree family, a young man and wife and their small son, driving home from the airport.
Believe me, honey, after this sales trip, there's a promotion and a raise in our future, or my name's not Victor J. Hollis.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, darling.
Let's be happy for all three of us. I mean, well, all four of us, you might say.
Yes, I guess you're right.
How is everything?
Oh, fine. Just fine, dear.
Yes, ma'am. A few more sales trips like that one, and this advertising boy's going to see his name on the firm's front door.
Oh, golly. Fletcher, Fanning, Flipcroft, and Shelby Advertising Incorporated. And Victor Hollis.
Okay, so we have to buy a wider front door. Enough about the great big Hollis. What about wife Betty? How's you?
Very exciting. And you may be interested to know that I got a very important signature, too.
No. Whose?
The landlord.
Really? You got the lease?
Mm-hmm. For the 6-room apartment.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Vic, we can move in June 1st. In just 3 months. Isn't that terrific?
Terrific is right. And just in time, too.
Can you imagine 2 little toddlers in our tiny apartment?
No, ma'am, I can't. I'm surprised this one little character here hasn't filed a complaint. Oh, gee, that really is swell news, hon. And the way business is going now, we'll actually be able to afford the new apartment. Well, almost, anyway.
Oh, it's true, Vic. With all the expenses and troubles we've had the last few years, it just seems as if things are beginning to break at last.
Yes, ma'am, it really looks as if everything's going our way. Home at last. Good old miniature manor.
In 3 months, we can forget that name.
Oh, I won't ever. I'll always treasure the memories of every cramped moment we've spent here.
Oh, so will I, dear. Oh, here, say, I got the keys right handy
No,
here.
all right.
Don't put little Vic down. He's practically asleep.
Excuse me. You don't happen to be Mr. Victor Hollis, do you?
Sure. What can I do for you?
I'm Deputy Sheriff Anderson of Cook County, Mr. Hollis. I'll have to serve you with this execution.
Execution? What's an Whereas judgment was rendered against you, and so forth, the plaintiff, Helen Weeks, sum of $5,000 plus accrued interest at 5% for 13 years. That judgment never satisfied, due and payable to the amount of $8,250.
Dick, darling, what is it? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, it's no joke, Betty. All I can hope is it's a mistake. Oh, sure, there was some silly notice I got just before I entered the service. But according to this paper, I owe more than $8,000 to a woman I actually haven't seen for 13 years. It was almost as if fate had been listening in on our joy and had decided to blight it. After dinner and when the baby'd been put to bed, we sat down in the living room to view our misfortune. I tried to sift through 13 years of memories to tell Betty the story behind it. It was just 13 years ago, dear. I was 13 myself at the time. This particular evening in 1941, my dad brought the truck home from the market, and after we ate dinner, he lay down on the sofa. He was dead tired, and I was full of the devil.
Dad? Hey, Dad.
Yes, Vic?
Dad, when are we going to get a car?
We have the truck, Vic. We don't need a car.
Oh, you can't go riding around in a truck, Dad. That's for delivering stuff.
Where do you want to go around riding, son?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe we could find a little time to go riding this Sunday, out in the country. Truck wouldn't be too bumpy.
Oh, but it's not like a real car you can drive around in. I wished we had one like Ricky Henderson drives to school. Boy, that's a beauty.
Ricky Henderson? Is he one of the older boys?
No, he's in my grade. He drives to school every day.
By himself?
Sure. Well, there's a chauffeur along. They're real rich. He lets Ricky drive it whenever he wants to.
Well, I don't believe in that, Vic. 13's too young for a boy to drive.
Oh, I don't think so.
Things happen fast when you're driving, son. You must always be ready to do the right thing in a hurry. Can't do that when you're only 13.
Oh, I'd know just what to do.
In a few years, yes, Vicky. For now, you be satisfied. We don't have lots of things, but we got a nice family, Vicky. Lots of boys don't have nice brothers and sisters. Now, you just be contented. I'll take you for a ride this Sunday. You wait and see.
Okay, only I don't see why.
Now, no more now. Let me rest a half hour. It'll be a busy night at the market.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Vic?
Can I go to the show tonight?
No, Vic.
Oh, can I please?
No, indeed. You know it's a school night.
Heck, there's nothing to do around here.
Why don't you go and work with your stamp collection?
Oh, not that junk.
You have any homework?
I finished it.
You sure?
Sure, I finished it. Dad, oh, come on, Dad. Let me go to the movies. Just this once. Dad? Oh, he's asleep.
I was plenty burned up the way my dad was acting. Then I saw his delivery truck parked at the curb. I knew I wasn't supposed to get into it when I was alone, so naturally, that's the first thing that entered my mind. I got inside the cab and began playing with the controls. But that wasn't enough. I decided I knew all there was to know about driving, and by gosh, I'd prove it to my father once and for all. I sneaked into the house, grabbed his keys from the desk, and ran back to the truck. The starter was easy to find. I had just a little trouble telling the clutch from the brake. But this didn't faze me. In no time, I had it solved. And also the matter of stepping on the gas. This was as easy as falling off a log. Of course, I was going a little faster than I actually intended, but this was no problem either. I had a great deal of confidence as I started into the next block. Why not drive around the neighborhood a little and let all the gang see me? Dad wouldn't be leaving for another 20 minutes. He'd never know the difference. I reached Milwaukee Avenue, and there was a stoplight ahead. I didn't know the clutch pedal from the brake. The light changed to red, and I sailed right through. Then there was a car parked right ahead. And before I knew it...
Vicky. Wake up, Vicky. It's your dad, Vic. Can you open your eyes, Vic?
Dad, what am I doing on the sidewalk, Dad?
Now, don't move around, Vic. You're going to be all right. Just take it easy.
I was in an accident. Was I?
Yes, son. But the doctor says you're all right. Now, don't worry. You're going to be all right.
I feel okay. Dad?
Yes, Vic.
Did I hit anybody? Was anybody hurt?
No. Just take it easy, son.
But was there... Did anybody get hurt?
Yes, son. There was a girl in the parked car you hit. She's quite badly injured.
That's how it all started, Betty. The girl's name was Helen Weeks. During the next few months, we heard that name many times. She recovered completely from the concussion and the broken arm. I was a completely penitent young fellow, as I recall. Really learned my lesson in obedience, but at what a cost.
Well, Vic, you and I are being sued by Miss Helen Weeks for damages.
Really, Dad?
Yes, I'm afraid so, son.
But, Dad, they're rich people. Her dad has a lot of money.
That doesn't make any difference, Vicky. If we owe them damages, wealth has nothing to do with it.
How much are they suing us for, Dad?
She's asking $5,000.
$5,000? Oh, that's impossible.
Yeah, it might as well be $5 million, Vic, or 500. I simply don't have it.
I know that, Dad. I don't know what to say. I've told you so many times how bad I feel about it.
Now, Vic, we've been all through that, and I don't want to hear any more about it. What's done is done. I know you've learned a lesson you'll never forget. Our present problem is what to do. And I've asked my old friend Arnold Thurston to give us some legal counsel.
I remember how Arnold Thurston came to our rescue and explained to Dad just where we stood legally. I think I can recall just about exactly what he told us. Dad was out of it. That much seemed pretty clear to Mr. Thurston. In the first place, he wasn't present in the car when the accident occurred, but equally important, he was not in any way responsible for my being in the car. I was on no errand for him, in other words.
Well, does that make a difference, dear?
Oh, yes, a big difference. I think they refer to it as agency. You see, in other words, if a minor is using a family car with permission of a parent and is driving on behalf of the family or parent, in other words, as an agent of mother or father, then the parent becomes liable for anything that might happen.
Well, you certainly weren't acting as your dad's agent that evening.
I'll say I wasn't. Dad didn't even know I could steer a car, let alone drive one. And to completely absolve him, I'd swiped the keys without his knowledge. Well, Attorney Thurston explained all this carefully, and Dad's insurance company defended him on that basis. But I was another question entirely. In the first place, Dad's car insurance wasn't the kind that would cover any liability but his own, or that of someone driving with his permission. And that certainly didn't include me. But when the Helen Weeks damage suit came to trial, her lawyer questioned my father and me, and he exhausted every possibility of proving I'd been serving as my father's agent.
Now, Mr. Hollis, you say you promised to take your son for a ride that following Sunday. Did you also imply that you might let him drive at that time?
No, sir. I did not.
Mr. Hollis, when the boy professed a desire to learn to drive, what did you say to him?
I told him I didn't approve of boys driving at the age of 13.
Not even in the neighborhood? Close by?
No, sir. Not even in the neighborhood.
Tell me, Vic, when did you notice your father's keys had been left in the truck?
But they weren't left in the truck, sir. I sneaked in the house and took them from my father's desk.
All right, young man, I'm just about through. But I would like to know whether you might have stopped along the route at, perhaps a neighborhood store and bought something for the family, perhaps some candy, perhaps
No, sir. I didn't stop anywhere.
You're quite sure?
Yes, sir. I'm very sure.
The jury having been waived, the court finds from the evidence that John Hollis was not present in the car at the time of the accident, that the son wasn't acting for John Hollis as his agent in any way, nor did he have Mr. Hollis' permission to operate the car. Court finds the defendant, John Hollis, not guilty. As for the boy, I find he is a minor, age 13, but still responsible for his negligent acts. I further find he was driving illegally and negligently, having traveled at an excessive rate of speed and through a stoplight. Court further finds that as a result of this accident, the plaintiff, Helen Weeks, sustained injuries causing medical bills, shock, and loss of time. Court therefore awards damages in the amount of $5,000.
I move for a judgment on the finding, Your Honor.
Judgment on the finding for $5,000 is entered.
Well, there I was, Betty. 13-year-old kid with a $5,000 debt on my back, and not even a paper route for income. Whole thing was pretty impossible. But don't think we weren't concerned about the injured girl's side of the picture, too.
Oh, of course you were, dear. But what could you do?
That's about what Dad said after the trial. At 13, you don't get the full impact of things like that. But it hit my dad pretty hard, believe me.
I wish there was something we could do about that $5,000, son. I've thought and I've thought. But there just isn't any way I can raise it. I'm making both ends meet at home here, and that's absolutely all.
Gee, Dad, it's not really your worry. The judge said so.
Legally, that may be true, Vic, and even morally. As Attorney Thurston told me, I'm not bound to stand behind that debt. But, son, what involves my children must involve me.
I don't see why, Dad.
Yes, someday you will, sir. Someday you will.
Well, Betty, Dad brooded about that debt until the day of his death.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, now it looks as if the chickens have come home to roost after all.
What are we going to do about it?
That's the jackpot question, honey. It couldn't have come at a worse time, right when we were beginning to get our family on solid financial ground.
The baby coming and new apartment. What can we do, Vic?
Well, I can answer that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm no more able to pay that $5,000 than I ever was. Why, we have just a little over $1,000 in the bank as it is.
Well, as Mother used to say, they can't get blood out of a turnip. Only, darling, what happens if they don't?
Well, I doubt if they'll throw me in jail. I think the debtor's prison is a thing of the past. Still...
Vic, why are they trying to get the money now, after all these years?
That puzzles me, too. 13 years. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Isn't there some kind of a national law about the statute of limitations or something? You know, about a debt being uncollectible after... Gee, I think it's 7 years, isn't it?
Well, I've heard something like that, dear, but don't take my word for it.
Look, honey, I got a hunch this debt's too old to collect. And besides, no matter how I may feel about it personally, I still can't pay it even now. Absolutely impossible.
Well, then what are you going to do, Vic?
Well, I'll fill out this schedule itemizing my personal property the way it says to do here in this execution paper. Then I'll file it with the court, and they'll see I can't pay that debt.
Do you think that'll settle it, dear?
Honey, I'm practically sure of it.
Hello?
Hi, honey. How's everything?
All right, dear. Late again tonight?
How'd you guess it?
Well, darling, it's been the same story for 2 solid weeks. Why should it be different today?
Aren't sore, are you?
Of course not, dear. Only I hope you and the boys get that spring advertising campaign finished pretty soon. I'd like to get reacquainted with my husband.
Okay, honey, I know what you mean. But we'll have the campaign licked by tonight. And this weekend, the theater, dinner downtown, just name it and it's yours.
I'll hold you to those rash promises. Oh, say, Vic, that reminds me.
Mm-hmm.
That schedule of personal property you were supposed to make out for the court.
Oh, hang the luck with this big campaign taking every waking hour. I completely forgot that. How soon was that supposed to be in court?
10 days.
Oh, good Lord, this makes 2 weeks. Well, what can I do? Well, we haven't heard a word about it, so I guess there's no harm done. I'll make out that personal property list this weekend. Oh, say, I'll have to hang up. I seem to have a visitor, hon.
Okay. Get home as early as you can, dear.
Okay, honey. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yes, sir?
Victor Hollis?
Yes, sir.
I'm from the sheriff's office. I have a summons for you.
Citation to discover assets. Victor Hollis, failure to answer execution, hereby summoned to be present. Judge Martin L. Cartwright, room 1312, County Building, Thursday, March. Answer questions regarding personal property. If you do not appear, contempt of court. Contempt of court? Hey, this is really serious. I'm in this right up to my neck. Oh, it's quite a mess, honey. What happens to that promising career of mine with the sheriff practically sitting on my desk down at the office?
Well, can't we do something?
Well, sure, we have to, and fast. Oh, now, don't worry, dear. I'm sure there's a way out of this mess once I find out where we stand legally.
But we don't know any lawyer. Your father's lawyer died, didn't he?
That's right. But I do know where to find one.
Oh?
I'm going into the Chicago Bar Association Monday and talk to the man in charge of their lawyer reference plan. In brief, that is.
Well, you've given me sufficient facts for our lawyer reference purposes, Mr. Hollis. You see, we're careful to recommend only a lawyer who's well qualified in the field of your particular problem.
Well, this is quite a public service. How many lawyers do you have on your list?
About 600, Mr. Hollis. They're carefully screened and must pass experience qualifications before they're included in the lawyer reference plan. And naturally, we take them in rotation.
I see. Well, how do I go about paying for this service?
Oh, there's no charge for the referral service here, Mr. Hollis. But there is a standard payment arrangement for your first consultation with the lawyer we refer you to. $3 for the first half hour.
And if it's going to take further work to settle our problem, I suppose the lawyer and I work out our own arrangement.
Exactly. Now, the man I'm recommending for you is Jeffrey Wall. I'll call him and arrange an immediate appointment.
Well, Mr. Hollis, I think before we discuss any action in this case, it might be wise to interpret some of the points that seem to have baffled you.
That sounds like a good idea, Mr. Wall. I just don't understand this situation of a claim coming back to hound a fella after 13 years.
Well, there's a good spot to start. While it's true that certain types of liabilities do become unenforceable after a few years, if this judgment was properly revived, it's still valid.
So now, at 26, I have to pay for a mistake I made when I was 13?
That's right. Another point on which you may not have exactly the right picture is this matter of your ability to pay. While I fully appreciate your financial problem, Mr. Hollis, you should realize that the plaintiff in this case can make life pretty miserable for you, both economically and socially.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand that part already, Mr. Wall. Investigations of my earnings, garnishment of my commissions, things like that aren't going to help me get ahead with my employer. Or even keep my position with the firm, for that matter. Well, what's the course of action?
A settlement.
But $5,000.
Correction. $8,250. That's 5% interest over 13 years.
Can they get away with that, too?
Yes, I'm afraid they can, if they wish to, Mr. Hollis.
Well, as I say, I've got $1,000 in the savings account, and that is all.
What about a loan?
A loan? Look, I don't want to go into hock.
It's probably your only way out. They'll force you into it, I'm afraid.
Brother. Well, my credit's okay. I can get a loan. But not for the additional $7,250.
I see. Well, then, in that case, it appears you'll have to negotiate with the plaintiff. Often you can get a fair reduction through a settlement of that sort.
Well, I'd like you to handle the negotiations for me, Mr. Wall.
Well, fine. I'll be glad to do so.
All right. Now, can I talk to you about your fee?
Yes, of course. In just a moment. The first item of business will be a conference with Mr. Charles, the plaintiff's lawyer. And I'd like to make an appointment with him right now. Mr. Charles, we freely admit that you've got a good case here against my client, but we're hoping the plaintiff will take into consideration the original nature of the claim, the passage of time, and especially the young man's family situation.
Yes, you've made that part of it quite plain, Mr. Wall. However, we're inclined to wonder at the defendant's failure to follow up the execution of the judgment by filing a schedule of his personal property.
Well, that was a serious error. I agree with you. It was due to my client's forgetfulness under the pressure of seasonal business. He has now complied with your wishes.
Well, there's still some doubt in our mind, Mr. Wall. We wonder if he doesn't, in fact, own property of value.
We realize that plaintiff could continue to search for property of this sort, but I can assure you my own investigation of the case has revealed no assets not listed for you. Please understand that Mr. Hollis is just a young man getting started in life.
Well, Mr. Wall, what do you propose?
Well, in view of the fact that your client, Miss Weeks, is naturally eager to conclude this long-time litigation, a settlement might be in order at this time.
Well, she already has authorized me to forget the interest charges. That would be a reduction of $3,250 down to the original judgment of $5,000.
That's a generous offer, Mr. Charles, but I'm afraid it's still too much for my client to raise at this time.
What amount do you propose?
$2,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm certain that's out of the question.
Suppose we both talk with our clients again and inform them of mutual problems.
All right, Mr. Wall. Then shall we meet again in a day or so?
How would Thursday at this same time be with you?
Good. We'll talk again at that time, Mr. Wall.
Victor Hollis speaking.
Oh, Mr. Hollis, I've just come from a conference with Miss Weeks' attorney, Mr. Charles.
Good. What kind of luck did you have?
Some, but not enough, I'm afraid. They've cut out the interest charges, which brings it down to the $5,000.
Ouch. Well, that's something, Mr. Wall, but you know my situation.
Well, so I informed him. I offered $2,000, but he turned it down. How much more than that do you think I could go?
Get this off my back once and for all?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Wall. I think I could raise 1,000 more, but honestly, that's the absolute limit.
$3,000?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll try it, and I'll be in touch with you again Thursday.
All right. Oh, good luck.
Thank you. Maybe we'll get it.
Well, Mr. Wall, my client, Miss Weeks, and I have gone over all the aspects of Mr. Hollis' situation. She's impressed by his splendid educational, military, and business record, and she'd like to recognize all that, along with his family status, in a settlement of her claim.
Well, we appreciate that, Mr. Charles. I've been in touch with Mr. Hollis, of course, and he feels he can extend himself financially to reach an agreement. Will you accept $3,000 plus court costs?
Well, this is a rather drastic reduction, of course, Mr. Wall, but I'm happy to say that my client will accept that. Well, honey, here we are, stony broke and in hock for a pile of money, and yet, you know, I'm relieved. After all these years, I'm finally square with the world.
Oh, and we'll never regret it, dear. I'm not worried.
Neither am I. We'll work out of it all right. In fact, now I'll be able to work twice as hard as before. I won't be wasting so much valuable time.
Doing what, dear?
Looking over my shoulder for the sheriff.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University School of Law. Dean Fitzgerald.
The question of liability for the acts of minors is a complicated one. In tonight's story, if Vic's father had known the boy intended to drive, or had actually sent him to pick up a pair of shoes or buy some groceries, or in any other way to act as his agent, then the father would have become liable for the damages of his son. In some states, but not in Illinois, a so-called family purpose doctrine has been applied by court decision or by statute. It provides that any normal use of a car by any member of the family makes the owner liable, provided he has given his consent to the use. Because these matters involving liability for children's deeds are so complex, expert legal advice is a necessity. The services of the Legal Aid Bureau of United Charities are made available to those of very limited means who are unable to pay $3 for the first half hour under the lawyer reference plan. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will look into the legal aspects of your responsibility as a witness on Case Dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good Lord.
Case dismissed. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious, and a resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of the cast were Meg Hahn, Charles Flynn, Carlton Cadell, Jack Lester, Harry Elders, and Bruce Lindgren. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction is by Herbert Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound effects by Tom Evans. Engineering by Harold Woodbury. And this is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll bring you a story about your responsibility as a witness on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC Radio Network. Case dismissed.
Monday morning was something quite different. At first, I suspected nothing. Then rumors began floating around. Little clusters of students began to form between classes, then reform elsewhere. Or was I imagining it?
An innocent young woman suddenly finds herself the victim of a vicious character assassination. How can she protect her rights against an anonymous person? And is it too late now to restore her good name? Today, a story of libel on Case Dismissed. WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights. How vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. Today, our story begins at the hosiery counter of a neighborhood variety store in Chicago.
Girl, come here and take care of me. I'm in a hurry.
I'm sorry. I'll be with you in just a moment as soon as I've taken care of
Miss, if you can't give better service here, I'll just have
I'm
to go.
really sorry, madam, but this other customer's been waiting.
Well, I never... Why, you... Well, young lady,
Miss Fenaway.
Laura Blake. So this is where you've been hiding. Well...
How's everything back in Midvale, Miss Fenaway?
The nerve of you. The likes of you asking me that. Why, you ought never to mention the name of our town again in all your life. You who brought so much shame
But
to
I
it.
didn't, Miss Fenaway. Do you have to go on?
I don't have to. No, I don't have to shop in a store that has the likes of you as clerks. I should think the manager would be glad to know about the trash he's hiring.
Please, Miss Fenaway. It isn't true. Please don't say those awful things. Haven't you and your boss, Mrs. Cambridge, haven't you done enough to me? Aren't you satisfied? Miss Fenaway.
Young man, are you the manager of the store?
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Well, I think you should know you haven't been very careful in selecting your help here.
Oh, really, ma'am? You have a complaint against one of our clerks?
I should say I have, and so does the entire town of Midvale. Against that Blake girl.
Miss Laura Blake?
Miss Laura Blake, indeed. A girl with a shady past. That's who you've hired, young man.
Well, if you'd please tell me your name, I'd like to look into your accusation more...
Indeed, I won't tell you my name. And she'll tell you all about herself. Oh, my, yes. She'll be delighted to tell you all about her wretched life. Good day, sir.
Yes. Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Marsh?
Oh, yes, Laura. Won't you sit down, please?
Yes, miss.
Laura, I don't believe in beating around the bush. A customer whose name I couldn't obtain has just made a serious accusation about you.
Miss Fenaway. Stella Fenaway. So they're even going to take this job away from me.
You know who I mean right away, Laura?
Yes.
She said you had a shady past. Is there any truth to her charge?
No. No, sir. Not at all.
That's all I want to know, then.
But I want to tell you about it, Mr. Marsh. Won't you listen?
Why, certainly, Laura. I'll be very glad to.
Do you know the town of Midvale, Mr. Marsh?
Yes. I've been through it many times. Pretty town.
Yes. A pretty town in many ways. And for 23 years, I didn't dream there was any ugliness to be found in Midvale. But there was.
It's your hometown?
Yes, Mr. Marsh. You see, my mother died when I was a little girl, and my father moved to Midvale shortly afterward. He was a printer, and he worked for the weekly newspaper there. Dad hired a housekeeper, Mrs. Briggs, who took care of me when he wasn't home. Dad and Mother had been devoted to each other, and her death left him adrift. He needed friends, and he found friendship in the Midvale Tavern.
Laura, you don't have to tell me all this if you don't...
Oh, no, it's all part of the story, Mr. Marsh. I just want you to know that my dad was never a drunkard, even by the wildest conceptions. He'd linger over a beer for hours, chatting with companions, reminiscing. And in all that time, through my childhood up to the day he died, I never once saw my father even slightly intoxicated.
Did you lose your father recently, Laura?
Yes, Mr. Marsh. The town killed him just a few months ago.
Killed him?
As surely as if they'd used a gun.
Look, Laura, if you're not up to it, don't force yourself to tell me this today. I can wait.
No, I want to. I'm all right.
Well, you don't have to.
Yes, I do. My dad managed to send me through teacher's college, Mr. Marsh. I remember how proud and happy he was the day I learned I'd been selected to teach right at home in Midvale High School. Laura Blake, English and Speech Department, all rolled into one delighted girl. Even my first meeting with Miss Fenaway's boss, School Board President Lillian Cambridge, failed to lessen the joy of that first day.
And now, Miss Blake, we of the school board are naturally happy that one of our own Midvale residents has been chosen to become a member of the faculty. However, I must warn you that you will be expected to lead the same kind of exemplary life required of all our teachers.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
I simply want to emphasize it, Miss Blake. Smoking in public is not allowed, and is discouraged even in private. Late hours are to be avoided at all times. Drinking, Miss Blake, is absolutely forbidden.
Yes, Mrs. Cambridge. You won't have to worry about me.
Oh, but I will, Miss Blake. I always worry about our little family of teachers. I hope you'll feel free to come to me at any time with your problems, Miss Blake. And now, good luck to you. I hope you'll be very happy with us.
I'd known about Lillian Cambridge almost all my life.
The Cambridges had helped found the town of Midvale, and their descendants ran the town. Lillian Cambridge owned one of the town's hardware stores, and in all the 23 years she'd been a school board member, no other concern had shared in the school's hardware and sports equipment purchases. No one dared challenge this, not even the other hardware man. His predecessor had tried. Then overnight, he vanished from town under the cloud of a scandal. Well, I taught at Midvale High for a year, watching Mrs. Cambridge run her little dictatorship, blocking a much-needed school-building program, arranging for a friend's daughter to skip from set 5th to 7th grade, vigilantly serving as the self-appointed watchdog over the teachers' private lives. Then one day, the new coach, Ralph Tracy, made a very serious mistake. He went to Mrs. Cambridge complaining about some new track and playground equipment, purchased, of course, through Mrs. Cambridge's hardware store. Perhaps he wasn't aware. Perhaps he was just daring. At any rate, he was playing with danger.
Mrs. Cambridge, I feel the school has been cheated.
Oh, really, Mr. Tracy? In what way?
Well, that track and playground equipment we ordered, it's not the same kind I originally approved. This stuff is cheap and flimsy. One of the boys tripped on the hurdles and the board smashed to smithereens. It's junk, Mrs. Cambridge, every stick of it, and dangerous to the students.
I think you've made a mistake, Mr. Tracy. Surely it can't be as bad as you say.
Actually, it's worse, Mrs. Cambridge. I won't let the youngsters use this equipment.
Oh? You won't?
No, ma'am. I wouldn't want to see a trapeze break or a pole snap and injure one of them for life.
Aren't you over-dramatizing this, Mr. Tracy?
No, indeed. That's cheap equipment. And if you want my honest opinion, the school's been gypped.
That's your opinion?
Yes, ma'am. And if I have anything to say about it, the parents are going to know about this.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. I'm glad to know how you feel. I'll see that action is taken immediately.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Cambridge.
Good day, Mr. Tracy.
Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Tracy. You're right, of course. The parents are going to know about this.
Overnight, a vicious rumor about Coach Tracy started in Midvale. By morning, it had spread all around the town, to the beauty parlors and men's clothing stores and barber shops and taverns. Who'd started it? No one knew. Who'd spread the story? Almost everyone. A week later, Ralph Tracy resigned and left Midvale. We teachers knew the truth of his innocence, but what could we do? That's where I made my mistake, I guess. I called a meeting in my English room. We all know what's happened. A fellow teacher has been ruined. Not one of us needs further proof of his innocence. Yet, because of his wife's heart condition, Ralph chose not to fight it. He ran away from a false and vicious rumor someone started.
Yes, and we all know who started it.
Careful, Genevieve. We have well-founded suspicions, but we've no right to air them till we're sure. That's my suggestion, that we investigate this whole sad case until we find the guilty party and can prove it. The best thing we can try for is to clear Ralph Tracy and get him back here. We started our little investigation, and almost immediately I found myself summoned to Mrs. Cambridge's office downtown.
Miss Blake, I understand you've organized a committee to look into the recent scandal and departure of Mr. Tracy.
Yes, Mrs. Cambridge. We feel he may have been an innocent victim of a vicious rumor.
Forget it. Coach Tracy was guilty of all the charges, and his running off proves it beyond a doubt.
But his wife was an invalid, Mrs. Cambridge. Fighting back would have subjected her to great tension. It might have killed her.
Nonsense. The man was a disgrace to the profession. We're well rid of him. I advise you to cease your foolish plans to help him, no matter how good your intentions.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cambridge, but we all agree we should continue. We seem to be making a little headway.
You will stop it, or you'll answer to me, to the school board. Now that's an order.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Cambridge, I don't think the school board has any right to stop us from trying to prove a man's innocence.
Miss Blake, I'll not tolerate such insolence.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cambridge. I intend no insolence.
But you won't halt this silly investigation?
No, ma'am. Not yet.
Miss Blake, we shall see who's running Midvale High School. Good day to you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Cambridge. 2 mornings later, as I left my home, I discovered a sealed white envelope without postmark or stamp in my mailbox. I opened it and read the typewritten message. Speaking for all the citizens of Midvale, we've been asked to advise you that further efforts on your part in behalf of Coach Ralph Tracy will not be tolerated. Nothing you can do will convince us he was not guilty. We are well rid of him. For your own good, stop now. Signed, Citizens Committee of Midvale. Frightening. As anything anonymous is frightening. I debated whether I should tell our teachers group about the letter. Finally, I did. And most of them wanted to halt our investigation for my sake. But I persuaded most of the faculty to continue. The following Friday night, I was serving as a faculty advisor at a school dance. At intermission time, I gathered up the tickets and money from the student ticket sellers at the door and took them back to the principal's office for safekeeping. When I put the key in the lock, I found the door was unlocked. Inside, the light was on. I expected to see the principal, but there was no one in the room. Then I turned to the safe to put away the $40 from the dance. The door to the safe was open, and there was nothing inside. I hurried back to the gymnasium, found the principal, and told him what I suspected, that someone had broken into his office and stolen the contents of the safe. We rushed back, and he confirmed my fears. Nearly $200 was gone. Well, the second half of the school dance failed miserably, as excitement mounted over the office robbery. Theories and rumors flew like wildfire. Students pinned it on the recognized bad boys in school. Adults present thought it might be the work of downtown toughs. I, of course, was the center of attraction, the star of the evening, because I'd stumbled onto the crime. That was how it was Friday night, and all day Saturday and Sunday. But Monday morning was something quite different. At first, I suspected nothing. Then I saw the folded note being passed from one student to another. I apprehended it and read it as the class hung its head. Who stole the school's $200? That's easy. Who found the door unlocked and the safe open? Whose father is a drunkard and a thief, who drinks and steals just like him? The answer, good citizens, is our innocent acting English teacher, Laura Blake. What are you going to do about larceny, Laura? No, what could... Oh, no! It was terrible. My friend Genevieve Hibbs stood by me and helped me regain my composure. And then the full truth came to me. I'd been accused of theft and of drunkenness by an unknown writer who'd sent identical letters to 25 of Midvale's leading citizens. When I could think clearly again, I tried to find out who'd sent the letters. I had a strong suspicion, of course, but the post office ended that very swiftly. The letters, they informed me, had been placed in the post office sometime after 7 o'clock on Sunday evening. And I knew beyond a doubt that Mrs. Lillian Cambridge, my number one suspect, had left town by train on Saturday night and wasn't expected back for a week. She might have had an accomplice, but how would I know? What could I do? Nothing, I decided. The rumor grew and was magnified as it traveled. My best friend stood by me, but the other kind, well, I began to notice some of my faculty associates who used to stop and chat at lunchtime now carefully avoided me. And more I heard snickers and whispers about larceny, Laura, behind my back. I tried to shield my father, but of course it was impossible. He was furious, but the more tongues wagged, the less he said, and the sicker he became. And there we were in the middle of a horrible nightmare that never ceased, but just grew and grew. Well, the school board election returned Lillian Cambridge to her presidency without opposition. And I think it was then that I knew that my cause was lost. Her secretary at the hardware store, Miss Stella Fenaway, called on me at my home a week later. She came quickly to the point of the mission.
I do hope you'll consider the advice of Mrs. Cambridge and myself. Spare yourself and the school further embarrassment by resigning from the faculty at the end of the spring term.
No matter how she put it, Stella Fenaway had handed me an ultimatum from Lillian Cambridge.
Finally, in May, an official note came directly from Lillian Cambridge. This is to inform you that your services as English and speech teacher at Midvale High School will be terminated as of Friday, June 7th. Lillian Cambridge, President, Midvale School Board. I'd expected it for some time, of course, and I was prepared for the shock. But for my father, it was the final blow. He took to his bed that summer, and in the fall, after I'd been turned down by a dozen different high schools in the state, he died, a tired, broken-hearted man. At Christmas time, I came to Chicago and started working at your store here, Mr. Marsh. Since then, I've been trying to work out a future. Frankly, I haven't gotten very far with my plans.
Well, if it helps any, Laura, I'd like you to know that I believe you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. That means a great deal.
And what's more, I'd like to help you if I can. You can't go through life with that black mark in your past.
But what can I do?
Well, first thing you can do is see my friend, Attorney Jack Milton. If anything on earth can be done, there's the boy who can do it.
But I don't have enough money for a lawsuit, even if I do have a case, Mr. Marsh.
I'm sure Jack will have an answer for that, too. How about letting me call it?
Well, Miss Blake, you've really had a rough time. I'm certainly glad you came to me before it was too late.
Too late? I don't understand, Mr. Milton.
Now, there's a statute of limitations on libel and slander suits, Miss Blake. In Illinois, you have to sue within 1 year after the libel or slander has taken place.
Goodness. We have only a little over a month left. There's no one to sue.
Don't you think this story about you has been repeated specifically by a number of different people in Midvale?
Oh, yes, I'm sure it has.
Well, all we have to do is find someone who has repeated that you're a thief, Miss Blake. We don't have to find the person who actually started the rumor, and it doesn't make any difference even if a person repeating it believed it was true.
Oh, but I don't want to make a mere gossip pay for this, Mr. Milton. I'm only interested in vindication. I want the party who viciously started it to say it isn't true.
Well, if we identify someone who repeated it, we can undoubtedly trace it back to its origin. However, the fact that you have some strong suspicions about someone with considerable motivation may prove helpful here. Perhaps not. At any rate, I think the collection of notes you received is the place to begin.
Oh, you mean the warning note and the actual libelous note?
Yes. And also the official notice of dismissal sent you by Mrs. Cambridge, the school board president.
But they were all typewritten, Mr. Milton. The warning and the libelous note had no signatures.
Well, a typewriter has a signature all its own, you know. And we'll get a typewriter expert on this and have him do a little sleuth work. They can trace a typewritten note right down to the make and model of the typewriter, and even to the owner. Suppose we have a try.
Well, Miss Blake, we have good news. The typewriter expert tells me all three of the notes were written on the same machine, a standard Taylor.
Then Mrs. Cambridge did write those horrible things.
It seems very likely. However, we'll need every shred of proof we can find. That's why I plan to visit your former hometown of Midvale tomorrow. If the office supply shop manager keeps a record of his sales, we should be able to locate that typewriter.
And if it definitely belongs to Mrs. Cambridge?
Yes, that's what we hope to find. Of course, we haven't won your case by any means, but we're getting some mighty good evidence.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Walters?
Yes, sir.
I'm Attorney John Milton of Chicago.
I'm mighty glad to know you, sir. You interested in a typewriter?
In a way, yes, but not to buy one.
Oh.
No, I'm trying to trace a certain typewriter. It's an off-brand, a standard Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Do you keep any record of typewriter sales?
Yes, sir, indeed we do.
Unfortunately, I don't have the serial number.
Well, in this case, you won't need any. I've sold only one standard Taylor in the last 5 years.
Really?
Oh, yes, sir. That machine went to Mrs. Cambridge, Mrs. Lillian Cambridge, over at the hardware store.
Well, as you can see, Miss Blake, it all turned out to be a lot easier than I'd even imagined.
Oh, it's marvelous, Mr. Milton. You've done so much already.
Well, I think we just about have a case here now.
Well, then before we go any further, Mr. Milton, you must understand I'm very short of money.
I know all about that, Miss Blake, and I believe I have a solution for you. You see, lawyers have several different ways of charging for their services.
Oh?
One is based on actual time involved in preparing and prosecuting a case, regardless of outcome.
I see.
Usually, a lawyer has a basic hourly fee, the amount of which depends on his expenses for books, stenographer's salary, rent, and so forth.
in addition to compensation for his own time and work.
I understand, Mr. Milton.
Still, another method is by charging a flat fee for a given type of case. For instance, so much for an ordinary divorce action, so much for an adoption, so much for the making of a simple will.
Oh, well, do you have a special fee for a libel action of this kind?
No. Every libel action differs from every other, you see. But this is a case that lends itself admirably to the third way of charging, the contingent fee. Here, if you win, I would take a percentage of the amount you receive, usually not more than 1/3, sometimes less if the case is settled out of court. If you lose, you owe me no fee, but you do pay the court costs. In other words, there's a risk involved. But if that method suits you, I'll be willing to take your case on that basis.
Oh, it certainly sounds very fair to me.
All right. Excuse me a moment.
Sure.
John Milton speaking.
Mr. Milton, are you the attorney who was in Midvale yesterday?
Oh, yes, ma'am. With whom am I speaking?
You don't know me, Mr. Milton. My name is Stella Fenaway.
Oh, yes?
I live in Midvale. They say you were asking about a certain typewriter at the local supply store.
Oh, that's right. I'm seeking information for a client of mine, a former resident of your town.
Mr. Milton, your client, that couldn't be Laura Blake, could it?
I'm sorry, Miss Fenaway. I'm not at liberty to divulge the name of my client.
But you mentioned it when you were in Mr. Walter's typewriter shop yesterday. I understand you mentioned her name.
I did? Oh, I had no idea.
Mr. Milton, I'm frightened.
Of what, Miss Fenaway?
I don't want to be sued for something I didn't. Let me say this, Mr. Milton. If I could help you identify the person who wrote those anonymous notes about Laura Blake, could you promise not to sue me, too?
I believe I have my client's permission to make that promise, Miss Fenaway. But I don't quite understand why you think she would have a case against you anyway.
I delivered those letters to the post office. The letters that were written by my employer, Lillian Cambridge.
I'll be getting in touch with you, Miss Fenaway. Goodbye. Strange things happen when a person is trying to save his own skin. At any rate, Laura, now we're well prepared to go ahead with your libel suit against Lillian Cambridge.
Mr. Milton, I'm Dudley Piran, counsel for Mrs. Cambridge. My client is anxious to keep this libel action out of the courts. She's instructed me to offer a settlement. Now, would your client, Miss Blake, accept $5,000?
Well, yes and no, Mr. Piran. That will be acceptable to my client as a settlement for her loss of earnings and inability to work at her chosen profession during the past year. But the damage to her reputation is something quite different. Something Mrs. Cambridge can't assuage with money.
Mm-hmm. You would require a retraction of the allegedly libelous statements by Mrs. Cambridge, hmm?
Exactly, Mr. Piran. A full and public retraction by Mrs. Cambridge.
Well, Mr. Marsh, today's the day. I'm off for Colorado.
We'll miss you at the store, Laura, but I'm certainly glad you're returning to your profession. Good teachers are badly needed.
That's why I'm taking this summer course. I won't be a good teacher unless I get back into the mental trim I was in a year ago before all this happened.
I'd say you have a fine start, Laura.
Well, I have you and Mr. Milton to thank for that, Mr. Marsh. It's a terrible thing to live under a cloud of suspicion.
Thank goodness for our legal rights, Laura. And for the laws that protect us against unprincipled people who try to take our rights away.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
This is the Easter season, a time when hopes are reborn and every man should rededicate himself to his faith and to his fellow man. Repeating a libel or slander can be as dangerous and as damaging as originating it, and you are as guilty morally as you are under the law. Bearing false witness against your neighbor hurts not only the neighbor, but spreads out until it consumes your entire community in moral sickness. To protect the community as well as the individual, we have laws of slander and libel for which Laura is now grateful. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will consider some of the problems of juvenile delinquency. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. For plain answers to common questions about you and the law, remember to write for your free booklet entitled Meet Your Lawyer. Address your request to Chicago Bar Association, 29 South LaSalle Street, Chicago 3, Illinois. Case Dismissed was written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied by the Chicago Bar Association and its lawyer members. All characters were fictitious, and any resemblance to any person living or dead is purely coincidental. Members of today's cast were Meg Hahn, Viola Berwick, Geraldine Kay, Jack Lester, Charles Flynn, and Harry Elder. Case Dismissed is produced by Betty Ross. Direction is by Herbert Lateau. Musical effects were transcribed. Sound by Tom Evans. Engineering by Gary DeVlies. This is Lee Bennett speaking, inviting you to return next Saturday at this same time when we'll bring you a story about legal aspects of juvenile delinquency on Case Dismissed. This is the NBC radio. Case dismissed.
I've been here nearly 5 hours now. When do I get a chance to see somebody besides you? When do I get a fair trial? When do I talk to a judge?
A strange chain of events makes an innocent man appear guilty and places him in custody. Deprived of his basic legal rights, how can this end in case dismissed? WMAQ, in cooperation with the Chicago Bar Association, presents Case Dismissed. This is the story of your legal rights, how vital to preserve and protect them, how easily they may be lost. A 24-hour period packed with tension and human drama begins, innocently enough, as a fond husband bids his wife goodbye at a railroad station.
Hey, this is a pretty nice compartment, honey. Think you'll be comfortable all the way to L.A.?
Oh, I should say so. Only, well, it'd be a whole lot nicer if you were coming along, too, dear.
Well, any other time of the year but the season people start building houses, and I could have. But, well, we've gone all over that. I'm lucky I can sneak away fishing with Dave this weekend.
Well, I hope you catch a lot of fish, dear.
Oh, you'll be sorry you said that. You get back from your mother's and find the freezer loaded with walleyed pike.
Oh, if it turns out the way it usually does, I won't worry too much. The last few springs, all you've caught on the Wolf River were coals.
Now, you're a fine one to talk about coals. Leaving me in this Chicago climate while you go traipsing off to sunny Southern California.
Oh, I wouldn't for a minute if Mother didn't need me, Ed. I don't want to make the trip now without you.
Oh, I know it, honey. Only kidding. Besides, it'll do you good to get away from the old routine for a couple of weeks.
Maybe I happen to like the old routine. Say, are you going to be able to take care of yourself while I'm away?
No, I probably shouldn't admit it, dear, but I burned my little black book 20 years ago.
And I shouldn't admit it, but that's not what I'm worried about. Just be sure you eat 3 meals a day. Get 8 hours sleep. Don't let the dishes pile too high in the sink. And, oh, yes, don't leave the electric coffee pot on. And don't forget to lock up the house when you go out.
Aye, aye, Captain. Anything else?
Well, it might be a good idea to leave a light on somewhere in the house if you go out for any length of time.
A candle in the window for our wandering, long-lost son?
Oh, silly. I mean to discourage housebreakers. By the way, our insurance is all paid up, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. All in order, ma'am. Oh, hang it. I keep forgetting.
What, dear?
That camera equipment of mine. Keep forgetting to take out a policy on it. There's a lot of money tied up in that, too.
Now, there's an understatement, Mr. Fletcher.
I'll see Al about a policy as soon as I get back next Monday.
But what about Saturday and Sunday while you're fishing up in Wisconsin?
Oh, nobody will steal those cameras, Jane.
I suppose not, but just the same, you're taking a chance.
I'll tell you what. I'll hide them somewhere in the house. That'll make you feel better, honey.
Oh, that's a good idea. Just don't forget where you hid them. Oh, darling, it's almost train time.
Yeah. Well, bye, dear.
Bye, hon.
Come home as soon as you can.
I will. Oh, and Ed, go home and shave.
Huh?
That beard.
Shave? On the eve of a mighty fishing expedition? Honey, by the time Dave and I hit that Wolf River country, we'll look like the original Smith brothers.
Crazy. Bye, darling. Take care of yourself.
I will, honey. Goodbye.
That you, Dave?
Sure is. Ed?
Yeah. All set for Operation Wall-Eyed Pike, boy.
Oh, man, you said it. Haven't had the tackle out since last November.
What's that?
I said I haven't been fishing since last November. What's the matter?
Oh, lousy connection or something. Sound real faint. Are you going up with the rest of the guys, or do you want me to stop on my way through Gordon Park and pick you up?
I'd like to drive up with you, Ed, if you can get here early enough.
Well, like how early?
Oh, maybe 4 o'clock.
I didn't know you ever got up that early.
Special occasions only. That means fishing. Can you make it by 4?
I think so. Are you sure you'll be awake?
Sure I will. Just honk the horn once.
Okay. Now, what's that new address again?
3685 Crescent.
Okay, got it.
Hey, Ed, leave your tackle at home.
What for?
I'm loaded with new equipment. A friend of mine is advertising manager with a big tackle company. Wants me to give the stuff a real workout. How about giving me an assist?
Well, sure, Dave. You mean just leave my own tackle at home this time?
That's it. I got enough here to equip an army.
What's that?
I said I... forget it, Ed. We'll go over it tomorrow when we don't have this suburban telephone line to fight with. See you in the wee small hours of the morning.
I'll be sure you're up at 4 o'clock, boy.
I'll be listening for your horn, Ed.
Well, I had reason to doubt Dave's ability to rise that early. We'd been roommates in college, and in those days he had trouble even making 8 o'clock classes. I brewed some coffee while I dressed, drank some, and remembered to pull out the plug on the coffee maker. That reminded me of the cameras, so I stashed them away in an old trunk in the attic for safekeeping. Then I locked up and left the house. Gordon Park, where my friend Dave lives, is about 40 minutes north of my home. Consequently, it was just about 4 o'clock on the nose when I pulled up in front of 368 South Crescent and gently tapped the horn. I waited a minute, but there was no sign of activity in Dave's house. Not even a signal light from the front window. So I touched the horn again. Still nothing happened. I had my private opinions of drivers who lean on their horns any time of the day. At 4 in the morning, they deserve capital punishment. So I got out of my car. I walked up to Ed's front door and rang the bell. I listened intently for the patter of little fishermen's feet, but I heard nothing. I rang again and waited. Nothing. I even rechecked the house number with the note I'd taken the night before. Checked. Well, where was old Dave? Maybe I could wake him up some other way. His bedroom was around and back. Maybe I could pound on the window or the wall or something. Well, worth a try. There's a little breezeway between the garage and the house. I tried the back door knocker, lightly. Listened against the door for sounds of life inside. Not a sound. Tried the knocker again, with due respect to the neighbor. It seemed hopeless. For a minute, I even considered trying to get inside the house and wake Dave. I even twisted the doorknob. It was locked. Besides, this was no time of the morning to try walking into even a friend's house. You might shoot first and ask questions afterward. Or a neighbor might see you and call the police. I dismissed the idea and began looking around for a bedroom window to
Don't move, mister. You're covered.
What? Hey, officer, now wait a minute. I'm not...
Shut up, mister. Clinton, search him.
The older officer pushed a gun into the small of my back while the younger man searched me. He found nothing, of course, except a screwdriver and pliers I always carry in my leather jacket. It seemed to satisfy them, though.
This is a good night's work, Clinton.
You figure this is our boy, Wagner?
Sure he is. Just wait till the chief gets a look at him. This will take the pressure off him.
Wait a minute, officer. You men are making a mistake. I'm just trying to wake up a friend,
I told you to shut up, mister. Hold out your hand. Clinton, put the cuffs on him.
Wagner, what's the story about that friend? You better listen.
Yes, now please, officer. This is all a mistake. My friend is asleep inside this house, and I was only trying to wake him.
Your friend? Look, mister. There's nobody in that house. The whole family's in Florida.
In Florida? But Dave lives in...
Shut up, mister. Blab all you want at the station. Now march. Your one-man crime wave is all over.
They pushed me in their prowl car and drove to the village hall. Downstairs, I saw a small courtroom, an office, and 4 cells. Upstairs, there seemed to be living quarters. They herded me into one of the cells and locked the door. The 2 officers left me. About a half hour later, they stomped back into the building. Apparently, they brought my car back this time.
I think I'll call up Chief Thompson and tell him the good news, Clinton.
Gee, don't get him out of bed, Wagner.
Why not?
Getting this guy makes us big shots. Now, maybe the chief will get off our backs.
Just the same, I'd wait a couple hours. Hey, maybe we can get a confession out of him. Lay it right out in the chief's desk, all neat and complete.
Hmm? Maybe you're right, Clanton. It'd be a feather in our caps, all right. We got the confession, too.
Yeah, I'll get a pencil and pad.
Okay. This should be a cinch. All right, mister. You get your chance to talk now. What's your name?
Edward Fletcher,
Where do you live?
2486 Martin Drive, Chicago.
Martin Drive, huh? Pretty snazzy neighborhood. Business must have been pretty good for you, Fletcher.
I don't know what you're talking about, officer, but I do know you made a pretty bad mistake.
You talk like they do on the radio, mister. We haven't made any mistakes, but you have. Your last one for a while.
The only thing I can think of is that you figure I was trying to break into that house.
Did you hear that, Clanton? Mr. Fletcher thinks we think he's a common, ordinary housebreaker. I wonder what gave him that idea.
Can't imagine, Wagner.
Well, I wish you'd come out and say what you got me here for. I was just trying to wake up my friend.
In a house where nobody's living?
But there's a mistake, I tell you. There has to be. That was 368 South Crescent. And that's the address he gave me last night on the phone. See, here's the note I made.
You thought of everything, didn't you?
Look, will you just call my friend? Maybe there was a mistake on the address. But if you'll just call Dave Stanley right now, he'll tell you he's my friend and I'm telling the truth.
You haven't got any friends, Mr. Fletcher. Especially right now. Why don't you admit it?
Admit what? I'm a respectable businessman, trying to pick up an old friend and go fishing in Wisconsin. What should I admit?
Fishing, eh? Ask him the $64 question, Clanton.
Yeah. Where's your fishing equipment, Fletcher?
Yeah, why didn't we see it in your car?
I didn't bring any tackle.
Yeah, you were going to pull in the fish with your bare hands.
My friend Dave Stanley wanted me to try some new equipment of his. He told me to leave mine home.
You're sure lucky to have such a useful friend, Fletcher. The only thing is, I don't see how he can help you beat a long-term in Joliet.
Joliet? Officer, what the dickens are you talking about?
Same thing every law-abiding merchant and homeowner in Gordon's Park's been talking about for the past 2 months. Somebody had to stop you, mister. I'm glad it was me.
Us.
Okay,
Fletcher, you say you're a respectable businessman. Well, how come the pliers and screwdriver in your jacket pocket? How come the kit of tin snips and drills and stuff in your car trunk?
I'm in the electrical contracting business. I don't do a lot of the work myself anymore, but I'm always prepared.
Yeah, prepared's right. You're so respectable, mister. You sure need a shave.
You ever go fishing yourself, officer? Or do you always spend your weekends terrorizing innocent people?
Mr. Fletcher's getting bright now, Clanton.
Take it easy, Wagner.
Now, start talking, Fletcher. Clanton, take it down.
Okay.
When you stepped around behind the house and made a move toward that back window, what were you planning to do next, Fletcher?
Look, I was merely going to tap on that window till I woke up my friend inside.
Okay, bright boy. We can wait for you. We can wait a long time. Just as long as you want. Close it up, Clanton.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't just leave me here. Give me a break. Give me a chance to prove I'm innocent. Let me call somebody.
Oh, real smart boy, huh? Now you want to call your lawyer.
Well, sure. Now that you mention it, I could call my lawyer. Harvey Sprague could identify me.
Sure, he could spring you, too. No, sir. We've been on this case too long. Now we've got our birds dead to rights. We're not going to let him fly the coop.
You won't let me call anybody?
That's right.
Wagner, can't you let him call somebody? How about his wife?
Well, maybe. Fletcher, you want to call your wife?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that.
What's the matter? Afraid to call her? Afraid it'll blow up your fine little story?
No, you wouldn't believe me anyway. My wife's halfway between here and Los Angeles on a train. I can't call her. The two officers left me and went back to the police department office. A little while later, I looked up and saw Clanton on the other side of the bars.
Mr. Fletcher, I had a feeling maybe you weren't getting a square deal, so I made a phone call for you.
You did? Really? Well, who'd you call?
This friend you claim you were trying to find. I looked him up in the phone book and gave him a buzz when Wagner wasn't around.
Well, didn't he back up my story? Didn't he tell you to let me go?
He didn't say anything, Mr. Fletcher. Nobody answered at all.
Well, that really bowled me over. Yet when I thought about it, the whole thing figured. David waited for me to show up. Somehow I'd gone to the wrong house. He waited an hour, maybe longer. Tried to call me at home.
Finally decided I'd backed out or been called out of town or something, and he'd given up. He'd called his other fishing friends and gone to the Wolf River with them. Well, no wonder no answer. Yeah, by this time I was really burning. I was getting pretty concerned about my situation, too. You hear about crazy coincidences like this, fantastic tricks of fate involving a person, but you never imagine it can actually happen to you. Yet, here I was, John Q. Good Citizen himself, sitting in a jail cell for unknown crimes I hadn't committed, forced to talk without benefit of legal counsel and unable to contact anyone who could help prove my innocence. Now I wondered where Wagner and Clanton were now. And if I'd known, I'd have been twice as burned up, if that's possible.
Well, Wagner, I don't think this is very smart, moving in this fella's home without a search warrant.
Look, Clanton, who's to know? We got this guy's address from his driver's license, and we get his keys when we frisk him. So we use them to search his house and find some clues to break his story. Once we get his confession, what difference does it make how we get the evidence? You know he's the hoodlum we've been looking for. Well, don't you?
Well, what do we look for in his house, Wagner?
Loot, Clanton, loot. This guy's cracked enough shops to start a department store. And inside this house of his, that's where we'll find his stuff.
Wagner, we've been all over Fletcher's house, and everything looks pretty normal to me.
I'm not giving up yet, Clanton. Maybe the guy deals directly with a fence, never brings the loot home. Still, there's bound to be something around here to pin it on him. What do you make of this?
Looks like an attic closet.
Let's have a look. Uh-huh. This looks like a first-rate place to find what we're looking for.
I don't know, Wagner. Sometimes I think you're long overdue for a good vacation.
Don't get smart with me, Clanton. After you've been in this business as long as I have, you'll know a crook when you see one. That guy Fletcher is guilty, and I'm going to prove it.
Even if you have to keep him incommunicado for a year, huh, Wagner?
I warned you, Clanton. You're a young punk, but I can still...
Okay. Take it easy, Wagner. Only don't blame me if this whole thing blows up in your face.
No chance of that, I can tell. A pile of blankets. Anything under that?
Let's see. Yeah, some boxes.
Haul them out.
Okay, it's nothing. Just a fellow's camera in this one.
What's in the other?
There's a camera in this one, too. One of those instant picture jobs.
Yeah. That next box.
It's a little camera.
Yeah? Yeah. This one's got a big camera in it, newspaper type. And here's a box full of lenses.
Doesn't look too good.
Good? Sure looks good, Clanton. Good for us. We've got this bird right where we want him.
Look, what right do you have to search my home, officer? Who gave you permission?
Just answer my questions, mister.
You're going to hear plenty about this.
Don't threaten me with anything, Fletcher. These cameras we found at your house cooked your goose.
Now, see here, officer. What are you trying to do? Frame me? And for what? Armed robbery? Burglary? Second-story work? What?
Take your choice. Call it anything you want to, so long as you start your confession right now.
I'll confess nothing. In fact, I don't think I'll talk at all anymore.
You'll sit here till you do.
I've been here nearly 5 hours now. When do I get a chance to see somebody besides you? When do I get a fair trial? When do I get a judge?
You'll get your rights when you decide to come clean. Look, we caught you breaking and entering. Now we've got all the evidence we need on your past crimes. You're guilty, mister. All we want now is your confession.
How long could this go on? I had no idea, but decided it was time to take some chances. Took the risk that Clanton was a fair-minded officer who might give me a break. Next time he came by my cell, I made my bid.
Yeah? What do you want, Mr. Fletcher?
Well, look, I know things look bad for me, officer, but you aren't the kind of a man to stand by and see me railroaded on circumstantial evidence without a chance, are you?
I can't do much, mister, even if I felt it was right. Wagner's the top kick when the chief's not on duty. What'd you have in mind?
A call to my lawyer, Harvey Sprague.
I wish I could help you, mister, but Wagner said no lawyer. And if I...
Now, wait a minute. Just do this for me. Call my lawyer at his home and simply ask him, as if you were a friend of mine, where you can reach me today. Then, if he answers and gives all the...
Sprague speaking.
Mr. Sprague, this is Don Clanton, friend of Ed Fletcher's.
Oh, yeah.
I've been trying to locate Ed all morning, and I've heard him speak of you, so I thought you might know where he is.
Certainly, Mr. Clanton. Ed was planning a fishing trip to Wolf River this weekend.
Yeah?
I believe he left early this morning, so I'm afraid you won't be able to reach him.
Oh, yeah? Mr. Sprague.
Yes?
Mr. Sprague, I'm a police officer out here in Gordon Park, Illinois, north of the city. Your friend Ed Fletcher's really out here, in our jail.
What?
Yes, sir. I think you better get out here right away.
Shortly after this, I was being subjected to another of Officer Wagner's conceptions of justice. A lineup involving an accuser and just one suspect.
Now, Mrs. Troy, this bandit who has terrorized the town burglarized your jewelry store about 7 o'clock the evening of February 2nd. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You caught a glimpse of him as he was leaving. Isn't that correct?
Yes?
Would you say he was about this man's size?
Yes, just about.
Do you recognize him?
No, sir. I didn't see the burglar's face at all. I just heard him say, "Put out that light, lady."
Say that, Fletcher.
I'll say nothing.
That's not what I want you to say, mister. Say, "Put out that light, lady." Now, look, mister, if you know what's good for...
here. Yeah, what's going on, Ed?
Just a little polite intimidation, Harvey. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Wait a minute. Who let you come barging in here, mister?
I'm Harvey Sprague, Mr. Fletcher's lawyer.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm John Wagner, and I'm in charge here. I'm telling you to get out of here. I'll see you in the office.
I'll see you right here. With what is Mr. Fletcher charged?
I'm holding him on an open charge right now.
You mean you're holding him on no charge, Mr. Wagner? There's no such thing as an open charge, and you know it. You also know that no man can be held in custody unless he is apprised of the crime for which he is charged. I want to know why my client was not allowed to contact his attorney.
You're talking through your hat, mister. We caught this guy red-handed breaking and entering. He's the guy who's been burglarizing this town for months. We got him dead to rights.
Why, this is ridiculous.
You won't think so when you see the evidence we got out of his own house.
Ed, you gave them permission to search your home?
Permission? Harvey, this officer doesn't ask permission. He found my cameras and decided they were stolen goods.
Look, how can I catch these hoods with all the legal technicalities you have on the books? The citizens squawk, the papers scream, the brass jumps on us. We have to catch the guilty. I don't like this system that says I can't go into a house and find stolen goods.
These legal technicalities, my friend, this system you speak of, it's to protect the innocent. I'm aware of your problem. But as long as there are innocent people, we're going to see that they're not intimidated. Evidence found without a legal search warrant is not admissible in court. Besides, this whole case is completely ridiculous. Ed, has this officer been questioning you, too?
Nothing else but for the last 5 hours, Harvey. Frankly, I'm getting a little sick of it.
You'll be sicker when the verdict comes in.
I think not, Mr. Wagner. When do you plan to take my client before the magistrate?
When we get good and ready. Maybe Monday.
The law says anyone arrested for a crime without a warrant must be brought before a magistrate without unnecessary delay.
Yeah? Well, our magistrate doesn't happen to be around right now.
I beg to differ with you, officer. Your magistrate lives upstairs above this very court. He's available at all times. And for your own good, I suggest you contact him immediately and prepare for an appearance against my client in court.
Harvey Sprague put through a call to the Wolf River fishing camp. Finally located Dave, who came barreling back to Gordon Park for the court session that afternoon. Dave's testimony cleared me of all charges, of course. And Officer Wagner, the eager beaver, went down to grudging defeat. But not before my attorney friend Harvey Sprague had blasted him with a withering fire of countercharges.
The defendant has been badly used from the moment of arrest to this very minute. He has been deprived of many of the basic rights assured him by the federal and state constitutions. He was kept in custody without charge, refused an opportunity to seek legal counsel, kept from immediate appearance in court, and his home was searched without permission or warrant. While the defendant may wish to seek redress for these indignities directly, it is our feeling that the court itself may wish to censure the offending officer.
Court feels defendant's charges merit complete investigation and suitable action if they are substantiated. In the matter now before the court, case dismissed.
Well, I finally figured out how I made that stupid error on the addresses, Dave.
What'd you do, Ed?
Well, you gave me the number 3685 Crescent, and I wrote it down in a hurry. I got the 368 all right, but the 5 looked more like an S when I looked at it this morning. Result, 368 South Crescent instead of 3685 Crescent.
Man, what trouble that little error brought you.
Dave, a few hours ago, as I sat in that jail, if anybody had told me I'd be going fishing this afternoon, well, I'd have thought he was crazy.
Really gave you a tough time, huh, Ed?
Yeah, it wasn't that so much, Dave. It was that horrible feeling of knowing you have rights but not being able to protect them. Suddenly you're cut off from your world without help.
Pretty miserable feeling, I'll bet.
Dave, I now have a much better appreciation for the way a fish feels. Brother, it's no fun to find yourself hooked.
Here to summarize today's case dismissed is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald of the Loyola University Law School. Dean Fitzgerald.
A man's rights always have been of supreme importance in the United States. Although arrests may be made on any reasonable grounds, a man must know the charge he is to face. There can be none of the old English star chamber methods. In today's story, the arresting officer had a right to question Ed Fletcher, but not to make him give testimony against himself. Furthermore, the officer should have advised Ed of this fact. The search without permission or warrant was completely illegal, of course. With the magistrate immediately available, the failure to charge Ed and take him to court immediately was inexcusable. When cases of this sort do arise, they often are the result of social pressures demanding protection in crime-ridden areas. In such an atmosphere, overeager or misinformed law enforcement officers, anxious to do a job, may bring about violations of age-old rights of man. Ignorance on your part will make matters worse. Knowledge of your rights when arrested will help to protect you. I want to remind you that the legal points in tonight's story were based on Illinois law and may not apply in your state. May I point out, too, that the facts in your situation will probably differ from the facts presented in this story. This difference in the facts may change the application of the law. Next week, WMAQ and the Chicago Bar Association will take up the subject of liability for minors on case dismissed. Until then, this is your counselor, Dean John C. Fitzgerald, wishing for each of you a good night, good luck, and good laws.
Case dismissed. If you're in need of legal counsel and do not have a lawyer, you may get in touch with the Chicago Bar Association. The association maintains as a public service a lawyer reference plan which will refer you to an attorney. Case Dismissed is written by Robert Carmen and is based on information supplied